Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield with you on ABC Sport.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo.
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Massive specky taken by Cosney. It was a spectacular hopper.
Bradley Hill traps it here, snaps and goals.
Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin, goals.
He is one of the most electrifying forces in the game, Maurice Rioli. And that's a moment as good as any you'll see in the competition this year.
Off to Wangan Malira. A little bit of class. He shows them how it's done. You can't keep a good man down.
Want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
He bursts away from Windsor. Good luck catching him. Cameron with a touch of class.
Bouncing ball. Simpkin goal.
Give me my moment. Step aside.
Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
And welcome to the grand final rematch at the Gabba. It's Thursday night footy to open round 10 of this 2026 AFL season. Quentin Hull and the team in place, and unfortunately the weather hasn't really come to the party for always. An anticipated matchup when you've got the two teams that played in last year's premiership decided turning up to face each other for the first time in the new year. There's been a bit of rain around. No rain as yet, but the Gabba is a little bit slippery, and hopefully that won't, as mentioned, detract from the spectacle, because these two teams have started 2026 not quite the way that they ended 2025, but are again expected to be among the real contenders. Brisbane with 6 wins, 3 losses. Same for the Cats, and the Lions going in having won 5 of their last 6, and well, Brisbane playing executioner for another Carlton coach. They did it to Dennis Pagan back in 2007. Of course, Michael Voss is no more at Princes Park after the Lions beat the Blues by 11 points at the Gabba, but had the Blues won, he was going anyway. Nonetheless, another little nuance of what's been a very busy week in the lead into this round. And the Cats, well, they get Brian Myers back tonight. He's a real interesting watch. Such an important player for Geelong. Got through the VFL with 23 disposals against Collingwood last week, playing with that partial tear in his anterior cruciate ligament. And we know what a key part he is to the Cats' plans. So that's a watch for a number of reasons this evening. I'll be joined by Michael Price, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis in the lead-in. We're going to be hearing from both camps. Nigel Lappin will touch base with things at Geelong, and injured line Jack Payne is going to be along. But Michael, it's lovely to be alongside you for Thursday night footy. There's a bit going on in Brisbane this weekend. We've got Women's Origin across town just before Magic Round gets underway, and you'd have to argue the second to the biggest home and away game that the Lions play at the Gabba. I don't think it unseats the Collingwood Easter fixture, but when you get the Cats here after the grand final and the recent rivalry between the two, it's a big one.
Oh, I think it is a big one. Thanks very much, Q. Just honoured to be in the best seat in the house once again. And yeah, Brisbane is a hub of sport at the moment with Magic Round, as you say, all across the weekend. You're going to be a busy boy, I dare take it. But tonight, I'm really looking forward to a close game. we've seen the ebbs and flows. We've seen the Lions pull away in the grand final. We saw the qualifying final where the Cats did the same. I'm just looking forward to a close game. I hope this slippery weather... I turned up and thought I must have slept through winter because the covers were on the centre wicket when we got here to the Gabba. So it was unusual to see. The covers have been removed. I can dare say we're all ready for the first delivery.
And interesting as well, as much as will be right for play with the covers removed, Dane Zorko hasn't been able to get up for this evening's game. So there is a late change for Brisbane, and an important one at that. The Zork, the 37-year-old veteran for the Lions, not going around. So James Tunstall is getting a game for Brisbane tonight. As far as the Cats are concerned, they go in as selected, and 4 changes at selection. Jack Henry, along with Mitch Edwards, Mark Blitzarves and Brian Morris, coming into the team for the rested pair of Jake Kolajasny and James Warple, and the dropped pair of Reece Stanley and Jack Bowes. Jeff White's alongside me. Whitey, always nice to have you in the house. And welcome and congratulations today. You've added another little notch to your impressive football resume. Do tell.
Yes, I've been appointed assistant coach at the Brisbane Lions AFLW side and the academy as well. So very, very happy, excited to be a part of it, because I had a little bit of a role last year with the AFLW. We got to the grand final, weren't able to win, but just really thrilled to be involved full time, and can't thank the coaching staff led by Craig Starcevich and the club enough for having me on board. So very exciting. So, what are you looking forward to most? I mean, both teams 6-3. You know, tonight's not going to be the be-all and end-all for these two clubs, who I think we know are building to a pretty important role in the script of 2026. But how do you see it? Well, I think the conditions of it's actually pouring down right now, so it's definitely going to make the conditions going to probably even it up a little bit. But yeah, redemption, I think for my mind is from Geelong's perspective from last year. But they're coming off a great win against Collingwood. Don't know how to judge that, but they played impressive footy. But yeah, Brisbane at home, they weren't that flash in the second half last week against Carlton, so there's something they want to rectify and make sure that they finish off the game really well. So from a listening point of view, I think we're in for a close game, purely because of the conditions, but also too the fact that Geelong play a really zoned style of footy, so they're going to. And then on the flip side, Brisbane play a chip mark style type of footy, and that's not going to allow them to do that all that much tonight because of the conditions. So I think that's where it's going to be really close.
Have you had a look at the fixture as well? We've got that to briefly have a look at today. It came out at high noon today. A lot of Geelong, a lot of Sydney in the prime Thursday and Friday night slots. No Blues, no Tigers, no Bombers.
No Bombers, yeah.
No surprise, though, I don't think, in that regard.
It's a little bit of this is what, the AFL looked at last year. There was a lot of Thursday games that Essendon had last year, and off the back of where they were coming from. So,
our first guest is just about ready on the boundary. Our last expert has just walked in as well. He's been a very busy man, but he wanted to race in to chat to this guy who we'll go to in a moment. Jason Nakamanis, welcome to you. How are you?
Q, let me tell you. Running from the Pineapple Hotel, which is no advertisement. I just happened to be there. I ran into Chris Johnson and Ash McGrath. They're over here, Indigenous round. Oh, it's humid out there. It did rain on me. Oh, I would love this. Whitey, I don't know how you love the wet. I
love the wet.
Any chance I get, this is going to be a cracking game. But this guy, I actually ran back so we could talk to this guy.
Yeah, he's run back. Well, how about you start the interview, Jason, because we've got him down there with the headset on.
Yes, we do. We have one of the greats, a Brisbane Lion premiership player, triple premiership player, I should say. He is an AFL Hall of Famer. He's a superstar, one of the quietest men you'll ever know, unless you know him. And then he's not that quiet. He's now, let's be honest, Chris Scott could never be as successful without this man. And we talk about no other than the great Nigel Lappin. Good evening, big fella.
Good evening, Jason. It's very good to hear your voice. Now, you actually taught me not to be quiet. So the time when you come out and told everyone I'd broken my ribs in the prelim final, I actually had to start talking after that.
You said you'd never mention this again, and that I should never.
Did I? I had a few too many head knocks, mate. I'd forgotten that.
No, Nige. I miss you, mate.
Likewise.
When are you coming back? Your girls, your twins are up here.
They are.
One's on the list. One has now been invited to train with the Lions AFLW team. Is there any chance you and Claire could just come back so I could see you a little bit more and have a beer with you?
Depends how much you can sell me a house for, mate. That's you'll have to have a look around for me. I'd like to get one for about $1.5 million in Hamilton, if you can do that for me.
Yes. Well, hey, I can't say the quality of it, but
you might get a tent on a nature strip for that price. Nigel,
anything to get him back. I'd love to see him back, mate. What tonight? It's wet. You love the wet. I love the wet. It's like Chilton. I love being back home. But the team. This is a short week. It's the hardest team in the comp in some ways to play. What's going on inside Geelong? Are they excited? I know it's a big challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. They're excited, mate. So there's no better test than coming up against a team that is, back-to-back premiers, but also just in really good form themselves, and they'll challenge us in different ways that we haven't been challenged this year. They play a different system than many other teams. I heard Whitey talking about it earlier. They like to shift and move the ball in the back half. Once they get the ball back in the middle of the ground, they do lengthen really quickly as forwards and open up space, and they challenge you with their speed. So they were obviously very good against us in the granny, and congratulations to them. But I know our guys are really looking forward to the challenge, and whatever happens from this game, I think both teams will improve off it.
I'll do my job, you can do yours, but I'll start. Where's Mullen going?
No, I actually don't know. So, Quentin, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but...
they don't tell them.
No, well, I'm not involved as much in the AFL team with the logistics anymore. I look after the development, our first to third year players, and spend my weekends with the VFL looking after those guys. So,
But surely you're
so the answer is Lachie Neale, all right?
I could have a guess. He's gone to Lachie Neale every other time, and Lachie Neale's in amazing form. So, but look, he could go to anyone. I know how much Scotty loves Hugh McCluggage. And then obviously Will Ashcroft, what he does in big games. So there's any number of players that he can go to. And then if you think about players in the front half, there's a number of those, like Zach Bailey in the grand final. Obviously, it was amazing. And the previous time we played him as well, he's such a threat down there. So I think the old saying that the whole team's just going to have to be switched on. We play a team defence. We rely on all 18 to defend, so we're going to have to do that well tonight.
And knowing your specific role, Nigel, is why I wanted to ask you a little bit about a guy that's coming back in tonight, because you would have had a fair bit to do with young Mitch Edwards, who we think is just selling in after he's had that real issue with his, back a couple of years ago and around his hips and pelvis last year. So what is it about him that has enabled his development to get to this point off the back of a couple of tough injuries?
Yeah, well, look, his mindset and his athleticism. So he's a competitor first and foremost. He loves the contest. He cares about his performance deeply, but if he does get beaten, he's got really good resilience, and he moves on straight away, works out what he can learn from the game, and being completely realistic about it. He's a 21-year-old kid coming up against some gun ruckman. He faces another one tonight, and he'll acquit himself really well. He's very athletic, so he's a really good centre-back ruckman, and that's really important here at the Gabba. Clearly the Lions score really well from that area. And then just his thirst for the contests around the ground, he's going to grow. As I said, like 21-year-old to be doing what he's doing now, and he's only played about 10 or 11 games of footy for this footy club over his 3-year period. So just with exposure, he's going to end up a very, very good footballer.
And among those other newer guys, obviously Connor O'Sullivan's the other one who, when we look at teams like Geelong and Brisbane who have had sustained run of success, you sort of think, wow, how can they get fresh talent to come in and fill a key role? Brisbane would love to find a young key defender the way you guys have there. I mean, at the other end of the ground, they've got a guy like Logan Morris slotting in. Mind you, Shannon Neal's doing a pretty good job in key attack for you guys. But, as mentioned, back to the question, someone like Connor O'Sullivan, who just seems to be settling in so well.
Yeah, Connor is similar to Mitch. There's differences in every player. Connor's a real student of the game. He's a very, very intelligent boy and learns really quickly as I said with Mitch, he's super competitive and he's really driven to be at his best now. He doesn't want to wait till he's a 24-year-old. One of the great strengths of him is he's got elite endurance. As I said with Mitch, he's super competitive as well, and he's one of our best leaders already as a young guy in the backline in terms of his instruction and voice and his understanding of our game plan. So that holds him in really good stead, not just for the current time, but also for the future. I think he's definitely a future leadership person, if not captain of the footy club.
So Nigel Lappin with us from the top of the Cats race. Help us with the narrative, because grand final rematch, you know what it's like. You can never get one back that you've lost, but both teams are going well. We think that both teams are going to form a part of the meaty end of the season. So what is the focus for tonight? What do you get out of tonight at the footy?
You get a really good test of where your systems are at. So we're a system-based team, so that means, like as I said before, all 18 join in. I heard Whitey spoke about it before. We play a collective team defence, so we try and make the ground as small as we can in defence and not give the opposition space to be able to shift and move the ball. And then we like to challenge them in offence. But the game always starts in a contest, and that'll be the real test for us tonight, is to see how we go, not just around the footy, obviously it starts there, but how well we stack up against a really good forward line behind the ball, and then ahead of the ball, just whether we show that we're evolving as a footy team.
And while I've got you and Jace here, remiss of us not to ask, well, the two of you just have a little chat. Either of you got a text or sent a message to Vossi this week, your premiership skipper? Everyone knows how tough footy can be. I'll start with you, Nige.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk first. I've sent out a text to Vossi. I haven't spoke to him. I'd love to speak to him over the coming days, but just feel like I need to give him a little bit of space at the moment. And I mean, the thing that I want to say about this, like, footy clubs are clearly a result-based business, and they do rely on sort of the business side of it. So you look from a footy club point of view, that's not my job to talk about that, but you can sort of understand, and Vossi understands why those decisions need to be made sometimes. But all I can talk to her about is the type of person and the leader he is, and he's always been a hero in my eyes. As players, we would have followed him to hell and back because of the type of leader he was. Like, not only did he set a great vision for us as a team, but he embodied that vision in the way that he played. But he also didn't expect too much of everyone else. He just, what he did was acknowledge everyone's roles within our system and spoke so highly of everyone and how important they were to the group. So he made everyone feel like they belonged to the footy club, and we just want to let him know that the way he's carried himself the whole way through what's been a tough period for him has just been first class. And the other thing that I want to do is just give a shout out to his family, because they're silent sort of sufferers in these situations. Like, his wife Donna and his 3 children are just beautiful people, and they have to deal with a lot in these situations, so I hope that they're doing okay. I know they will be, because they're very strong and they're a very united family, but yeah, we just send out our love to them.
Yeah, I always think with Vossi, I mean, I've known Vossi since I was a kid, and we grew up, played together, mates, teammates. He's my captain. Watched him all the way through, be a coach here. Obviously a little bit early. He would certainly say that was very premature, but he learnt about the system and went to Port Adelaide, and you know what he did? He did his apprenticeship. He got his chance at Carlton, took him to finals. I know you two over there are big Carlton fans, and off air it's a little bit different, the conversations, but there's not much you can do when you're a coach. No matter how good you are if the players aren't playing, I think it's going to turn, it always would turn for him, but to him to do what he did, which is say, I'm out, I understand where it's going, and I think it's best I move on. It's not many people could do that. There's a bit of ego in some people that would want to stay, and for him not to do that is probably the opposite to what he was as a player, which is, I'll do it, I'll put everyone on my back, and I will take this club where I want to. He's given his all. There's nothing more you can say. I will talk to him probably in the next 10 days, because I always talk to him about the AFL Hall of Fame night and see if he wants to come to that, be on our table, little things like that, like with Nige and the other boys, so we can have a good night. And I think it'd be good if he can, if he's not going away. So I haven't spoken to him, and I always, with Vossi, he knows whenever we catch up, we'll talk about all things, probably except that. Eventually we'll get to it over a beer or two.
Nigel, always great to catch up in this part of the world, and look, I know it's a bit rainy tonight, but generally the weather still is better here if you want to follow the Twins beautiful. Up here, and
yeah, can I just say something? Nige, you've brought up a wonderful human being. Meg is beautiful, mate. I'll look after her and I'll drag you back. So I'll work on that for you, okay?
Thanks,
okay?
mate.
But she's beautiful, mate. I had a
Good man.
had an interview during the week, and she's an outstanding girl. I haven't met yet the twin. I've got twins myself, but mate, she's in good hands. I'll look after her for her.
Thank you very much, mate. Well, I'll just give a shout out to my other twin because they're yin and yang. So if Meg's beautiful, then Ali's evil. I always call her that. So I look forward to you meeting her, Whitey. She'll test you out a bit more than Meg will.
Righto.
Good luck for the Cats tonight, Nigel. Always great to have a chat.
Thanks, guys. Likewise.
Nigel Lappin, who, as you mentioned, these days, not as much match day assistant, but more so in that development space for Geelong. But he is a guy that knows every bit of Gardenia Park. He's basically spent his footy life there since he finished playing his
and done every
premiership
role.
career.
Every role bar Chris's role.
And he's a class actor.
He could go anywhere. He's that they've got that much skill set now.
Well, there's been so much feedback in relation to the culture, the players that they've developed. Even we're talking about, Edwards coming through, they've held him back, and it's all because of Nigel Lappin. No, he's not ready yet. We don't want to throw him in the deep end, and they've been so professional in that area. I mean, they're definitely a blueprint for the AFL, Geelong, and it's been through him.
And I was talking to one of their players today who I coached, who's a wonderful man, but he said exactly that about what Nigel's done with their development program is second to none. He said it's so good.
And you can divulge. No.
Oh, yeah, well, Shawnee Manny. I coach Shawnee, and I love Shawnee. I've known him.
One of those great
He was
stories.
a little boy, like he was 19, and he is a great story.
So when were you across his footy journey? How old was he at the O&M when you were there?
So he was at Lavington, and you would know because you're familiar with the area, and I was at North Albury, and it was my second season, and they said, this kid's pretty good. Let's bring him across. He went really on the back of me. There was no reason to. He was at a better club. He should have been playing senior footy anyway. He was so good, and I selfishly could never let him stay with me. He's too good for our footy club and that region. I said, let's go. So I took him and two other players. Two of the three played for Werribee. One was a captain, and so was Sean eventually. But Sean went down with me, and Craig McRae at that stage was the Richmond VFL coach. And he loved him, and he took him. And let me tell you, Fly used to send me videos of something that we taught, which is something we always did. After the game, we would always clean the rooms because it's always the last game and they're always filthy. Here's Sean Manor just cleaning the rooms down at the VFL. He took a little sniggy video and he'd send it to me every few weeks and say, this kid's great. And I'm so glad that Sean, not just because that he did those things, but he's a wonderful player, and eventually over the journey goes back to Werribee and then gets a chance at Geelong, and he's made every poster winner.
And he's critical to, and it's along with Graham Myers too. Those two, they're so important, for their forward structure coming up. Pressure, and also then slingshot forward.
And he's had a couple of really crap weeks too before the last couple where he's really turned it on, and we're just talking about that. And I wanted to tell you, because I knew exactly what you're going through, but I said, if I told you and you got it right, great, but you had to learn it yourself, and he understood. He said, yep. And he just turned it around, and he was fantastic last week.
By the way, a special thank you if you have deviated from your regular source of Thursday night footy to find us on ABC Listen, Budget and Reply going to air on local radio. That's why we're not there straight up tonight, but as soon as they're finished at Parliament House, local radio audience joining us. So, probably not as many people around at the moment, and you get a chance to really get your say on the text line. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. 0437 774 774.
Pricey, I've got a big problem here. Have you been looking at this guy in front of us? He is the boundary umpire. Now, we've had big problems in the league. These spindly arms, they don't do weights doing these boundary throws. This guy here in front of us has done 4 in a row. They've gone 4 metres behind him. You imagine being a ruckman going to that. Look at that one. Up in the air. It's gone nowhere.
So this is inside for you, Akka. If I was a Semi-Draper or Edwards, I'll be watching these umpires right now.
Unbelievably short.
This is what you do. As a ruck, you got to do your homework, and it's even to the point where you watch the boundary throw in.
And they stand way back, like 20 metres further back, thinking they're going to get there. They're not getting there.
Well, they're actually if they stand on the line and they can't throw, I think it's 18 metres back, they actually have to come in where they feel that they can get that.
So that's the measurement, 18 metres.
I think it's something like that. Yeah,
okay.
That's the rule. So he has to, be able to.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
So getting a very good
Everything tonight.
view and description of this boundary umpire warming up. By the way, Jason, Jeff, Dane Zorko officially managed tonight. So I think maybe Wet Knight had an issue with his calf earlier in the season. So James Tunstall is going to play. He was an emergency for the grand final last year. So it now makes 5 changes for Brisbane's team from the grand final and 4 changes for Geelong's team. So I just went and had a look back at that team sheet for grand final day. So Zorko joins the likes of the departed duo of Starcevic and Archie, the retired McInerney and the injured Gallup as the 5 outs from grand final day for Brisbane. So the group of ins, Tunstall joins Connor McKenna, the injured Kitty Coleman from last year, the young man Cody Curtin, and the recruit from the Bombers, Sam Draper.
Yep.
So Draper, Coleman, Curtin, McKenna, and now Tunstall in for Starcevic, Gallup, Archie, McInerney and Zorko. And for the Cats, so Tom Stewart concussed, didn't play the grand final. Oliver Henry was an emergency and didn't play. Mitchell Edwards didn't play. Tanner Bruin didn't play. So the Cats, they're the ins. The 4 that are out, Tyson Stengel, Reece Stanley, Jack Bowes and Jai Clark. So take that for what it is. But, decent enough turnover from when all the marbles were on the table at the MCG last time they played.
It's not too bad, you know. It seems a little bit even, you know. Should get a great contest anyway. And some of those players for both teams are very good players. They'll be looking forward to this.
What about Zork having a rest? Who would have told him that?
I'm not sure.
Who would have been brave enough to go in that?
That's what I'm getting to.
I don't think. I think it's more to it. I think they said, nah, there's something not right here. You're out. I don't think it'd be arrested. So I'll say it's arrested, but of course they do. They're going to lie to you.
Well, managed with, what have we got? Trip to the showground for the Lions next week to play Greater Western Sydney. So if he's not playing a home game, he won't be flying to Sydney, you wouldn't think, if there is a little bit of a calf issue. Or are we reading too much between the lines thinking Wet Night just makes that issue a little bit, the percentage is higher for a recurrence?
That is a lot of thinking.
That's what we have to do.
But what's the turnaround? What are they coming off? What did they play last week?
They played Friday night here.
Yeah, so it's a 5-day turnaround for Geelong and a 6-day turnaround for Brisbane.
Yeah, 6 days. Yeah, 5 days you would understand, but 6 days, yeah.
Strange.
We will hear from Jack Payne, by the way, in just a moment. Yeah, big. You reckon he's not going to play at all for the rest of the season?
He will be right at the end of the season, but he'll tell us now.
Okay, well,
he won't lie to us.
We'll find out that shortly. Just a quick look at the fixture, by the way. I don't think there's any surprise that along the lines of the 2 feature time slots and Thursdays and Friday nights, that we've got Geelong playing 3 Thursdays, 1 Friday, Sydney playing 2 Thursdays, 2 Fridays in the block that was released today. So there's still 2 rounds to be fixtured. But big chunk of sort of Thursday/Friday night prime time games for Sydney and Geelong. Brisbane gets 3, Bulldogs get 3, Collingwood get 3. Interestingly, there's a couple of Friday night double-ups. We get a derby over in the West.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
Which will go up against, or in a slight time shift. Just got that in front of me. Which round is that one? It is.
So they've done the derby out west with another double up, like they did with the Giants in Sydney.
Yeah, they've got a few Friday night dubs. So that's in round 20. Melbourne play Geelong when Freo play West Coast, and the other Friday night double up is also a West Coast game. They play Adelaide at home in round 17 when Sydney play the Western Bulldogs. So there's a differing argument about Friday night double-ups. I'm not against it as many because the competition's going to have double-ups somewhere.
At some point. Well, they have it on Monday.
Saturdays.
Saturdays, yeah.
Well, you've got to put in each camp for the share of the market as well.
And the other interesting thing, so Carlton, Essendon, Richmond, Gold Coast, all Port Adelaide in the Thursday or Friday night games, and even the keenly anticipated Carlton-Collingwood game later in the season, that's now a pay TV only game. It's not even a free-to-air game. Mm-hmm. It's a Saturday night game.
Okay, Saturday night, yeah.
That Carlton-Collingwood game in round 19, which is Fox only. So, it shows you, I think, the effect of just where the Blues are, and the fixturing is tricky. Remember, at the end of last season, the Carlton-Essendon game sort of got pushed away from Channel 7 to the subscription only. So, yeah, there's a couple.
At least they could do that, I suppose. 1 and 8. I mean, they'd have to win every game to even make it interesting at the moment, Carl. That's not going to happen.
That's the voice of Jason Ackermanis. He's joining Jeff White in the experts chair. I'm Quentin Hull, who'll be calling the action with Michael Price. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Again, thank you for finding us tonight, with the Budget in Reply taking prominence on local radio until they finish up at Parliament House, and the rest of the crew join us. Thanks to Brett in Canberra for your text. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774.
This is going to be quite a ride. Every dream restoration starts with something worth holding on to.
We were in love. We figured we'd work it out.
Restoration Australia.
This is magnificent.
Back May 21 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Sport.
And the weather's a little bit rainy here in Brisbane this evening, but hopefully they're only intermittent showers and it doesn't take away from this keenly anticipated clash between Brisbane and Geelong. Quentin Hull and the team in place for ABC Sport. This round 10 opener has some late news. Dane Zorko not playing for Brisbane tonight. He was named yesterday but is now out, with the official reason being managed, even though he has missed a couple of weeks with a calf injury this year. So James Tunstall will come into the team. So that now means 3 changes at selection for Brisbane. Sam Marshall, who played in the grand final, is now playing his first game of 2026. He comes into the team. Darcy Gardner's over his shoulder issue. Hasn't played since round 5 against St Kilda. So he comes in, and Tunstall coming back into the team. So Zorko in the outs, along with Darragh Joyce, who once again is dropped. It seems if Gardner plays, Joyce doesn't, and vice versa at the moment. And Lincoln McCarthy, the former Cat, who has made such a good return from a couple of knee reconstructions this year. He's got a bit of a hamstring issue and is out for a week or 2. We'll get the Indigenous ceremony beforehand as well, and just a nod to the likes of Lawson Humphries and Kadeen Coleman, both playing tonight, and they've had impact when it comes to the ideas for design of the jerseys.
Absolutely.
Tonight.
And how about the Indigenous band that's playing at the moment, Jaka? I'm just having a look. I've never seen one before. It's a didgeridoo like a trombone.
Pretty sure it's pronounced Jaka.
Yeah.
More on the aka.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jaka wants it aka.
But it's a didgeridoo with a slide component like a trombone. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. I've never seen one like it, and he's absolutely slaying it.
Well, let's get down to the boundary, because a man who cruelly had his 2025 ruined, I think it was a day game here against Greater Western Sydney when he went down, crumbled in pain, and to see anyone in that state, it's no good. But when you've got a behemoth of a human and athlete like Jack Payne, it just made us cringe a little bit more. He's on the long road back, and he joins us down on the boundary just to catch up and give us an update on how he's going. Jack, nice to have a chat to you. How are you?
I'm good. Evening, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we're missing you out there. I'm sure the fans are as well, but more importantly, how are you missing it?
Yeah, it's been a long year, that's for sure. I've had ups and downs in rehab so far, but at the moment I feel like it's progressing along quite quickly. So started doing some running mechanics this morning at the club, and that felt really good. So hopefully keep in.
Now, big fella, it's our gap. Now, when we caught up accidentally, you were having a coffee and a chinwag. You're a bit concerned just about the timeline. You were really hoping to get back. I mean, when you're a player, you want to be back yesterday. But when you've got to go through the reality of what's going on, how are you feeling though? Because mentally, you want to be here this year. And is that going to happen? And why wouldn't it not happen?
Yeah, it's certainly tough. I mean, looking back, I've had a fair share of injuries in my career so far. Obviously missed out on 23 grand final with the syndesmosis and last year as well. So, rehab's obviously been tough, but I feel like it's all a part of the process. You have your ups and downs, but this time around it's been a lot more fulfilling, and things are going really well so far. So if all goes well, I don't see why I can't make a return around August time this year, so fingers crossed.
So that's a return to playing or a return to playing senior footy, Jack. We know that the defensive unit really misses your presence, but I'm just wondering that, and to explain to our listeners, this is not the ACL, this was a patella rupture, wasn't it?
Correct, yeah. It's I've never heard of the injury before up until I did it, so it was all thrown to me, and there really hasn't been a lot of cases in Australian sport with the ruptured patella tendon, so obviously ACLs are a pretty significant injury as well, but I feel like there's a lot more science behind them in terms of rehabilitation, so it was a little bit of the unknown going in for the surgery and then the first sort of couple of months of rehab. But I suppose this time around, since I had the second operation, things have been a lot smoother. So hopefully, going forward, as I said, I can make a return around August.
Yeah, when we heard that you had to go in again, so what didn't work the first time?
I was pretty hopeful early on once I got into my sort of first 6 weeks post-surgery. Things are going along quite quickly, and I was quite confident I could sort of make a return around the early rounds. But looking back, it's probably one of those things you just got to take your time with because it's such a significant injury, and but that's all part and parcel of the sport, I suppose. As a player, you just want to get back as quick as possible, and unfortunately it didn't work out this time around, but so, hopefully August.
With respect, can I ask, did you ask for the quickest possible surgical solution hoping that it would work, or did something just go wrong unexpectedly?
Thank you. A little bit of both. The club obviously would like me back as soon as possible as well. So, the second surgery I had wasn't the patella tendon. It was just a little bit of tissue sort of become detached and needed to go in and reattach it from the patella. So it wasn't as severe as the first time around, but it's still going to be quite a significant sort of 6 months process. But I'm honestly feeling a lot better than what I was this time around in my first surgery.
Injured Lions defender Jack Payne with you. Whitey.
Jeff White here, mate. So if any off-field sort of stuff, you've been working with the VFL side, is there something that you've been, you're been an outstanding backman, is it sort of helping out with the backs at any point?
Yeah, I've been really impressed with young Ty Gallup in his past few weeks as a backman. Obviously being a Sunny Coast boy as well, we've got a really good friendship over the last couple of years, so it's been great to see him feel down there, and obviously Darcy's back tonight, so obviously when I can I love to help the group, but given where I'm at, I'm sort of on a different program and schedule to the whole group at the moment, so I'm not actually seeing a great deal of them week to week, but where I can I'd love to help.
What do you reckon about the actual team? You're still watching them like we do, the defence, like the at home this year, it's been wonderful. Don't get me wrong, we can all have all our players, they're not injured, never happens at a footy club. Are you happy with the way the game's going? For us, they were not that good at home last year, can I say, even just the way they played, but this year, completely different team.
Yeah, that was something we touched on throughout last year. When teams want to come up here, we want to be a fortress. So we felt like last year we sort of dropped away in that regard. We probably lost maybe five or so games at home. So we wanted to get back in this year and focus that when teams come up here, it's a really tough ground to play on. So hopefully the boys can get the win tonight. It should be a belter.
And a question of the two-way street that is the experience that you're having, Jack, and now sitting back and seeing the guys like Kitty Coleman and Link McCarthy up and going again. We know that Link's not playing tonight, but I'm wondering if you've drawn anything from them and vice versa about, obviously, it's not like for like with your knees, but just the ability to, above the shoulders, have a couple of people around the place that have been through setbacks with knees and didn't go right the first time, or something's gone wrong again. Anything special with the relationship with those guys?
100%, yeah. It's so good to see those boys up and about and playing now. Obviously, as you touched on, they've been in a similar boat, so I feel like we've created really good friendship throughout the whole rehab journey. There is someone from the Broncos that I've been spending a lot of time with. His name is Deloise Hoyter. He's gone through the same injury that I did about 9 or 10 months before I did mine, so I've sort of been picking his brain on ideas at what worked for him and what didn't. So all those guys have been such a big helping hand in my rehab so far.
And what's match day generally look like for you during this period of time? Have you been at most games?
Yeah, I've been at every game so far this year. I'll probably just sit in the stats box tonight. I don't really have a role, so I'll go down at half-time when the boys have a breather and pass on ideas that I can see up from the stands. And and hopefully, the boys can come away with the win tonight.
Where does Zork hang out when he's not playing? Bit of an interesting one that he's been named, but he's not playing tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't actually at training when that happened, so I only just found out sort of yesterday afternoon, but I think he'll be in the stats box with me, if not the coach's box. So, unfortunate for Zorks, so hopefully it's not too long.
Yeah, what's he like when he's not playing?
Frustrated.
Yeah, he's a bit like me. I'm a nervous watcher. I'd love to be out there, so I'm sure we'll be sitting together tonight.
Jack, thank you for your time, and we appreciate you sharing a bit of your story with us. Let's hope we see you out on the footy field sooner rather than later.
Thanks so much, guys. Great to chat with you all.
Yes. Well, it's unusual. It's funny that what he said, because you've got no one to go to.
Yeah, so the patella tendon was fixed, and then there was some periphery issues around it.
But even doing that injury is so rare in that sense. I'm glad he found the Broncos player, because you never want anyone to go through that, but that's such an unusual injury.
Yeah, but also too to say that there's so much science and research and data behind ACLs, but not this one.
Yeah, not that one.
Not
done much. Yeah.
And did you hear he say, "I wasn't at training when that happened"? In regard to the Zorks issue, that doesn't sound like managed.
That sounds like something happened
to me.
Yeah.
He's not managed. He's done something.
So it was a late change Geelong style.
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell anyone. But he already just accidentally gave it up. That happened all the way yesterday afternoon. So he's done something at training. Maybe just a tightness that's not worth risking, shall we say. Fair. He's 30,000 years old, so I feel for him. It's tough when you get older, Whitey. We're 49 this year. We're 50 next year. We've still got our hair, I suppose. We can talk about that.
Look, the other experience is not as bad as people make out. I mean, at least I am speaking from lived experience, Jason.
What have you lived?
I've lived both hair and no hair. And I can tell you that no hair gets a bad rap. It's actually pretty cool.
I saw a guy at the...
My shampoo bill in these tough times.
I know, but the guy...
You need to save every money that you...
Well, I had a haircut today, so you've saved yourself there. So.
Yeah, exactly. I shaved my own head.
I was at the function beforehand. There was a guy, he's wearing a beanie. You didn't have to ask. I said, you got no hair, don't you? Yep.
He's going to the football. There are lots of people with hair that wear beanies at the football.
Not in Queensland. I mean, and he's a Queensland, I know. I played against him.
No, we addressed this last week, is that as soon as it dips below 20 degrees in southeast Queensland, you put a puffer jacket on. Yeah, and a beanie.
This is, you know what they call it? The deja vu weather this is.
Yeah.
Every day.
I'm betwixt and between. I'm really looking forward to this game. I think all footy fans are, because we know that in the last couple of seasons, you've got to have to go through or around Brisbane or Geelong to win the flag. Whether it's the same this year with the emergence of Sydney, Freo, Hawthorn, we wait to see. But, both teams are 6-3. I'm never going to go with the cell of revenge for last year, because it's just the most weak line when it comes to, trying to see two teams play each other. You can't get that grand final back. You never can.
No, you can't. No.
Not worth worrying about that.
So, and knowing how smart Chris Scott and Chris Fagan are, what I'm asking you, Jeff and Jason, what are the chess pieces that Scotty needs to find out about tonight? What are the chess pieces that Fags needs to find out about tonight in the matchups we're going to see if these two run into each other again? Because, look, the narrative of September was Brisbane got thumped and learned from week one of the finals to then win when it counted.
No, but they also, during you go back to last year, middle of the year, Brisbane go down to Caninier Park, they play through the corridor, Logan Morris kicks, 6? 6 or 7? Smashed them. Come the first final, Geelong go, hang on a minute, we're going to close up the corridor. You're not going to go through us at all. Go to the stats at half-time, which I found unbelievable. All the stats were the same, bar one, I think. The contested footy, uncontested footy, marks, kicks, handballs. They were both even at half-time last year, and then it was only 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, and whooshka.
Yeah, they just...
Brisbane went away with
11
it.
of the next 12 goals end of section.
And ran away with it. So tonight, when you think about chess pieces, for me, it's always been the half-forwards for Geelong. They're the ones that come up, they create a little bit of chaos in the middle, they put a lot of pressure on between the arcs, and then they go hard forward. That's where the likes of Cameron come into play. You've got Dangerfield up forward. So the slingshot footy. Whereas on Brisbane's perspective, and this is what Nigel Lappin spoke about earlier, was their chip mark, gain meterage, and then whack it inside forward 50. So the arm wrestle tonight, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I think not only all of those things, the spare is Chris Scott's, I suppose, the part of his footy he likes to get most of, which is that spare behind the play. Now, I always worry that at some stage the opposition may even it up, which Richmond did in the grand final up here, actually. Just remind me that they got on top because they just had to go man on man. All these little things that Chris does, they were ready for them. They threw something at Rayner. They threw something at everyone they possibly could in rolls. Had taggers everywhere for their most dangerous players. They actually went into that grand final and said, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We just need to do it better and hold them out. No, they couldn't. Brisbane's talent on a dry day just will always be a little bit better because of the way they play. But in these scenarios, in this particular setting where it's a bit wet and the ball bounces true and bounces straight, Geelong, they should be favourites and they should win tonight. They are a better team in these conditions. For Brisbane at home, they're going to make it tough. It's going to be tough for them.
How fine was the line when, back in your era, I mean, there was only the one grand final where you played Port, where they got you in 2004. But, I think more than Collingwood, Port were the team that you played a lot of big games against and were seen as probably your toughest rivals. So when you play against a team a lot and you're playing big games a lot, how's the build-up different?
It's the easiest way to explain it is you know them so well. You know exactly who they're going to go to. You knew Carl would go to Vossi. You know that I would add this opponent. And you really actually, it's a lot easier to be a player because you're really only worried about that guy you might play on when you go forward and the guy you probably play on in the midfield. And it's pretty much, both teams know each other and their game plans, and they probably know when you mix it up too. They'll know that at a quarter time, if it's not working, Chris will do this, Fags will do that. And they'll be ready for it. And it's kind of cool because you're out there and it's going to be a challenge. And you're so much more relaxed about these games, even though they're big games and they should be stressful. As a player, they're not. They're not ready for it.
But what also comes from this is that, they've played that card. We know that. What are they going to do now? So you've got to reinvent the wheel. That's where Chris Scott comes into play. Fags is great at that too. But they're always throwing the magnets around. That's what makes this dynamic, this clash, this challenge so great because two fantastic coaches. And not only the coaches, I stick up for the assistant coaches here now, but the assistant coaches are really sound, really a lot of experience. So the combination with both those just makes it an entertaining game between these two, and it has been for over the last couple of years now.
But the Lions had the wood on Geelong for a long time, for many years, until they got rolled last year in that qualifying final. So it's not a team that the Lions are they're not, we really have to show something here and try and just get one back. No, they had a good record against them.
And just seeing Oisin Mullen having a kick there, so it's obviously Hugh McCluggage from September last year. Charlie Cameron was tagged by him.
I think Hugh is on the bench, isn't he?
At times. McCluggage has been named on the 5 that are going to start on the bench. And so is Pat Dangerfield and Brian Myers. So a couple of little interesting pieces we're waiting to see how they are going to move. Start on the bench. Speaking of the benches, let's welcome in the 5th member of our broadcast team. Zane Bojack, are you ponchoed up? What's the weather scenario for us this evening? How are you?
Hugh, I'm fantastic. How could you not be ahead of this grand final rematch? I've got the umbrella ready, but I haven't got the poncho. Hopefully, at this stage, I won't need it. We've had some intermittent spitting since Lions got to the ground. We had a little bit of a heavy shower at around about 6 o'clock, but since then it's been okay. I walked across the surface. Thankfully, we've got the sand base here at the Gabba, and the surface is superb. It won't be a factor tonight, even though it will be a little bit greasy and perhaps benefit Geelong. The impact of the loss of Dane Zorko. He's been the best possession getter for the Lions in 2 of the last 3 matches that the Lions have played against Geelong. So I don't know what it means for the impact of the Lions, but looking for tonight, 18 degrees, certainly very high humidity, upwards of 90%. Looking forward to the contest, and Graham Myers, Oisin Mullen. You've got down the other end Charlie Cameron, who's got a new song tonight, Q for Sir Doug Nicholls. Indigenous round, looking forward to it.
Okay, so a change to the DJ set. John Denver gets a rest. He's rotated, he's managed out of Sir Doug Nicholls' round.
I hope he doesn't kick a goal now.
Yeah, they said just for his first goal. For his first goal.
Only for his first goal.
Only for his first goal.
What Zano said is that Zork's getting those kicks. The reason he did is because of that spare man. And who are you going to free up if you're Brisbane? Zorko. It'll be Zorko every time. I tell you, the big fella will be down there. There'll be a cacophonous.
A cacophony is a very large noise, Jason.
Over there, that'll be loud. Let me tell you, just if I'd go deafer.
He hasn't had much luck with the music over that side of the field. Poor old Zano. I was going to say.
So, Jules in the studio, who is across all such matters, has informed us that Warumpi Band's version of the Christine Anu song, My Island Home.
Well, Rumpy Band was the original.
Was it?
Yep.
See, I should never try and talk music when I've got a former music director sitting to my left. So
I love Christine Anu's version of that.
Yeah, mate. Well, I remember it from, was it the opening ceremony of the Sydney Olympics in 2000?
Magnificent.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Was it that far back?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
26 years ago
really?
On the 15th of September this year. Yeah, 15th of September the year 2000.
Yeah. Regardless, it's a good selection. Well done, Charlie.
Yeah. Okay. So before we get to Welcome to Country here, we've sort of got to get to our tips a little bit earlier. Jason, did I sort of hear that you might be tipping Geelong tonight?
Yeah, if they're going to win and they're going to win up here against this side, it has to be in these conditions, and they are. I didn't say I'd pick them. They should win. I just said, let's see what happens. But let's go.
Well, who are you picking?
Let me go.
Sorry,
let me go.
We can make things complicated.
6-8 points Geelong. Let me go against Brisbane, because everyone on this the text, they're always getting upset how biased I am. And yes, I am, and I will continue to be biased. But tonight, if I was a betting man, which you're not allowed to be, I would definitely say that they are going to win by a small margin, Geelong.
See, that just proves that you're just a professional. Jace, what about you, Jeff?
My first week into the Brisbane Lions den, and I'm going for Brisbane Lions. I thought he would. But
conflict of interest now that you're on the payroll at Springfield.
Yeah, I think. But I really want to
him as well.
I reckon with Mullen going to Neil potentially, we don't know that yet, but potentially, and he's in good form, and he's done that previously. I think this is a Will Ashcroft night.
It has to be.
Yeah. I think him and Dunkley need to really help provide some blocks of stoppages. You get Hugh McCluggage in there, he's starting the bench, but they'll do the rotation. You really need to provide some support.
Dunkley will have 12 tackles.
Here's one. Here's one for you.
Kill it.
Who gets the job on Patrick Dangerfield? It's extraordinary to talk about a 36-year-old guy and his influence, but we know with his explosiveness and power in the forward line, and then, of course, if they need a hand in the middle, he might go in and help out. I think
Leicester should get him.
I think we watch him a little bit more tonight, maybe Jeff and Acker, maybe for the reveal of how Scotty going to use Dangerfield against the better opponents. Because let's be honest, he's not going to be burned out in games where Geelong are expected to win without his influence, and you only need to look at last year's preliminary final to know that is a machine that has not finished as a major influencer when it comes to big games in the AFL.
Yeah, nothing at all. But
he was that day.
Yeah, you only have to look at his
Gardner, maybe.
I'm thinking Gardner. Harris Andrews definitely got a kneel. Then you've got Leicester sort of floating. Maybe Leicester goes with with Cameron, but lets him go up. I reckon they like that. Let him get his possessions, backward to centre, create the loose behind. Then they can use the slingshot footy off the centre half back. So I think in that situation, Gardner's a one-on-one. He's a hard nose. He is just a solid defender. So I think
should be one of those two, though, shouldn't it?
But I'd probably go more lean towards Gardner because I like to have Leicester. Leicester uses the ball, no disrespect to Gardner, but Leicester actually takes the game on, drives with his legs and gets that ball moving off the half-back line.
But he's quicker, Leicester. He's quicker than you think. He
is quick. Very quick.
Quicker than Gardner.
Yeah.
And you need some speed against Paddy because he is lightning when he needs to be.
And he was amazing last week, Ryan Lester. He got some of our votes and featured quite prominently in the coaches' votes as well.
Yeah.
Quentin Hull and Michael Price will call for you. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis are your experts. Zane Bojack is down on the boundary. There is the late change. If you have just found us, thank you. We know that our regular outlet on local radio at the moment is still in Canberra with a budget reply speech. So I thank you, especially if you've found us, be it on ABC Listen or Sport Digital, to get here at the Gabba with Dane Zorko out, officially managed, but may have pinged something at training, as we got a word there from Jack Payne in the lead-in. The two teams are taking formation on the members' wing, and here in Sir Doug Nicholls' round at the Gabba to open round 10. We're about to see the Welcome to Country.
Everybody, welcome to the Gabba. It's my absolute privilege to help commence round 10. Sir Doug Nicholls' round, the Brisbane Lions taking on Geelong at the grand final rematch. Please welcome Joseph Buman from Tribal Experiences right now to deliver our Welcome to Country.
Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Buman, and I'm a descendant of the younger people of this area through my father, Shannon Ruska, who was a well-known spokesperson and songman here in Brisbane. The Yagara tribe is one of the local tribes that occupies this area, stretching from the mouth of the Brisbane River, south to the Logan River, and out to the Great Dividing Range, the foothills of Warwick Toowoomba, and as far north as the Caboolture River. I'm here tonight to give you what is called a welcome to country. A welcome to country isn't something that was recorded down on paper by any of our elders back in the day. It isn't something that was made over 10, 20 years ago. And it isn't something that event organisers or just anyone have just planned and just organised overnight. It is something that has been around for over 60,000 years, passed down from generation to generation, and is a formal way of welcoming everyone into our tribal areas nowadays. And is also known as one of the oldest living customs in the world known to mankind. Along with the Welcome to Country speech is also the Tumul ceremony, which is going around here to all the players, and the Tumul ceremony is a bit of a blessing and a welcoming to all the different tribal groups, also from people who are not from our area. So it's cleansing away all the bad spirits from the area, bringing in all the good spirits from the area. But it's a time for us as traditional owners to call out to our ancestors to help welcome everyone through that smoke. Along with the Welcome to Country speech and the Tumul ceremony, the smoking ceremony was also the passing of the messy stick, and the messy stick in the Yagara language, one which we called Yalwa Buna. And this Yalwa Buna was a piece of wood used similar to a passport back in the day. It would have different markings or carvings on it to depict the reason why another tribal group wanted to come into our area. For example, if we would head to the Logan River and cross over that Logan River, it'd be governed by a whole other tribal group again, which would be the Yugambeh tribe. And the Yugambeh tribe, they'd have to use that Yalwa Buna, that messy stick, that passport, to come over to the Yagara side of the country. And would meet that representative there, read that message on the messy stick. Then it was up to us in the tribal group then to either grant that one person or that tribal group permission to walk to our country, depending on what the reason was, or call it to the rest of the tribe to come to and spear that person there dead on the spot. Very serious back then. There are three main tribes that occupy this area, the Yagara, Jagara and Turrbal tribes. Just on behalf of those three tribes and all of our elders, we'd like to welcome everyone here tonight by saying, Yura Yura Namali, Yanara Ganariba Jara, Nanya Birili, Nanya Bayami Jara. Means you all welcome here tonight, and may God and all of our ancestors guide us here in peace. We'd like to extend a warm welcome here to both teams. Best of luck tonight, and up the Brisbane Lions. Let's go.
Please thank Joseph and Jono. Sir Doug Nicholls round. It's underway. Let's play some footy. Go the Lions.
And both teams wearing their Sir Doug Nicholls round Indigenous strips, and great that there are players in this game that have had a bit to do with the design. Kitty Coleman for the Brisbane Lions and Lawson Humphreys for the Geelong and Geelong Cats. And just to describe the look of them without going into the depths, there's actually a flash of green on the Geelong strip, which deviates from the hoops. It's sort of quite a predominantly white looking playing strip with, well, the blue generally, it looks sort of like
it's like a paint.
It's a landscape kind look. Yeah, whereas the Brisbane Lions have got the Indigenous art on the front of their jerseys, and I think all Lions fans are happy that I thought of the best way to...
Oh, the tree.
The plumber's crack disaster of last year will not be repeated. Unfortunately, that was
a design flaw.
Wonderful. We know how important the design of the jerseys are for Sir Doug Nicholls round, but a bit, the Lions only did two things wrong last year. One, they put fireworks in front of the premiership flag when they unfurled it here at the Gabba.
Couldn't even see it.
And the design of the Indigenous jersey at the back portion of it, if it wasn't tucked into the playing shorts, it gave a rather unfortunate visual deception.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully put, Q.
I don't
Got
know
away with words.
I don't know how they actually do it. I know the Indigenous boys did it, but if and you and I, Whitey, I don't know how your drawing skills are. Mine are horrible. There'd be like a plane, and then maybe a moon, and then maybe a sunset. I'd be hopeless. I can't
on stick figure.
Yeah, stick figure. Me and the kids, that'd be it. I'm hopeless. I couldn't draw anything.
An absolute gathering in the middle too. Hugh McCluggage, Charlie Cameron, Kadeen Coleman, all there for the exchanging of gifts. Pat Dangerfield, Lawson Humphreys, young Mitch Edwards is there with Jack Martin as well. So great to see everyone getting in on the act. The Cats have won the toss, and they'll be kicking to the school end in the first quarter to the left.
Legend McLean was here as well.
It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And the crowd has slowly built as well. We don't get too many Thursday night games in Brisbane, but always a keenly anticipated fixture. Women's Origin across town as well tonight. So the footy universe is in Title Town, as we call it, with the two major football codes of the country having their men's reigning premiers here, and the women's premiers in the NRL as well. And we know the Brisbane Lions made the grand final in the AFLW. So it's a busy night here in Brisbane. Acker's tipped the Cats. Did you?
No, I've got to change it.
What?
No, I know. I can't. I'm with Whitey. Whitey's right. I do some work with them. They're my team. Come on, Jason. Just be biased again. They'll win by 20 points.
And you pulled your socks up to the academy during the week too, which looked outstanding. So well done.
I was the runner, as I am every week.
Matty Green wanted me to give you a bit of a shout out for that. He thought it looked really good.
He's so jealous, Green.
So they played in some big games over the last couple of years, not just the grand final of 2025, where that irresistible Lions surge at the back end of the third quarter ensured back-to-back premierships for the first time since the 2025 grand final. Brisbane play Geelong. Here's Michael Price.
Edwards, he got over the top of Draper, got it down. Neil slapped away by Mullen. Close, and it's with... it goes back to Holmes. Holmes flicks it back out to Dempsey, back to Holmes, back to Dempsey. There's 70 from goal, left half forward. It gets out there to Mullen, gets away from Neil. He traverses the 50, has a long bomb, and just hits the post 2/3 of the way up. Well, it's answered your question.
He started on Neil.
Mullen has started on Neil and burned him off. One behind to start.
And Coleman has no pressure, so he runs to the pocket with the long kick into a pack on the outer wing. Off hands. Fumbled by Stewart. Draper does the roving for Brisbane. Hand pass from Dunkley out the back, and now it's in the hands of Levi Ashcroft at left half back. Kicks down the wing, but he's turned it over. De Koning takes the mark and will kick back to centre half back. Jeremy Cameron's in that portion of the ground. Markson uses his left boot to kick to the wing. Dempsey's there along with Close. Neither can mark. Rode by Tunstall, the late in for Brisbane. Zorko outmanaged. Kick towards the wing. Won by Will Ashcroft on the deck. Hand pass 1-2 with Gardner. Gets it back. Will out the back. Hands it off to Fletcher, and Fletcher kicks in field. And it's marked by Darcy Wilmot, man who wore the number of our previous guest. Nigel Lappin. He chips the centre-half back where Leicester takes the grab for the Lions.
He goes further out left to the Stanley Street wing, out to Levi Ashcroft. Handball to the run of Coleman, the beautiful left foot. Into the path of Lohmann. Takes it 45 out on a tight angle. Plays on to the right of the mark. Has a long-range hit. Oh, Draper kept it in. And it was towed off the line. You wouldn't believe it. Logan Morris got his left foot to it. It slewed across the face of goal. It's out of bounds on the full free kick Geelong, right back pocket.
That would have been the assist of the year from Draper.
Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Gee, there's some talent on the benches here. All Australian jerseys everywhere, in particular Patrick Dangerfield and Hugh McCluggage for the respective clubs.
As the Cats work it to O'Sullivan, left half back. He hand passes to Atkins, kicks to Close. Got the long sleeves on again tonight. Marks it between wing and left half forward. Wheels onto his right boot. Kicks Geelong into attack. Neil gets to the front of the pack. That's Shannon of Geelong. And goes to his feet and the players pile in. So we'll see a ball up. We'll have to be careful with a couple of those tonight, as much as they're different parts of the ground. Neil Shannon, Neil Lockie. Okay, we've got Henry Jack back with Henry Ollie. And we've got the two Camerons. How many goals for the collective Camerons tonight? Charlie at one end and Jezza at the other, as we see another stoppage. You're going 5 for collective Camerons?
Yep, at least 4.
At least 4? Well, I'm going half a dozen pricey for collective Camerons.
Well, there's a big collection of players inside the forward 50 for Geelong as the umpire threw it up. Max Holmes got it out. Here it comes to Brad Close. Close has a go at it and kicks the first goal of the evening from 30. Nice little snap and good handball work out of the stoppage from Geelong. 1-1-7 the Cats. The Lions yet to score. We played 3 minutes of the first term.
That was Mullins. Got on that loose ball this end. Great effort. It's just standing side by side to stop play with Lockie Neal and then burst away. He got the really clean below his knees and then be able to give the handball off.
They just opened up that space in behind on the inside there, the corridor side. But just you've got to win the ball. They did. A couple of quick hands and they are out and close. Great finish. I'm going to enjoy this battle. You've got down O'Connor. You've got him down the back who's got a big engine. And his opponent, Logan Morris, also huge engine. It's going to be an interesting battle. They're both great kids. They're both superstars when the ball's in the air. That'll be a ripper.
So a 6th goal for the year for Brad Close. Back in the middle, and Edwards clearly over the top of Draper with the tap, but Dunkley rose for Brisbane, hands to Wilmot running off half back, hands it to the wing to Lohmann, gives it back by hand to Wilmot. Now uses his left boot to kick Brisbane to attacking 50. It's a wide kick. Morris was in the vicinity, so too O'Sullivan, and Connor O'Sullivan spoils it over the boundary line, and we'll see a throw in.
Talk about matchups. O'Sullivan on Logan.
Yes. And O'Sullivan, his dad, they still live in my house in Albury. They bought it off me and he's not living there at the moment there, Connor.
Ball thrown in on attacking 50. Hold on, there's an anecdote there. It's bashed back out of play. What did you say, Jason?
Yeah, so literally his dad, Jamal and him, they came and bought our house when we were in...
So Connor O'Sullivan's dad...
Yeah, and them, the whole family, they bought our house.
Lives in the former Ackermanis residence in Albury.
Yep, and they're still there. Well, not Connor anymore, he's down in Geelong.
There you go. Throw in, left half forward for the Lions. They trail by 7 points early. It comes into the path of Dunkley. He's worried off it. Picked up there again by Mullen, who gave it away from Neil. It's towed forward for the Cats. There's a 2-on-1. Leicester behind the play gathers. Got the handball forward. Levi Ashcroft on centre wing, Stanley Street side. Has a bounce, chips it, looks to find a target. Missed everything. It slewed across the boundary line before the arc, so it's going to be a free kick Geelong.
That's his second terrible kick.
Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, accurate that story. You should be in real estate. Oh, that's right, you are. Just remember, there's a lot of Toms in this game as well, boys. And 471 games in a row, Geelong has had Tom in their team.
Well, Fletcher gives the hand pass to Levi Ashcroft, hands it off to Gardner on the wing for Brisbane Rush, kick to half forward, and Stewart's in the way to take the mark for Geelong, as he often is. Chips to the middle of the ground. Martin takes the grab, transfers to the wing where De Koning has space to mark, stroll on, kicks Geelong to attacking 50, poor kick. Had 2 to go for there, close over the back, and Dempsey in front, but he kicked it piggy in the middle to Jimmy Tunstall, who is playing for Brisbane for the late out Dane Zorko, officially managed, but may have done something at training as Tunstall kicks it to a contest on the wing. De Koning, spoiled, then marked it. That's a grab. Punched it first time away from Curtin, then grabbed it. That's a mark. It's paid. Plays on with the chip. Dempsey marks it. Now from 70. High kick to full forward, 2-on-2. Out the back of the pack off hands. It rolls through for a point. And Geelong moved to 1-2-8 to Brisbane's yet to score 6 minutes first term.
Living dangerously there. They're working well too, the Geelong forwards.
They brought it back in quickly, Brisbane. It ends up in the hands of Fletcher. His kick came off the side of the boot. Gathered there by Humphreys, who handballs it to Jack Martin. He can't quite control it when he does. Froggy Lester collared him, towed off the deck there by Lockie Neal, who was picked up there and given by Logan Morris for the run of Rayner. Rayner got to half forward, chipped it to Cody Curtin, runs in, kicks it from the goal square. His first goal in AFL footy in his third game. Gets the Lions on the board. 1-2-8 to one straight. 7 minutes gone first term. ABC Sport on a Thursday night.
How good's that, Jeff?
Yeah, great transitional running too, because they were trying to go through the middle and they got held up with Tunstall, had to kick down the line. That's where DeConey marked it. But then they went back the other side and they switched it. Great switch. But the ability to win that one-on-one on the wing was really important, and they had the run and flow from behind. But Cody Curtin's run, he was over here in the back flank, because that's where DeConey marked it, and he sprinted. And by doing that, he ended up getting the goal. But if he doesn't do that, he creates space behind him, which someone else could have run into. So great offensive running.
A lot of great footy then. You had the Lions twice. They had their bumper bars out as they used, they shepherd, and that's the little things that are going to matter against this unbelievably professional Cats outfit. We got Dangerfield in the middle. There is a warning though.
6-6-6. And if Dangerfield now out
straight in
on the field. Having started on the bench again, Edwards got the tap at ruck time, but out the back, it's a Brisbane ball roved by Will Ashcroft. He's gone up back to half back, though. Hand pass to McCluggage, dispossessed, kicked off the deck, though, by the Cats towards the middle of the ground. Smith tackled, got rid of the handball, rushed hackball to half forward. Edwards' tackle. Was it in the back? No, he went tumbling to deck under the pressure of Dunkley. Fair tackle, ball up, edge of the centre square. Just attacking side of the wing for the Cats. Fort taps down. Sort of forget his links to Geelong all those years ago.
I've forgotten about him.
Will Ashcroft's over the contest and Bailey Smith tackles him another ball up.
Oh, there's a clear message from Scott. Put Dangerfield off the bench straight into the midfield.
Yeah, Darcy Fort with the 8 games for Geelong. He wins this one over Edwards. Gets it down to Tanner Bruin. Flying handball into the path of Dangerfield. Towed it off the ground. Picked up by Coleman. He loses it. Darcy Fort picks up for Brisbane. Handball McCluggage was smothered beautifully. Well done by Atkins. Flares it out now to Bruin, who picks it up around his ankles. 70 from goal. Wheels around onto his right shoe. Kicks it inside 50. Big pack flies, and it was smacked down by Harris Andrews to his own feet. He regathered. Handball to McCluggage. Sky ball punched forward there by Humphreys. Did well. Front and square Bailey Smith. Inside 50. Kicked it towards the big man in Neal. Spoiled there by Harris Andrews. Again, Dangerfield picked the handball up. He's put it out to Humphreys, and it was kicked off the ground by the Lions player. It's going to be a free kick to Humphreys. He plays on quickly. Kicks it long towards the square. Cameron spoiled there. Does he get a free kick for a chop of the arms? I think he did against Darcy Gardner. So Jeremy Cameron, one of each Cameron playing in the forward line for each side, is going to get a free kick beside the left behind post. His customary squeezing of the Sharon.
A little soft.
Now he plays on, kicks it around the corner, goal.
Touch. They're saying it's touch.
The Lions are saying it's touch. We will get a review.
Darcy said, no, got that. He's already running to the kick in. Well, we'll wait for the guys in the arc who are obviously going to take forever.
So what did you have for your collective Camerons, Acker?
Well, I had 2 each, so 4.
Jeff?
5.
Yeah, and I had 6. Pricey, you didn't have a go.
No, he's gone 7.
Yeah, I'll take 7.
Okay.
It's touched.
Yeah, the man on the market was Darcy Gardner, straight vertical, and he didn't get a lot of air into that kick, Jeremy Cameron, curling it around the corner.
The problem with snaps, how many times do I tell these players?
Non-preferred as well, but he's good enough that...
But also
that
great awareness from Gardner to understand that he plays on really quickly with these sorts of things, Cameron.
Good point, yeah, he's ready.
He gets it and goes straight away. Catches a lot of defenders off guard by going so quick. So great awareness from Gardner to actually be mindful of that.
This is too long. It's easy to see. Anyone that's Stevie Wonder can see this fitting.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball deviates after making contact with the Brisbane defender.
So it will be touched and a behind. So the Cats 139 lead the Lions 1 straight 6, 3 points the margin, 11 gone first quarter.
And you're right, that's a poor moment for a guy of, well, anyone, but particularly Jeremy Cameron.
30 seconds of my life.
Have it touched on the mark. Now Coleman will kick in for Brisbane. It's a long kick in beyond defensive 50 to a pack which is roved by Dunkley of the Lions. Hands it to Tunstall. Tunstall back to Dunkley. Hands it then to Will Ashcroft. Weaves his way around Manor before kicking Brisbane towards half forward. No one there except for intercept mark number 2 of the night already for Tom Stewart.
Jeez, he reads it well.
Centre half back. And kicks. Stewart kicks to the champ on the wing. Dangerfield marks on his chest. Rolls infield. Uses his right boot to drive to full forward. Out the back. Henry couldn't mark. Tapped to try and create with Neil coming past, but it's out of play and a boundary throw in the left forward pocket. Geelong 1-3-9. Lead Brisbane 1 straight 6. 12 minutes played of the grand final rematch here on ABC Sport Thursday night footy.
Everyone in front of halfway. Packed forward 50 for Geelong. Left forward pocket throw in under the body of Manor. He's held down and the umpire will come in and throw it up. It's about 20 from goal, just slightly to the left. Well, call it a draw from the ruckman, but there's a high shot. A bit of a loose arm there from Hugh McLuggage. He got Sean Manor just a little high. He was falling as he went down, but...
Now, this boy can kick, but...
What's his coffee choice, Acker?
He had a cappuccino, full milk, and I had just with the soy, just to mix it up.
He's facing inboard. He's only a slight angle to the left. He's going to curl it around. He does it well. Second goal for the Cats. 2-3-15 to the Lions 1 straight. It's a 9-point margin after 13 of the first quarter.
I'm intrigued, Jay. So you say you're in Brisbane, come and have a coffee, or he got in touch with you?
No, he actually texted me.
Yeah, okay.
I usually don't bother my mates when they come up from Craig McRae and Boston. I never bother them, but he just said, let's catch up. Yeah, no, it's plenty of time. So I went to the city and worked in well today. Had some time in the morning, so great to see him kick a goal because he had even last week, and he did the Acker celebration. I texted him. I happened to be watching the game, waiting for the Academy game. It was bloody wonderful, and great to see him back in form too. He's dangerous.
Dane on the boundary.
Now I feel bad because I was actually going to mention that about Acker's the emulation last week of Shawnee Manor. Wasn't a brilliant Acker, but it was a great goal last week. Just emulating what you used to do, mate. What a good game this is.
It is.
And again, Edwards clearly over the top at ruck time, overfought that time.
Oh, that was DeConey.
Oh, was it?
DeConey's in there.
My apologies. Dempsey. He gets the ball at the edge of the square, kicks to half forward. Wilmot wins it though for Brisbane, hands it to Fletcher. Fletcher's hand pass turned over to the middle of the ground. Blitzarves is there for the Cats. He receives after a 1-2 hand pass exchange with Myers. Now to half forward, Smith. Inside 50 with the kick, but Gardner in the way. Takes the mark in the left back pocket for Brisbane.
They can't get their chip mark going at the moment, Brisbane. Just kicking it down the line.
No flow.
Yep.
So Gardner extracts the ball, and there's a good mark in front there from Blitzarves. He goes backwards. He dribbles all the way past onto centre wing. Nicely cleaned up by Lawson Humphreys. Little 45-degree kick finds DeConing. He kicks it into the corridor. They're just continually moving it. That's with Zach Guthrie now, just beside the centre circles. He's going to go long towards the pocket. A big pack fisted forward by Darcy Gardner. Front and centre there was Levi Ashcroft. Deftly tapped it around the corner past Bailey Smith. Then came Tanner Bruhn. He picked the ball up. He beelined it. And then it was dribbled forward by foot by Bailey Smith. And it came off the foot of Darcy Wilmot over the boundary line. So it's going to be out of bounds on the full. Free kick Geelong.
Oh, Shawnee could kick it from here. He probably will pass it on.
Sean Manor has the ball on the boundary line.
A bit unlucky. They've got to tighten up Brisbane. Their press has been really good, but just these turnovers and the spare men, they're just too easy to get inside forward 50 for Geelong.
Darcy Wilmot standing the mark, 45 out on the boundary line. Manor starts from the perimeter fence, traverses the arc of 50. He's launched a high drop punt towards the goal square, and Darcy Fort slaps it through for one rushed behind. 16 play 6, 10-point margin. Cats lead.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis with you. Kick-in didn't travel 15 from Reveal to Bailey, but Bailey shrugs the tackle of Manor and runs away. Kicked a half forward. Pretty average. Was looking for McCluggage. Didn't find the target. Rove there by O'Sullivan of Geelong. His hand pass to Bruhn near the boundary line. Bruhn's pushed out And we'll see a throw in right half forward for the Cats, left half back for the Lions. The rain staying away for the time being at the Gabba, which is good news, with a big house in to see yet another instalment of this modern rivalry. Boundary throwing, clearance Brisbane, and Will Ashcroft bounds away from the stoppage at left half back for Brisbane. Big fly in a pack of 2-on-2. Logan Morris got a hand at left half forward, couldn't mark. Bailey rose, but his kick is smothered. Holmes comes away for the Cats. Hand passes from the wing to the flank. Dangerfield's there, stops, hand passes backwards to Smith. Smith then hands it backwards to Holmes from 60. Right half forward, deep entry from Holmes. Front of the pack, Henry couldn't take the mark. And Gardner's clearance is a rush, lucky ball. Hacked to defensive 50 where Lohman marks.
He tries to, it's an aggressive kick. It just goes beside the centre circles. Bailey, they've opened up the forward line. Draper had nobody next to him.
He came off the bench.
O'Sullivan was 5 metres away, and Draper takes the mark. The quick transition from Brisbane. He's going to be having a shot 30 out, slight angle to the left.
That's timing, isn't it, Jeff? He
Right
comes off
into
the
change.
bench.
Right into change.
Oh, man. But they were out. That's it.
Now, the crowd have reacted because he's 30 out, slight angle to the left, and he is shaping up for a round the corner snap. He does it. It's touched on the line. No, it's a double grabber.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, I think it's touched over the line. The umpire has seen the second grab taken, so they're going to have a quick review. Let's hope it's a quick review.
This is so dumb. I don't know why players do it. I'm sick of it. Mate, you
Not
are
making the distance from 30 metres out.
Don't do it. Don't kick. Just kick a drop punt. Kick it straight. It is killing what should be an easy shot at goal.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball crosses the back of the goal line and is not completed a mark. Decision on scoreboard.
Oh, not completed a mark.
So it's a point.
The point. But
Yeah, the crowd are thinking,
it's going to be, goal.
because it was touched before it went over the line.
So dumb.
So it is behind, and I'll agree with that. It's not the smartest bit of footy I've ever seen. 2-4-16 plays 1-1-7. 9 points, the Cats lead.
And Humphreys, with no pressure on him, strolls his distance.
Henry.
And then Jeff thought that Henry was going to go for a flying mark there, but he didn't even get to the ball there, Ollie, and it bounces out of play off the hands of Andrews, so it's not a last disposal.
Misjudged everything there.
Yeah.
That's it.
They've both got both Henrys up forward, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, usually Jack at the back and Ollie down front, but something different from Chris Scott. Boundary throw in, Bailey Smith kick, semi-smothered, picked up by Lockie Neal, Brisbane's ball. 1-2 hand pass exchange there with Marshall. To the middle of the ground, ends up in the end with Levi Ashcroft. Not the best ball movement, puts it on Lohman's head inside 50, has it spoiled away. Crowd won a free kick, thought Bailey was taken without it. Says no, Cats come away. Stewart at right half back, kicks it to the wing. Manor takes the mark, plays on with a hand pass to the running Humphreys, who helped to dine the jersey he's playing in. Kicks it to half forward, Gardner, and make it fourth this time, spoiling away.
I didn't know what to do.
And he didn't know what to do. Whacks it to the wing on the head of the pack. Offhand, Stewart and Bailey closest to it. Near the boundary line, then they both overrun it. Koning had it, dropped it. Holding the ball, no, out of play, throw it in. And this crowd is starting to get into it after 19 minutes of the first quarter. Geelong 2-4-16, leading Brisbane 1-1-7.
That's a case then, I reckon.
12 inside 50s to 5 in favour of the Cats. Throw in, outer side, Stanley Street wing, Fort versus Blitzarves. Fort got it down. It was kicked out of the congestion by Bailey Smith, falls fortuitously to Henry. That's Jack. He gives the handball off and kicked inside 50. Dangerfield got rid of Reville, then dropped the mark, and then got tackled high by Wilmot.
He wore him as a backpack.
He's not... Oh, the crowd really not enjoying it, but it was there, and the champion's going to have a shot 30 out directly in front.
It's almost like it's a bit of a rush getting here for a Thursday night game, bit of rain around, and then everyone's got in their seats, and then they thought, that's right, it's Geelong. We don't like this lot. Now they're starting to make some noise after they've sort of warmed up.
A bunch of free kicks they're dubious about as well, and then that was a free kick. Reveal, though, took the front spot, dangerous against a guy like Patrick.
So Patrick Dangerfield, the Gabba crowd hoot him as he comes in from 30 metres out and drills it. Cats off to a good start. 3-4-22 to 1-1-7. It's 15-point margin. We've played 21 minutes of this first quarter.
I'm just watching, Pricey, I'm just watching the rotations to the ruck. So they've had Mitch Edwards go through, then they've had De Koning, then they had Blitzarves on the wing, Then they're dropping Blitzard's back. They've got O'Sullivan back. They've got DeConing back. They're going really tall in their back half. And then you've got Tom Stewart, who's already had 2 or 3 intercept marks. So really good structure behind the ball. And then they've got both the Henrys up forward, going small against quite a tallish. So it's a bit of a, we're talking about before we went on air, a bit of the chess pieces, what are we going to come up with? This is really interesting to see what's unfolding.
He's throwing it out. I will say, Lee Matthews used to always say, the way you finish off last week is the way you'll start, and that's exactly what's happened.
And Lachie Neale, not Lachie Neale, Shannon Neale's in the ruck for Geelong.
And Draper beats him with the tap, but no clearance. Blitzard was the big ruck rover there for Geelong, tackled by Rayner, and another stoppage in the middle.
He's loving this, Scotty. He's throwing everything at it.
Yeah.
Blitzarves beats Draper that time, but Wilmot fists it forward for Brisbane at that stoppage, though. It's stolen by Atkins of Geelong. Hand passes to O'Connor, gives it to Myers at right half back, and a slicing pass on his right boot hits the chest of Manor on the wing. Manor marks, plays on. High kick towards attacking 50 for the Cats, but Gardner's in the way. Darcy Gardner takes the mark. And you've got the two bearded guys sort of getting around that same spot in the back line too. Darcy Fort, you've got to look, got a couple of Darcys back there, but that's definitely Gardner that time. Kicks it to the wing. Rayner has a fly, no mark. Humphries rose for Geelong. Hand pass to the boundary. Broon makes good. Hands it out the back to Mannett. Rush kick to halfwood, intercepted by Lachie Neale.
Neale goes straight up the corridor, aggressive kick, but as he does, Tom Stewart read it beautifully, took the mark. Another aggressive kick forward to the centre circles to Shannon Neale. He's come up the ground, gets around to the right of the mark. It's a long kick. Andrews flies, spoils it towards the boundary line. And Dangerfield stayed on the ground just waiting for that at the back of the pack. It's going to be a throw-in where the arc meets the boundary at right half forward for the Cats. They're leading by 15 points.
Neale, though, he's had a tough time against Andrews in the last, many battles, and now he's in the ruck, so he's mixing it up for him.
He's got Darcy Fort for an opponent. They get it around their own feet. Mullen, he couldn't quite pick it up. Nobody can pick it up. In fact, there's several players. It's flicked out there in the end by Bruin. It goes inside 50 for Geelong. It was Ollie Henry who towed it forward, picked up by Dangerfield, tackled. He gets a handball away. Bruce Reville in the left back pocket. The outside of the right boot gets it outside of danger, but nicely taken by Bailey Smith. He runs to the arc, launches one from 50. Has that gone through? That is a magnificent kick. Almost impossible angle, Bailey Smith. Quality football at the Gabba, and the Cats on fire. 4-4-28, plays 1-1-7. 24 gone first term.
Jeez, the coach's box for Brisbane is Blitzarves is playing Kyle Lohman just then. So they're throwing everything at him at the moment. Chris Scott just...
Well,
he's got his wand out here right now. That's
Robbie Gray's spot. That's the same pocket where Josh Dacos kicked goal of the year in 2020 as well. That former social club half forward flank.
What a finish.
Spot,
that's up there. That's on the podium with those two, I reckon, for best goals in that part of the Gabba geography. Cats 4-4 to 1-1. Centre stoppage, and Holmes gets the clearance. Geelong away again, hands it to Broon. Has a bounce, runs to 50, shins his kick inside. Attack, intercepted by Wilman of Brisbane, called to play on. Hand passes poor. Will Ashcroft under pressure, turns over his handball. Holmes has got it for Geelong, hands to Cameron. Cameron then gives it on to Myers. Chip pass to the pocket. In the path of Dempsey, gathers inside out, trying to turn his opponent around. He snaps to the goal man. It bounces off. Hold on, free kick. Brisbane free kick, even though it bounced off the chest of Ollie Henry. And Levi Ashcroft takes it at full back. Calmly slots a short pass to the other of the bearded Darcys. That's Gardner with the right shoulder strapping. Back in the team, he marks in the right back pocket. Kicks to a contest on the wing. Guess who got there to take an intercept mark? Tom Stewart there once again for Geelong. Forward of the wing, Geelong lead by 21 points, 25 minutes first term.
It's a long kick inside 50. Edwards, it went through his hands at the back of the pack. Levi Ashcroft measured a kick to Draper. Well spoiled. No, illegally spoiled by Blitzarves. So that's 18 inside 50s to 5 now. Free kick goes to Brisbane. It goes to the left now to Darcy Wilmot. Back into the corridor. Still inside defensive 50 to Harris Andrews. He's got a man by himself, just short of centre wing on this Vulture Street side. It gets there via bounce to Froggy Lester. Handball to the run of Tunstall. We kicked it towards Curtin, who was basically nudged off it by Tom Stewart. The ball went beyond the both of them, picked up by Lohman, tackled over the boundary line. 70 from goal at right half forward for Brisbane. There will be a throw in. The Cats lead by 19 points.
And if you've just joined us, no Dane Zorko. Official reason managed, but Jack Payne said in our pre-game interview he might have pinged something at training. He has missed a couple of weeks with a calf injury this year, the veteran. So James Tunstall coming in. Rayner wins the stoppage for Brisbane on half forward. Hand pass hoping for McCluggage, missed him. Swooped on by Holmes of the Cats. Under pressure, hand pass ricochets over the boundary line. So it's going to be a throw in just inside 50 for Brisbane.
Yeah, better pressure there around the ball, but they've got to do something here, Brisbane. They've got to generate some scoring shots. They haven't got it in there much, but there's going to be a body of work here. Cats on top everywhere.
18 inside 50s to 6 in the first quarter in favour of Geelong. Amazing stat. Holmes rows the pack and clears defence for Geelong. Rush kick to the middle of the ground. Dangerfield can't mark under pressure from Leicester. Rowed by Coleman of Brisbane. Hands it to Wilmot. High kick to full forward. Stewart flies from the back. Can't mark. Rayner Roves can't get his boot to the kick. Stewart foraging for it. Almost turns it over. Charlie Cameron's there. Tackle before he gets a kick away. Rayner makes something among the mess at the top of the goal square. Finds space. Snaps a goal. It is a hot footy to win on this slippery night in Brisbane. But Cam Rayner makes good for Brisbane's second goal. Geelong lead by 15 points at 4-4-28 to 2-1-13. 27 minutes played, first term.
This is outstanding, isn't it? This footy is just hot. Every contest, ground ball, contested ball, uncontested footy, just it's outstanding footy at the moment.
And the contest, not only in the sense of what's happening out here that we're looking at, but also in the coach's box. He's just throwing some definite spanners in the works here, Chris. He's making them think and say, what's going on here? What's this pattern? Where are they? Why is that guy in the ruck? He's not in the ruck. He's up forward. Oh, they are. This is a game on and off the field.
Back to 15 points the margin, back into the middle. It's Edwards versus Draper. I'll give that one to Draper, but it's cut off by Bruin. He went left and then right and speared through the traffic. Kicks it long down the middle. Oh, Andrews jumped. It's a free kick, Geelong.
How could
now, the umpire's called a hold here. It's going to go to Jeremy Cameron by the looks of things. I think it's against Darcy Gardner, who's going up with his hands on his hip, not looking at it. Yep.
Oh, that is as soft as you'll ever get, Jeremy. You want to kick that one, mate, because that is not a free kick.
Jason Ackermanis with the special comments here as Jeremy Cameron receives the free kick. 30 metres out, more or less directly in front. He will use the traditional drop punt, and he will uncharacteristically pull it to the right. Can you believe that? 4-5-29 to 2-1-13. It's a 16-point ball game.
Two that he should have kicked is missed, Jeremy Cameron, as Wilmot charges out of defence. On half-back, he's kicked to McKenna, upended by the tackle of Stewart. And is that illegal disposal against Connor McKenna?
Cannot get past this guy right now.
And Tom Stewart, who's had an outstanding first quarter, wins the free kick. And will send Geelong back into attack from just forward of the wing. Puts it on the head of the Flyers. At full forward, only one man flew, Jack Martin, but he dropped the mark. Reville Rose for Brisbane, got it to Lockie Neal. Rush clearance, everything rush from the Premiers at the moment. Atkins Roves, Geelong ball. Hands to Humphreys, kicks it wide into attack. Blitz halves the target on attacking 50. Can't mark. Rayner wraps him up in the tackle. Says baller.
Now Blitzards is down forward.
Yes. They're just popping up everywhere. They're throwing everything at Brisbane. Their defenders, everyone. There's no matchups now. You've got to take who you've got to take.
Well, Blitzhouse is now in the ruck, and now Mitch Edwards is a kick behind the ball.
Yeah, Chris Scott is a Star Trek fan. He's playing three-dimensional chess. Throw in from 45. It's towed out of the congestion. Bailey Smith picks it up, 60 out from goal. Kicks it to the corridor. Big fly there from Jack Henry. Off hands, it gets back to Kitty Coleman. Onto the left foot. He extracts it. He extracts it too far. It's bounced out over the boundary, but 60 metres from goal. It's going to be a lasso free kick. It'll go to Geelong.
Just not finding the players. They do have free players, Brisbane, but they're just not getting it to them.
Oh, great.
Connor's kicked it into the man on the mark. Great work from young Curtin to force a neutral on the wing. Lohman first there to meet it for Brisbane. Has a fumble. Now Bailey Smith applies the pressure. Sort of security guards the ball over the line. and the umpire says, throw it in.
Great. What about that for a smother? Don't you love that?
Right in front of the benches on the outer side.
One says 2 minutes, the other one says 90 seconds.
Pretty sure.
Either way, you're getting late in the term, Jeff. I'd deduce from that. Geelong rode the pack. Mullins hand pass off the stoppage, stolen by the Lions as Wilmot now hand passes to Levi Ashcroft. Shinned kicked a half forward around the boundary line. Out of play for a last disposal, I think. Or was it smothered?
It must have been touched.
Must have been smothered. They're going with the boundary throw-in out there. Right half back for Geelong, left half forward for Brisbane. Cats lead it by 16 points.
Yeah, Holmes got a touch on that one, but can they score here late in the term, the Lions?
Well, they're usually red time goal specialists. Thrown in. It was Draper who got it down. It was Mullen who gathered it in front of Neil, ducked his head and tackled. Crowd applause will tell you that it is a free kick, Brisbane. It'll go to Will Ashcroft. He's 70 from goal. Left half forward. Wheels onto the right foot. Inside 50, the big fly. Second grab was actually taken away from O'Sullivan by Cam Rayner. He was tackled into the ground. 20 out from goal. Slight angle to the left. There'll be another ball up.
With about a minute left in this first quarter, Blitzarves knocks it away from Draper. It falls back to Draper, couldn't pick up. Nudged off it. Will Ashcroft cruises through. Busted bodies without picking up the football, which is, again, underneath the pack of players. McCluggage tackling Blitzarves. To those of you just joining us from Canberra, welcome to the Gabba. It's Brisbane versus Geelong. I'm Quentin Hull. Cats lead by 16 points. It's been a frenetic first quarter, which has almost run out of time, so we'll update you in a moment. But at the moment, the Cats have got it on the wing as Holmes sweeps a hand pass to Henry. That's Ollie with a short pass to Martin. 60 from goal. He grabs it, kicks to the pocket wide of Jeremy Cameron. Gathers on the bounce, swings onto his left. He's missed two sitters, but Jeremy Cameron kicks the left foot hook from the right forward pocket for his first goal of the night.
He's saying it's touched again too, Gardner.
Well, the first one that he went for, Jace, was touched, but he had an easy one from the opposite pocket, which was touched by the man on the mark. He had one from straight in front, which he missed. But that one looks okay for Jeremy Cameron to make it a fifth first quarter goal for Geelong. The Cats 5-5-35 to the Lions 2-1-13. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, your experts. Zane Bojack is on the boundary. The late news here is that Dane Zorko's not playing. Officially managed, but we had Jack Payne with us in the pre-game who suggested that maybe he did something at training, the 37-year-old veteran. So Jimmy Tunstall playing for the Lions as the late in. Now, if this stands and they're not throwing the ball up just yet in the middle, there'll be 5 individual goal kickers for Geelong, 2 individual goal kickers for Brisbane in a first quarter which has been frenetic. And boy, the coaching moves of these key players been all over the shop in this first half hour.
Oh, looks like might get through. Yep. Dempsey was all alone too. Good goal.
All clear. We're back into the middle. It's Draper versus Edwards. Edwards got it down. McCluggage towed it forward to centre half forward. It gets to the arc. Lachie Neal, who's down at half forward, couldn't pick it up. He eventually does receive it. And that is the quarter time siren. Gabba crowd stunned as Geelong kick 5 first quarter goals, 5-5-35 to the Lions, 2-1-13. All single goal scorers for the Cats. Close, Manor, Dangerfield, Bailey Smith with a beauty, and Jeremy Cameron said, hold my beer, I'm going to kick another beauty for the Cats. For the Lions, 2 lonely goals. The first goal in AFL footy for Cody Curtin and Cam Rayner just recently.
What a quarter.
What a quarter, Jason, and we'll get your thoughts with Jeff White in just a moment. So just reiterating, there could have been a couple of extra goals for Jeremy Cameron before he kicked that one late in the term. 5-5-35, place 2-1-13 in favour of Geelong. There's been a bit of rain around in southeast Queensland, so the Gabba playing surface is a little wet. No rain as we speak, but we've had patchy showers throughout the day. If you've hung on for the footy, thank you for your patience getting through proceedings in Canberra to now this grand final rematch to open round 10 of this 2026 season, with the Cats at quarter time leading by 22 points on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo! I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Max Holmes got it out. Here it comes to Brett Close. Close has a go at it and kicks the first goal of the evening from 30. Nice little snap and good handball work out of the stoppage from Geelong. It was picked up there and given by Logan Morris to the run of Rayner. Rayner got to half forward, chipped it to Cody Curtin, runs in, kicks it from the goal square. His first goal in AFL footy in his third game. Gets the Lions on the board. Gets it outside of danger, but nicely taken by Bailey Smith. He runs to the arc, launches one from 50. Has that gone through? That is a magnificent kick. Almost impossible angle, Bailey Smith. Quality football at the Gabba and the Cats on fire.
Kicks to the pocket wide of Jeremy Cameron. Gathers on the bounce, swings onto his left. He's missed two sitters, but Jeremy Cameron kicks the left foot hook from the right forward pocket for his first goal of the night.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Once again, a shout out to you if you've had a delayed arrival at the football this evening. Of course, the national broadcaster doing due diligence, but if you ever get in that position again, always ABC Listen. You can tune in whenever you want these days. The red and blue button is there. Green button, of course, for the NRL. By the way, it's Women's Origin game number 2 being played across town at the Gabba. We're at the Gabba at Lang Park tonight with New South Wales leading the series 1-0. And just before our experts, what's the updated score from across town?
0-4, Queensland 0, New South Wales 4.
Well done, Jason. My app's frozen, so you've obviously got...
It's over here, big fella, just on this screen up.
You're looking into the adjoining broadcast box, which has it on the television.
The enemy.
Look, you are telling us all manner of things. Blues 4, Maroons 0 there. As mentioned, New South Wales won that first game. Jason, Jeff, a lot have been on the ride since the start, but a lot are just joining. Tell us what's happened in that first quarter of footy. Cats by 22.
It's all happening, Jeff. Can you actually make any sense of what you just saw? Not so much the domination that was Geelong and inside 50s, but the throwing of nearly every single important player you can mention.
Oh, just for the listeners,
midfield.
Yeah, just for the listeners come through. So they started with Mitch, just going from the ruck perspective. They had Mitch Edwards go on the ruck. They had De Koning go on the ruck. They had Shannon Neal go on the ruck. And they had Blitzards go on the ruck. In one quarter.
In one quarter.
Unbelievable. I've never seen that.
Had a choice.
I've never seen that before.
No one's injured.
Yep. Then they had Ollie Henry, who normally plays down back. He played forward. And then they had Blitzards down back. O'Sullivan, De Koning. And then they had Mitch Edwards hang back. And then who chimes in and they couldn't get past? Tom Stewart.
God,
he's had 9 possessions in the first quarter and 4 intercept marks.
So Jack. Yeah. Usually Jack at the back. Yeah.
Sorry, Jack at the back. And then Ollie.
What you meant, but
they
you
had
said
both
Ollie.
at the front. Yeah.
So both Henrys were playing in the forward line.
Yeah. So they couldn't. And the strength of Brisbane, and it has been for the last 18 months, is their ability to chip mark, particularly through the arcs. We spoke to Nigel Lappin before he went up before the game, and he spoke about team defence. This is a la a 101 team defence right now because their marks, they've only taken 17 marks in the first quarter for Brisbane.
They're throwing the offence into disarray because the Lions are like, oh, man, what are you doing here? You're never here. You're not in the ruck.
And Blitzards...
It's like I've asked you to do play-by-play and I'm doing the jokes.
That's right. And all of a sudden you've got hair. I mean, it's a miracle. It really is.
Well, at one stage, Blitzards was on Kai Loman. That would be like me playing on ACCA.
Yes.
Or me playing on UQ. So they are throwing everything. And we spoke about this before the game started in relation to who's going to throw the Magnus around. Well, over to you, Chris Fagan. This has been outstanding from Chris.
They'll have. Remember I said in the broadcast that Lee Matthews was always spot on what he said. The way we finish that game will start next week if you're not careful. Let's pick training up. The Lions have just rolled out there and done exactly what they were doing in the last half against Carlton last week.
One stat at quarter time.
Tell me what it is.
Inside 50.
50s, exactly.
Geelong 23
to 8.
Brisbane 8.
10 scoring shots. to Geelong to 3. That is a abomination of just rubbish from the Lions. They're not getting any scoring opportunity.
Cats by 22, start of the second term. Michael Price.
Edwards versus Fort. Edwards got it down. It was taken there by Will Ashcroft, but Max Holmes knocked him off the ball. It stuck under a couple here. The umpire's circling.
Ooh, he looked like he was going to pay it.
They did. I thought McCluggage was going to get pinged, but no. So it's another throw up ball on, well, beside the centre circles, let's say. Off the deck, Bailey picks it up. His handball to Will Ashcroft was missed. Bailey Smith comes in, and it's going to be a free kick. It's going to go to
Dunkley.
Well, there you go. You can tell by the Gabba crowd they like that one. So Dunkley got it in front of the centre circles. Handballed off to Reville. Reville inside 50. Off the heads of blitz half. Rode by Bailey. Bailey circles onto his right foot from 40. And Zach Bailey kicks the goal that Brisbane dearly need, and that is his 200th goal in AFL football. He becomes only the 10th Brisbane Lion to kick more than 200 goals. Jason Ackermanis.
Some stat, and that's not an easy thing to do. And he's in a contract year, playing some contract extension football. But what a crumb. That's all that was. Got it in quick. Bruce Reville long. Dunkley doesn't really have that length to kick as Bruce Reville does. Good contest, but front and square.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Tanner Bruin, he's just getting some spasms seen to in his glutes, Q. It looks like he's got a bit of a back problem, but I don't think it's going to stop him from continuing on.
So think about the inside 50s. They've gone inside 50 only 9 times now, but they've had 4 scoring shots. So they've got to get it inside their forward 50.
Centre stoppage, and Dunkley at the back gets the clearance for Brisbane. Rush ball to half forward through the hands of Bailey. On the deck, Charlie Cameron picks up, hands it to Will Ashcroft. Rush kick from 60 towards full forward. Rayner leans out. He's spored away by Guthrie. And De Koning was tackled. Play on. Rayner picks up, snaps on goal. It bounces awkwardly, but it's touched off the hands of Dempsey. Through for a rushed behind for Brisbane. Geelong's lead 15 points at 5-5-35 to 3-2-20.
Mismatch.
Well, they played on quickly. It was Guthrie, a long kick off hands over the boundary line.
If you get up that high, mate, just take
right half forward.
I know, why punch it? You got a fresh air, go for it. They actually had Blixars on one of the Ashcrofts. I can't see what the hairdo. That's a mismatch, but they didn't quite get it to him.
Yeah, Bruce Reville got his hands to it first, but didn't make the decision to mark. He fisted it over the boundary line, thrown in right half forward for Brisbane. Fort got rid of Edwards, took it, and then got tackled, holding the ball. That should be. No, it's
free kick.
It's going to be a free kick to him. I don't understand what it's for.
Yeah.
Okay, 70 from goal. Darcy Fort kicks it inside 50. A 3-on-1, and Tom Stewart, when he's one of 3, you're never going to get that ball back. Nice defensive mark.
So not official stat. I've got that 4 intercept marks already for Tom Stewart, just on the count. Yeah, it might even be more. Kicks it long to the wing, off hands of the pack, rowed by Will Ashcroft, Brisbane ball. Hands it to his brother, Levi on 60. Hands it to Charlie Cameron, runs the boundary paint, slots it from the angle in the right forward pocket. Brilliant from Charles. And in Sir Doug Nicholls' round, John Denver gets a rest for the first song. We will have My Island Home by the Warumpi Band for the sing-along at the Gabba, and it's a special goal to celebrate with a special song. Geelong 5-5-35, Brisbane 4-2-26. The collective Camerons have got 2. One for Jezza, one for Charlie, both from the same pocket.
And what? Charlie was nowhere to be seen. Did we even call him in the first quarter? That is something.
Call the other Cameron.
Well, the other Cameron, not Charlie.
Yep.
Great goal. We've had 2 now from that pocket.
From that pocket.
Crackers over there. No, not Crackers, as in unbelievably good goals. Not you, Crackers. You just relax.
Not Clark Keating.
Not Clark Keating.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. It was Draper versus Edwards. Call it a draw, but Edwards got down and dirty at ground level. Handball back to Bailey Smith. Pressured off his kick. Nicely picked up by Dunkley. Dunkley handball backwards to Darcy Wilmot. Flares it out to the commentary wing to Connor McKenna. The Irishman onto the right boot into the path of Rayner. Oh, nicely intercepted there by Guthrie. Got a fist to it late. Kept in by Draper. Flicked inside 50. Picked up there by Fort. Handball forward. It's a contested ball. Geelong at ground level have the numbers. It's well done by O'Connor. The other Irishman gets it to the right foot. Extracts it. Manor spoils
spoiled there. Nice bit of body work too by Darcy Wilmot. Over the boundary line at left half forward for the Lions. They trail by 9 points with 5 gone second quarter.
What they're able to do so far, Brisbane, is close the gap. Bring up the defender, really close the gap on the Geelong players.
Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis are experts. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action as Fort beats Edwards with the tap and has to do his own roving. Kick is semi-smothered. Sort of still caught in the chop. Reville's on hands and knees, can't pick up. Danger crashes through. Got it. Had his shorts taken. Took a long time. That's enough for holding the ball. As Josh Dunkley grabbed any part of Patrick Dangerfield that he could to stop him. And Dunkley wins the free kick on the wing for Brisbane. Hacks a right-footed kick to attacking 50. Morris to the drop. First hands, couldn't take the mark. Rode by Dempsey, immediately tackled by McCluggage. Ball up attacking 50 for Brisbane. Geelong 5-5-35. Brisbane 4-2-26. Cats by 9.
6 inside 50s to 0 to start the second quarter for Brisbane as it's stuck underneath Rayner out of this stoppage. Tackled into the ground by O'Connor. We'll get a ball
tackle
thrown up.
Dunkley, I should say, Pricey, third.
So it's tapped down, picked up there by Dunkley. Dunkley, he's tackled into the ground where... Again, we're still on the arc of 50, just slightly between centre half forward and left half forward. Bailey Smith bumped off it by Charlie Cameron, kicked into the 50 by Darcy Ford, intercepted by the Cats through the hands of Atkin, back to Stewart. He kicks it in the Holmes direction. Nice fly, but well spoiled there by Josh Dunkley. Over the boundary line, the Gabba crowd like that one, and it's going to be thrown in 60 out from the Brisbane goal at left half forward.
He's a good player, Dunkley. He's doing everything at the moment. Yeah. Needs some teammates' help at the moment. It just gets something, do something. He's making plays everywhere.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Fort beats Edwards for the tap down, picked up by Will Ashcroft. Not a great kick. It bounces on attacking 50. Bailey Smith first to meet it for Geelong. Tapped it cleverly there to Bruin. From right half back, Rush kick to the wing. It's a 2-on-2. Off Knuckles, close to the boundary line. Dempsey and Reville trying to keep it in. Dempsey had it, lost it. Will Ashcroft picks it up. Dempsey tackles him. Ashcroft drops it. Play on. Holmes hand passes infield. McCluggage immediately tackles Edwards, but play on. Holmes rush kick forward, intercepted by Wilmot.
That's that pressure from behind. That Dunkley coming, or McCluggage on Mitch Edwards then.
Wilmot takes the mark at left half back, kicks it across the centre square, looking for Andrews. Sat on his head. Blitzarves arrives to spoil, then kicks it off the deck. Close to the boundary line. Jack Henry reels it in, hands it back to Blitzarves under pressure. Hand pass stays in the field of play and eventually out. And indeed, it's deemed a last disposal against the Cats. Free kick to Levi Ashcroft on right half back for Brisbane. 7.5 second term. 2-1-0 in this term for the Premiers. Geelong lead by 9 points.
Ashcroft on to the left foot. The 12th disposal for Levi so far. Off the hands. Atkins, handball forward to Blitzarves. He's pressured. The kick was spilled there by Myers, who's yet to be seen, and the ball gets into the hands of Jack Henry. He's tackled over the line by Froggy Lester, and 40 out from the Cats goal in the left forward pocket.
That's the difference right now, Pricey, is that when Cats get the ball, they're getting pressured. They weren't pressured in that first quarter. This is what Brisbane's lifted in this second quarter.
It's a crowded forward 50 for the Cats. Fort got over the top, slapped it forward. Will Ashcroft flicked it out. Connor McKenna couldn't quite pick it up. It's still a contested ball now in the arms of Darcy Wilmot. He kicks it to the wing, the outer side. It was a 2v1. Logan Morris did well to spoil it, but the Cats will come away. It's chipped into the centre, and it's going to be with Oisin Mullen.
He got it from O'Sullivan, hands it to Holmes. Holmes hand pass to Myers on 50. Dinky little entry. It's set to Tasker Manor. Had a couple to beat, wins the footy. Hands it back to Myers with that dodgy knee. Kicks on goal, but it's marked by Andrews on the last line of defence for Brisbane. No score. Immediately kicks up the corridor. Wilmot marks, kicks to centre half back. McCluggage marks and then slows up a little. Now here McCluggage plays on with a kick wide to the younger of the Ashcrofts on the outer wing. Levi with the grab. Bailey Smith stands on the mark. Levi Ashcroft just the required with a short pass to McCluggage, who marks on halfway. Now a bit of chip mark stuff from the Lions. McCluggage now with a high kick to a contest on half forward. Morris with a huge fly. Got a hand, couldn't mark, but now plays Rover. Tackled off it by Jack Martin. And the ball goes out of play. That's right, Jack Martin's down in defence. I am double guessing myself on so many occasions with where these players are tonight. Scotty and Fags, they're just chucking the chess pieces all over the board. Throw in right half forward for Brisbane. Cats lead by 9 points.
And Logan Morris has only had 3 touches, so he's not one to stay quiet for too long.
Well, Fort versus Edwards, it was intercepted at ground level by Bailey. Through the hands of Fletcher, back to Coleman, confronted, gets back onto his left foot. Again, the Cats with the numbers. It went through hands, well picked up by Humphries. Handball forward to Guthrie, straight down the middle. Jack Henry spoiled. It was beautifully rove there by his brother Ollie. His left foot into the path of Cameron. Got away from Gardner. Jeremy Cameron curls it around and again pulls it to the left. 1 goal, 3 for Jezza so far. And that's the first score for the Cats 10 minutes into the second quarter. 36 plays 26. They still lead by 10.
Good footy, attacking footy, taking the game on. They'll do anything to get a score at the moment. They're just beautiful to watch.
Wilmot was a little indecisive then, kicks well down the corridor in the inbound, marked by Lester, plays on with a hand pass to Fletcher, Lions run the corridor, hand pass at the feet of Levi Ashcroft, picked it up, hands it to Coleman, back to Fletcher in the bullseye, hands to McCluggage, hands to Bailey, they've rumbled it down the middle, Bailey's kick to the pocket is marked uncontested by Logan Morris, 20 metres from goal.
You are a savant. We talked about him, Jeffrey. He's been quite well held. O'Sullivan's doing a wonderful job. But that quick movement, they just had to find the free players, Brisbane. They're starting to do that. It's not pretty either. That's going underground and overground. Anything they can get. Great kick from Bailey. He's open. Can the great man with 2 first names kick a goal?
So Logan Morris. Tough angle in the right forward pocket, but this is a young man that has shown us that goal kicking is not an issue for his relative inexperience. Beautiful set shot finish. What a find this man is. Logan Morris kicks the goal, and now the margin in favour of the Cats is down to just 4 points. Brisbane's kicked 3-1 to 1 behind in this second term so far. It was the Cats by 22 at quarter time. Now Geelong 5-6-36 lead Brisbane 5-2-32.
So how's Brisbane got back in there? They've pressured up. Whenever Geelong gets the ball, they're right there. They're right behind, tackling, pressure. And then they've got 11 marks this quarter already. 12 minutes to go.
9 clearances to nil in the second.
Yep. So the clearances around the ball, they're winning the ball, they're going inside forward 50. It's that pressure, the ability to win the ball at the source. But they only had 17 marks in the first quarter, they're up to 11 already, and we've still got 13 minutes to play.
Yeah, they're winning the ball, Whitey.
Yep.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. Beautiful Thursday night here for the footy. Off hands, Rayner, handball to Neil. Went to Will Ashcroft. There's some names for the Lions you'd be happy with. Curls around onto his right foot, get it inside 50. It was De Koning who did well in front of Curtin. He basically punched it outside defensive 50. Close got there in front of Will Ashcroft, and then enter Lockie Neal. He extracted the ball, picked up by Curtin. Handball over there to Connor McKenna, gets it inside 50. Tunstall stuck at the back, good contest. Off hands, runs into an open goal, but there's a whistle on play, is it?
What's that?
Free kick to Geelong.
Oh, is that a Shepard?
And now it's going to be a 50-metre penalty. Crikey, I couldn't hear it from here through the effects mic, so the players might have been struggling, but it's going to be a free kick to Geelong and a
That's a long 50.
And a 50-metre penalty.
They gave that against Lohman for initiating contact with O'Sullivan too early. Didn't seem much in it. Was it there, Jace?
Yeah, it was there.
Okay, thank you. Centre half back. O'Sullivan kicks to the wing. Myers is held by Fletcher. That'll be a free kick. So
you just can't grab arms and let or a jumper. The umpire sees it, you're gone. That's what Lohman did.
Brian Myers is forward of the wing. Short pass hits the chest of Max Holmes. Just beyond his range, about 65 from goal. Kicks it to the pocket for Geelong. Oh, a huge find, a double grabber. Taken by Henry in the pocket. He used Neil as the step ladder. And that was the regular Henry in this part of the ground. That was Ollie all over the top of Lockie Neal. Nice grab.
He's not that tall, but that is a great mark.
Nice grab in the right forward pocket. 2 steps infield, left-footed hook is to the far side and a point. So can't finish with the goal. Cats by 5 points at 5-7 to 5-2. 14 minutes played second term. You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport at the Gabba.
Kadeem Coleman at the top of the goal square for Brisbane just pokes his left foot at it and gets it to Lester. Right back pocket. Jack Henry standing the mark. Leicester feigns to go left and then opts to go long down the line. Towards the outer wing, big contest. De Koning destroyed that, fisted it forward. Went through the hands there of Levi Ashcroft. Tanner Bruin with it. He handballed it through to De Koning. Now gets to Jack Martin. Gets over to the arc of 50. Outside of the right foot. And Harris Andrews destroyed that contest. Fisted it through for a rush behind. So it is the Cats 38 playing the Lions 32. It's an even 1-goal spread.
And the rain's held off, which is good news. There's been a fair bit of shower activity around Queensland capital last couple of days. Fletcher kicks in. Fletcher kicks in short. Andrews in the left back pocket marks and then kicks it to the opposite side where Will Ashcroft has got a heavily bandaged left knee and a bandaged left elbow. He takes the mark, does the two-time Norm Smith medalist, kicks towards right half back over the head of Dunkley. Ball on the ground at the back of the pack. Rayner overran it. A hand pass from Bruin doesn't find a target, so he goes again, Tanner Bruin. He's lost it, though, picked up by Draper of the Lions from the wing. Kicks to an open 50. Cameron v. Humphreys in Indigenous round. Charlie gets there first, dribbles a miracle from the pocket, and forever that they replay highlights of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Charles Cameron has guaranteed immortality with that brilliant goal.
West Virginia.
Oh, the guy who designed the Geelong jumper was hot on his hammer. But nah, Charlie says, this is my house. What a moment to level the scores. 6-2 to 5-8. Charlie Cameron has 2.
That pressure, just getting it forward. And Charlie, I can tell you right now, had 4 or 5 metres to get past him and put on the burners. He had to get there first. An Indigenous race for a lifetime right there, and what a kick from Charlie.
Hang that in the bar and then you put the audio up there to hang it with it.
What?
That was outstanding, Q. What a goal. And how quick he rotated in his hands to actually get it there. Oh, Draper, love it.
As the crowd goes wilder, so does Jeff White for that hit out by Draper, which was 20 metres forward. Intercepted by Braun, though. He gathers, drills a long kick, but intercepted by Darcy Gardner at left half back. Handball to Kitty Coleman. The left foot is 40 metres and sublime, but Cody Curtin couldn't quite drag it in. Dropped it over the boundary line. Will be a throw in just beyond centre wing. And between the wing and left half forward for Brisbane. They've levelled the scores with 17 minutes to gone in this second quarter, and the Lions chant lifts around the Gabba. Thrown in through the hands of Blitzarves. At the back, it was Dempsey. Tackled off it, and then Braun imposed himself. Couldn't quite gather. Darcy Wilmot did. Handball to Neal on hands and knees. Back to Tunstall. Through traffic. Back to Neal by hand. Beautifully played. It's a sky ball to half forward. Bailey was out position there. Dropped by Humphreys, but he gathered himself. Kicked it off the deck and taken by Braun.
Right on halfway, kicks to half forward, and Ollie Henry takes the mark. Got dumped afterwards.
50.
That is a loose 50 from Darcy Gardner, and he knows it. He just knocked him off his feet late, and the ump had no hesitation in saying, can't do that, 100 to Ollie Henry.
Yeah, it was there. I mean, all he had to do was commit just a hair of a second early and he would have got him and it would have been all fair, but that is a easy 50 to pay if you're an umpire.
Just got to be aware that he wasn't going to make that ground and then hold your ground.
Yeah.
So, Oliver Henry.
It's a sign.
Straight in front. 30 metres out. Strikes with his right boot. Returns Geelong to the lead. Kicks the goal. Cats 6-8. Lions 6-2. 18.5 second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
This is a cracking game, Aka. This is a great game.
And they needed that. Although he's got the Dumb and Dumber hairdo going.
Yeah,
just put that there with the
Lloyd Christmas bowl cut.
Lloyd Christmas starts with S. What is it, Samsonite? But in the end, he got an absolute gift there from Darcy, and it's okay. They were out, and they were going to probably have a shot on goal anyway. They had blokes streaming forward, so professional foul maybe, but that's a goal.
Jason, just when I thought you couldn't be any dumber, you've just totally redeemed yourself.
With the little motorbike too, I love that thing.
Can we find out who's shifting the magnet for Blitzstars? Because now he's on the wing.
Yeah, he's going where that long hit would go.
So in the ruck, you got Shannon Neal versus Draper. Draper took it out of the ruck and then got it onto his foot. Once again, Tanner Bruin with strength, but he tried too hard to get through too much. Charlie Cameron with the defensive effort gets the free kick for incorrect disposal. He goes straight down the middle, looking for the lead there. It was Connor McKenna, spoiled there by Stewart, fisted away by Humphreys, gathered by Fletcher. He's tackled into the ground by Close, got the handball away. Again. Now it's with Levi Ashcroft from that pocket again. You're kidding me.
What is over at that pocket?
From the right forward pocket, there have been some monumental goals scored this evening. That is the fourth, and it's 44 apiece. This is a cracking game of football on a Thursday night. 7-2-40 for the Lions, 6-8-40 for the Cats. 20 gone second quarter, ABC Sport.
That is such a hard pocket.
How they see one?
They've kicked four.
Teams.
So I was saying when Jeremy Cameron kicked that it was up there on the podium with the Robbie Gray goal for Port against Carlton in the COVID season. Josh Dacos kicked goal of the year from that pocket for Collingwood against Sydney in that. So we've now got other podium contenders all in one night.
Bailey Smith?
Yeah.
He's kicked it from the jump
Bailey
to the
Smith,
50.
Jeremy Cameron, Charlie Cameron,
Levi Ashcroft.
now Levi Ashcroft.
This is some game.
If the social club was there back in the old day, they'd be having a field day. Centre stoppage, Brisbane, brilliant tap down
Another
from
clearance.
Draper to McCluggage, hands it to Neal, chips it to Lohman, marks it 52 from goal. Lohman holds up for a moment. Kai Lohman for Brisbane, kicks wide, and O'Connor gets in the way to chop it away from Charlie Cameron, who rose 50 from goal. He's got his tail up now. His dancing feet are on. Uses his left foot to hook it inside 50. Kicked out of the air by Atkins of Geelong. Almost marked by Bailey Smith. That was a volley that he nearly took the grab. Fletcher arrives for Brisbane. Cats win the ball, though. Bruin hand passes to Manor. Manor chips to the middle of the ground. Dempsey takes the grab. Plays on. Kicks towards right half forward. It's grabbed by Mullen. 60 from goal. Mullen now plays on with a hand pass to Dempsey, who'd run on. 3 steps to steady. Bang from 48. Touched on the line.
Oh, boy.
By Harris Andrews for a point.
Mr. Gadget Arms. Oh, he's good on that, isn't he?
It's a point that puts Geelong in front at 6-9-45 to 7-2-44.
The boo is not a boo, it's just the Bruce who's kicking it in from full back.
Straight down the middle, McCluggage, well spoiled. Front and square, Neal, handball forward to Curtin. Now to the run of Coleman, they're into the middle of the ground. He kicks it into the path of Logan Morris. Good one-on-one battle, they bring it to ground. No, not a good one-on-one battle, it's a hold. Logan Morris will receive the free kick against Connor O'Sullivan. He's going to have a shot, slight angle to the left from about 40 metres.
Two young stars.
Two young stars.
They've got big engines. They both can play and they're competitive. It was there. It was a little
just
grab.
a little grab.
But he needed to. He has pace. He's quicker than you think, Logan Morris.
Oh, and his running patterns in the forward line are unbelievable. He runs back, forward, laterally, and non-stop.
He just keeps you working.
How exciting to see two 20-year-olds playing key on each other.
One
for big teams in a big game.
You know? I mean,
So Logan Morris from 40 metres out, slight angle to the left. Launches a drop punt that slews off to the right, one behind. Again, scores a level. 45 apiece, 23 gone, second quarter.
Yeah, so
keep those together for the next 10 years, those two.
They are going to have some great battles.
Everyone mentions sort of Djakovic and Carey, but
just thinking that.
Thought I'd read your mind. Holmes runs from the goal mouth, long inbound on the head of Dangerfield, spoiled by Coleman over the boundary line for a throw-in. Yeah, so who else can we sort of look at? You know, Mickey Martin on Ablett.
That was a good battle.
That was a good one over the years. Sort of, we're different generation now, aren't we?
Jeff White dominating everyone. He didn't even have something.
But he didn't play key back, Jason. You know,
he could, but he just didn't want it.
Distracting from that line of thought. Boundary throw-in. Rode by Holmes for Geelong. Hand passes to the spaces of the wing. Coleman first to meet it for Brisbane. Accosted by Dempsey. Got rid of it. Play on. Loose ball. Holmes picks up Cat's ball. Hands it to Dangerfield. Hands it to Smith. They run the wing. Smith hand pass infield. Manor receives. Weaves some time. Brilliant football. It's the chest of Shannon Neal. Everything was happening around Sean Manor there. And a little left and a little right. And the seas parted for him. And he hits the presenting chest of Shannon Neal.
He's got the distance in him too here now. There's a huge kick of the ball. He'll be happy to actually get his first long shot at goal. He's been working hard tonight, but hasn't been easy.
How about the shimmy and the shake from your old boy from the O&M?
Oh, he's the best at that. You can't catch him if he's on fire.
Shannon Neal from 50. We're right behind it. It is deadly straight and has the journey as well. And Shannon Neal kicks a goal for Geelong. The Cats back to the lead. We've had the score level 3 times in this quarter. Brisbane has never got to the front. Cats now in front by a goal. It's 7-9 to 7-3.
Just want to go to. It looked like Dempsey's might have hurt himself. We'll probably get the Zano. He's coming off the bench now. I don't know what's
limping a bit.
Yeah, he's sort of
last
limping.
Contest down here. It was just outnumber here, the Cats. It was going to be who could win it. And if you got it forward, the Lions were away. And if Geelong got it forward, they were away. Great kick. Little shimmy, you're right there. The left, right, left from Sean Menner. Great hit up. He loves those ones. He had options.
Zane?
Yeah, Dempsey's gone straight up the race queue. He come and he saw the medico. He said, I've got to go get some treatment. He didn't look very comfortable when he came off the field.
So after kicking that brilliant goal, Neal's into the ruck against Ford. He goes back and tries to extract it, gets it back, in fact, to Guthrie, whose left-hand handball goes out to Atkins. Now back to Mullen, closely, followed there by Locke Neal. He got the handball back to Stewart, who's tackled into the ground there by Connor McKenna, holding the ball. McKenna now onto the left foot. Oh, drilled a pass. What a great kick. It was barely a metre off the ground, 30 metres. And it's hit Dunkley.
If he kicks this, there is something about that pocket tonight.
I was about to say, he's in the right forward pocket. We have seen.
Surely he's a chance.
4 freakish goals.
He's 100 to 1 on regularly. 100 to 1.
His backside is against the fence.
But tonight he's a chance, maybe.
The man standing the mark with his
not a chance,
left leg next to the back. He actually dropped the pill on the way in. Then recovered, kicked it. Tom Stewart. Well, there you go. He was no chance. Tom Stewart with his 5th intercept mark.
In all due respect to the great man Andrew, don't funk with the dunk. That was that was genetics there. Yeah. As Bailey Smith kicks the ball out of bounds on the wing, lasso free kick. I love Andrew Dunkley, but that was like father, like son, right there.
He just dropped the agate on the way in. Never mind.
You guys would have played against the great Andrew Dunk. Oh, good kick infield from Reville on halfway, marked by Leicester. This game has got entertainment at every turn. Leicester from 70, kicks Brisbane to full forward. Fly from Morris, first hand, no mark. Dunkley Robes kicks it out on the full.
Trying to make up for it.
Free kick
left foot
to Geelong in the right back pocket. Cats lead it by a goal as the inbound finds Guthrie at full back.
Well, he gets it to a contest. It went over the top of that contest. It's Marshall who's on the ground for Brisbane. Picked up there by Harris Andrews. He skies the ball back towards the pocket. Logan Morris, third man in off his hands. Picked up by O'Sullivan. He's launched a high ball. It's going to come back. Darcy Wilmot has it forward to the centre circles. He's got players screaming for it everywhere. But Geelong have set up beautifully. He kicks it to just beyond centre-half forward. Neal gathered, had a shot from 55. Lockie Neal, Draper in front position. And it bounces over the heads there of he and Tom Stewart over the boundary line next to the point post. There will be a throw in. It's the Cats by an even goal late in the second quarter.
27 and a half played second term. Brisbane trailed by 22 at quarter time. And now 6 points is the deficit for the home side. Stewart roves the boundary throwing for Geelong. Hands to Jack Martin in the pocket. Hands it to Smith. Smith, the Bruin, who runs half back. Tanner Bruin hacks the kick to halfway on the head of the pack. But Henry's there to mark. That's Ollie. Takes the grab on halfway. Oliver Henry turns quickly. Now called to play on. Kicks it continually around the boundary line. As sliding Cameron goes to 2 knees and slides along the Dewey Gabba turf to take a chest mark. 80 from goal. Wheels infield on his left boot. Drives Geelong into attack with a long kick to the pack and the pocket off hands. Dangerfield Rowe's got it to his boot. Hits the point post on the full. No score out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Brisbane in the left back pocket. The Lions have kicked 5 goals 2 to Geelong's 2 goals 4 in this term. Cats lead at 7-9 to 7-3.
There's a lot of tired bodies. They'll be looking forward to half time.
Ball in the hands of Marshall. Kicks it towards the arc and
through the hands of Rayner, roved by Fort. They swapped roles. He kicked it forward. Stewart beelines the ball, did well, gathered. Handball to Cameron. His handball cut off there. Bruce Reville through Draper, through Will Ashcroft, through Lohman. They've rumbled it to centre wing. Dunkley. Handball backwards to Tunstall. Tunstall now chips it. Oh, aggressive kick. Overcooked it. Humphreys for Geelong gathers. Long kick towards half forward. Neil's got it. He's got a man by himself inside forward 50, but Bailey Smith gathers. Launches from 50. That is a magnificent finish again from Bailey Smith. He's got his second, and the Cats extend the lead to 12 points. 8-9-57 to 7-3-45. 29 and a half minutes gone in the second term. Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, this is supreme footy.
This is unbelievable footy.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. He's a great player, Dunkley. He was on and he was out. Logan Morris. He
Logan Morris,
see him 45 metres in the clear. That's one that should have been a shot on goal, and instead the turnover, just the missed kick, goes down the other end, and classy goal. They had blokes out everywhere, mind you.
Bailey Smith, well, part of his shoulder strappings come off him as well. For a guy that generally looks neater than most, he just looks a little ragged at the moment as the rain returns to the Gabba. Zano, make sure you get yourself dry out there. Poncho, umbrella, whatever you can.
Guess what, Q? I'm on my way into undercovered area. I'm not copping this.
Just stay close to the new Zano. 90 seconds to half-time. Lockie Neal free kick at the centre stoppage. He'll play on. High ball from Lockie Neal. Come down about 40 from goal. Atkins first to the drop for Geelong. Can't mark, but gathers. Hand pass, though, over his head. Stolen by Marshall of Brisbane. Hands it to Coleman on 50. Hands it to Morris in that pocket. 40 from goal. Centering kick. Lions are plenty. Tunstall was there. He was one at 3, but Stewart does enough to bring it to ground level. Tunstall roves, then drops it. Stewart still harassing there. Picked up by McKenna. Kicks it to Fort. Fort off a step from 45. Has a shot. Doesn't have the journey. Draper punches it back in play. Still alive. Lohman in the pocket. Tries a left foot banana. Kicks it out on the full because of the pressure from close.
It's just
outstanding.
Outstanding footy.
Such good.
Yeah.
Free kick for Geelong in the right back pocket.
It's with Lawson Humphreys. He plays on. It's a long kick to a contest. Gardner and Cameron. Gardner spoiled. Cameron did well to flick it into the path of Manor. Oh, Dangerfield. He gave it back to Manor. Manor's handball back onto the wing to Cameron. Cameron over to Close. Oh, they're rumbling it forward, Geelong. Close to Tanner Bruin, but he intercepted it. Was Bruce Reville now. Runs onto the logo. Chips it inside 50. He was looking there for Logan Morris. Spoiled. Actually marked again by Tom Stewart dominating. He fled it out to the left and he found Myers. Myers' little chipping pass was a 9-iron. Went to Max Holmes just beyond centre wing on the outer side.
Holmes kicks inside 50, leading from behind Neil. Rayner at the front paid the mark. Look, in the end, Brisbane won that grand final by 47 points, but G-Cats fans will be saying, what if, with the way that Tom Stewart's played in this first half. Of course, missed that grand final under the concussion protocols. That is half-time, and boy, don't we all need it. That shower, by the way, short and sharp. The rain stopped. The play stopped for the time being, and Geelong go to half-time with a 2-goal lead over Brisbane. So they led by 22 points at quarter time. Brisbane won the term, kicking 5 goals 2 to the Cats. 3 goals 4. On 3 occasions, Brisbane drew level. Never got to the front, though. And what was 22 points in favour of the visitors at quarter time is now a 12-point lead. Geelong 8-9-57. Brisbane 7-3-45. Bailey Smith has 2 goals and the rest are all singles. Jeremy Cameron, Sean Manor, Shannon Neal, Pat Dangerfield, Ollie Henry and Brad Close. And for Brisbane, 2 goals for Charlie Cameron. So the collective Camerons have 3. 1 for Jezza, 2 for Charlie. And that one in the second quarter was a special. Rayner with 1. Morris 1. Ashcroft of the Levi variety has 1. Cody Curtin kicked his first goal in league footy. And Zach Bailey has a goal as well. Boy,
Yeah, they got themselves back in the contest.
Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White, we had a number of our listeners miss the first part of the game with the budget in reply speech, but
What a waste of time that'd be.
Well, Jason, we need to take care of
let's just make more taxes and make everyone else pay some more so we can make some more money.
Okay, those taxes are paying you to give your opinion on football. So how about we go with that at half time?
My own
Acker and
taxes,
Jeff?
my own taxes are paying me.
You're paying yourself tonight,
paying a lot of taxes. But yes, anyway, back to the footy.
You brought up an interesting point about Tom Stewart because they win. What do they win the grand final by? 10 goals.
47 points. It was close until, the 23-minute mark of the third quarter. Brisbane lead by a point, then kick 11 of the next 12 goals of the game.
But so he's had 6 marks and 5 of them are intercepts. And the one he had was a contested mark.
He's playing well and he's stopping a lot of balls.
But it's the momentum, isn't it? So you get momentum and you're going forward, but all of a sudden, when the ball is in the air, you know this. Like when the ball's floating near a player and you go, he's going to mark that. You hesitate. You hesitate, don't you? And when he's in that vicinity, and I could see, you just tell, look, that spoil just then against Logan Morris, that one-on-one, spoiled it, marked, dead. Like there's Zach Bailey running, there's Kai Lohman running to the drop of the ball, all over.
Wonderful. And don't give me what ifs. He's a great player. It's the end of the season. Unlucky with what happened.
Correct.
He's a fantastic player. Tonight, he has been their best player. He's been so important. That said, Brisbane have got themselves back in the contest by doing nothing more than getting their hands on the ball, winning stoppages and getting the pressure, which was lacking at times. The space between them and their opponent, just closed it down as quick as they could, and they just copped it up.
As a general thought, Jace, I'm just sitting here as a fan thinking, gee, no wonder these two teams continue to be among the contenders. How does the rest of the comp go with this?
Can you match them? This is a half. Now you've got to go another half, but they will. Both teams will. And one will drop off. It'll open up late in the third, I have no doubt, and you've got to take your moments. But look at the scoring shots. 10 scoring shots to what's my maths? 16? 17 scoring shots. They are doing very well getting it forward. Shots on goal this quarter, that quarter. Brisbane were better. They got themselves back.
So the first quarter, they just couldn't get the game going, Brisbane. But that second quarter, they were able to press up. They were able to get the tackling, hit the receiver. So you hear a lot with the balance around stoppages where, you trust your teammate with that one-on-one and then you go to the receiver. And that they did. But they also won the clearance. Pricey brought that up. It was 14-4 in that quarter. Clearances in favour of Brisbane. So they wrestled their momentum back. Even though they're down on the score, that's how they got back in the game.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jason. We'll take a breath here at half-time. We need it. It's been frenetic. Geelong leading by 2 goals at 8-9-57 to 7-3-45. And if you are tuning in late and missed that news, Dane Zorko not playing. He was named. Official reason managed, but we had a chat to Jack Payne, the injured Lions defender, pre-game, who suggested he might have tweaked something at training. So we'll wait for further news on the 37-year-old champ from the Lions. Just before we get to the news, cross town at Lang Park, Game 2 of Women's State of Origin. New South Wales holding the shield and holding a lead in this series by 1-0 after winning Game 1 in Newcastle. Second half is underway, early stages second half. Queensland 10 leading New South Wales 8. Queensland 10, New South Wales 8, 10 minutes into the second half of Women's Origin. Of course, it's a part of the huge festival of rugby league. Magic Round officially getting underway tomorrow, and as ever, you can get on ABC Listen and make your choice, the red and blue button for the AFL and the green button for the league. Halftime at the Gabba. It's the Cats leading by 2 goals. We'll be back here after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. Federal opposition leader Angus Taylor has delivered his budget in reply, unveiling a plan to crack down on migration, which will see welfare limited to Australian citizens. Political reporter Lexi Junowick has more.
Under Mr Taylor's newly released proposal, non-citizens, including permanent residents, would be barred from the NDIS and 17 different welfare programs, including job seeker and youth allowance. Mr Taylor says exemptions to the rules would be carved out for certain cases and grandfathering would apply to people already on the NDIS, but he would not provide detailed cost estimates of the plan. Mr Taylor's budget reply also pledges to process and deport 70,000 visa overstayers and lays out a plan to tie migration to housing construction on a one-to-one basis.
A migration expert says the coalition's attempt to link budget pressures to non-citizens is inconsistent with the facts. Migration expert Professor Alan Gamlin from the Australian National University says the coalition's proposal is flawed.
This is really a kind of a solution in search of a problem. It responds to a well-known international stereotype that migrants laze around on benefits, which is false. Migrants are, in fact, net contributors fiscally. They contribute more in taxes than they consume in benefits.
Tasmanian Liberal senators have criticised former Jackie Lambie Network Senator Tammy Tyrrell for joining the Labor Party. Rani Fletcher reports.
Tammy Tyrrell was elected to the Senate in 2022 for the Jackie Lambie Network. She later quit the party and sat as an independent. Today, she's announced she's joining Labor. Senator Tyrrell says her voting record has aligned with Labor's in the past and the move is the next step. Tasmanian Liberal Senator Wendy Askew says the decision is opportunistic, while fellow Liberal Senator Jonathan Duniam says Senator Tyrrell needs to be clear with Tasmanians on her views about NDIS reforms and the Macquarie Point Stadium. In a statement, Federal Labor welcomed her decision, saying Senator Tyrrell is a fierce advocate for Tasmania.
A consumer law expert says the ACCC's win against Coles highlights the strength and effectiveness of Australia's consumer protection laws. The consumer watchdog says it will seek a substantial penalty against Coles after winning its federal court case over misleading discounts by the supermarket giant. The court found a majority of sample tickets advertised with discounts were not genuine. Professor of Consumer Law Jeannie Patterson says the ruling sends a clear message not just to supermarkets but to all retailers.
The judge was keen to say that the decision was confined to the facts, but even on that basis, it really confirms the scope of the Australian consumer law, the prohibition on unconscionable, misleading conduct, and leaves open quite considerable penalties, I think.
Internationally, talks in Beijing between the US president and his Chinese counterpart have ended with Donald Trump describing Xi Jinping as a great leader and a friend. China correspondent Alison Horn has more.
No major announcements so far. That's not unsurprising, given the main purpose of this summit was really to stabilise those relations. Beijing says it has given some assurances that it will open up more opportunities for trade with the US in areas like agriculture, tech, health and tourism, for example. The White House says the two sides discussed expanding market opportunities for American businesses into China. So quite similar messaging from the two sides.
Lebanese people have been calling for an end to Israel's war in Lebanon ahead of a third round of talks expected to take place in Washington this week. Hezbollah and Israel have been trading blows despite a US-mediated truce, with hostilities largely focused in southern Lebanon, where Israeli forces are occupying a self-declared security zone. This man says his village was destroyed during the ceasefire.
They destroyed the villages during the ceasefire. Our village, Rashaf, was destroyed and bulldozed during the ceasefire. Bin Jabil was bulldozed and destroyed during the ceasefire. This so-called ceasefire is a lie. A ceasefire means a comprehensive ceasefire and the Israelis withdraw to the border.
In sport, in the WNBL, Canberra Capitals' new signing Amy Atwell says playing for the side this season can help improve her game. Atwell comes to the Capitals having spent the past 4 seasons with the Perth Lynx, whilst also maintaining a spot with the women's national team. You're up to date with ABC News.
This is going to be quite a ride. Every dream restoration starts with something worth holding on to.
We were in love. We figured we'd work it out.
Restoration Australia.
This is magnificent.
Back May 21 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
Off the heads of Blitzer, rode by Bailey. Bailey circles onto his right foot from 40, and Zach Bailey kicks the goal that Brisbane dearly need, and that is his 200th goal in AFL football.
Picked up by Draper of the Lions from the wing. Kicks to an open 50. Cameron v. Humphreys in Indigenous round. Charlie gets there first. Dribbles a miracle from the pocket. And forever that they replay highlights of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Charles Cameron has guaranteed immortality with that brilliant goal.
Gathered by Fletcher. He's tackled into the ground by Close. Got the handball away.
Again.
Now it's with Levi Ashcroft from that pocket again. You're kidding me.
What is over at that pocket?
From the right forward pocket, there have been some monumental goals scored this evening. That is the fourth.
Manor receives, weaves some time, brilliant football, hits the chest of Shannon Neal. Everything was happening around Sean Manor there, and a little left and a little right, and the seas parted for him, and he hits the presenting chest of Shannon Neal. Shannon Neal from 50, we're right behind it. It is deadly straight, and has the journey as well. And Shannon Neal kicks a goal for Geelong. The Cats back to the lead.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Well, this has been a hell of a ride so far. I hope you're having as much fun as we are. Welcome back to the Gabba. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport opens up round 10 of this 2026 AFL season, the Sir Doug Nicholls rounds. My name is Quentin Hull, and it's Geelong leading Brisbane by 12 points at the long break. The Cats 8 goals 9-57 to Brisbane's 7-3-45. That after it was a 22-point lead to Geelong at quarter time. We got the news through just before the game that Dane Zorko is out, being managed officially tonight, and James Tunstall takes his place. There's been some intermittent showers around the place throughout the evening, but luckily for the big attendance here, there hasn't been too much of it. We got a short, sharp shower just before half time, but that disappeared pretty quickly, which is good news for it's only raining lightly. So the Auskick kids aren't too worried about it, Jason. Around the grounds in the women's origin being played at Lang Park. Game 2 of the series there, New South Wales leading it 1-0. There's 16 minutes to go, and the Blues 14 lead the Maroons 10. By the way, the SMS is up and running if you want to get in touch throughout the evening. The number to text is 0437 774 774. That number again, 0437 774 774. We've got our listeners through News Radio in Brisbane joining us on analogue for the first time tonight. You've been at Canberra with the budget reply. Now enjoy some footy with us. And you come at half-time in a ripper. Geelong lead Brisbane by 2 goals. Quentin Hull calling with Michael Price, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis here as well. Zane Bojack is on the boundary. Story of this game has basically been high entertainment. Coaches throwing their key players around the magnet board. We've seen different players in different positions. Couple of wonderful goals. Charlie Cameron special from the pocket with Lawson Humphreys chasing him down. Certainly was a highlight. And we've still got a half to go.
That beautifully called goal, and I've got to give you kudos for that. Charlie Cameron's second actually put him up to third in the Brisbane Lions all-time goal kickers, equal with Alistair Lynch on 371 goals for Charlie Cameron. Wow. So there you go. And we also saw Zach Bailey kick his 200th for the Lions. He's now the 10th player to do so.
There is always the asterisk on the Alistair Lynch and Chris Johnston records for this club, because they don't recognise their Fitzroy parts.
Well, they don't recognise the Bears either, because if you look at the...
Well, some of them,
So Lynchy's actually third of all time, 460 goals, with his Brisbane Lions and Bears goals, but he'd top everybody if he was at his Fitzroy
What about Acker's Bears goals as well?
Well, I'll tell you those, because Acker's kicked 263 for the Brisbane Lions, so he's sitting at number 5, but he's sitting at also number 5 for the Brisbane goal kickers, 263 for the Lions and 44 for the Bears. 307 all up, Acker. Not a bad feat. A couple of them were pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember any. I'll just roll you through a couple.
On the text, Richard from Geelong says, loving the call, Acker, always great value. Also loving the Cats' jumper design. The touch of green works well. Yeah, there's just a little hint of green in that design from the Humphreys boys. Hola, great Thursday night game. James all the way from Santiago, Chile.
Santiago.
Wow.
I don't want to say
one of the most spectacular airports you ever fly into if you're lucky enough. I went via Santiago on the way to the Rio Olympics in 2016, and those Andes are so hot. Like, you basically get over that mountain range and then bam, straight down. It feels like it's extraordinary.
It's like you really feel like you do have to land.
Has anyone else ever had the pleasure of flying into Santiago, Chile?
No, I saw him on Anchorman though.
Okay.
Movie phrases like front and centre.
They're all inappropriate. Santiago.
Enjoying the call from the Great Western Woodlands in Western Australia. Cheers from Roo, Grunter, Ethan, Roscoe and Rod.
You reckon they're sitting around a fire there?
What a mob. Roo, Grunter, Ethan, Roscoe and Rod. Thank you. 0437 774 774.
Big spread of time zones though, Q. Santiago and then WA. That's a lot of area. Half the world, I think.
I love how it gets there everywhere, Q. Especially your call.
Well, we get around the place. ABC Listen, you can carry it around the world. Righto. What are we going to see in this second half? Now, it's sort of... Let's go back to the start, where as a fan I said, OK, they're 6-3. We know they're good. We know we're going to get good footy. And trying to find the nourishment of what are we going to learn tonight that might become prevalent as the season goes on. You know, we're doing a bit of crystal ball stuff. Who knows? These two teams might not be at the pointy end. But they have played a lot of games against each other, and it seems that each time they play each other, Fages tries something, Chris Scott tries something. So what are we seeing? And, you know, what might we learn from the next half of footy?
I have no idea.
Yeah, well, Chris Scott, the magnets flew around. I've never seen in my time four different rucks go through the centre. So that's one. That was the first quarter. Second quarter, I didn't see that at all. But in the second quarter, it was the pressure from Lions. Now, that's a bit of an open sort of comment, but that's what brought them back into the game.
It was
able to, compress and be able to squash the distance between the opposition.
And the way, once you get your hands on the ball, and they were a bit sharper, they did it in all ways, manner and form, on the ground, in the air. It doesn't matter. The Lions were able to develop and get it through and build the ball up. They were out the back, but we've had four of the most ridiculous goals you've ever seen from the other side pocket from where we are, and they've been amazing. This is a quality game with quality players playing some unbelievably good footy.
Sorry, Whitey's pointing at me. What are you looking at?
Dempsey's on the. He did go up the race. Remember, halfway at the end of the second quarter, so he's back on the wing.
Back on the wing.
Sorry to steal Zano's thunder there.
Not at all.
Oh yeah, big Zano.
It's one of those nights where you need all 5 sets of eyeballs.
You do.
Keeping across everything.
Going to open up at some stage, probably late in this quarter, but you've still got to kick the goals. They've had their chances, the Cats.
Well, remember, was it all square at half-time in the grand final? I think it was, wasn't it?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Everything was square, wasn't it?
It was
full of stats.
Close until the 23-minute mark of the late part of the third quarter. Anyway, let's get this second half underway. Michael Price with you on ABC Sports.
Sam Draper for the Lions, Mitch Edwards for the Cats. Edwards got it down, Neil in front of Mullen, flicked it to Bailey, worried off the ball. Tanner Bruin for the Cats, gathered on the left foot, inside 50. Good contest there from Henry Jack, I should say, spoiled by Leicester. Kicked forward to Draper. He's spoiled. Chop of the arms. Will get a free kick against Edwards. Advantage play on. Dunkley handball to Neil beyond centre wing on this commentary side. Inside 50. Logan Morris on the lead. 3 grabs. Takes it on the arc of 50. 45-degree angle to the right. Logan Morris.
Just how balanced he is, even in the air. Like, O'Connor is right there and pushing and shoving and doing everything. A quality mark. Good kick too, can I say?
And it just rained. Just rained before the centre ball up. So he's marked that wet. That's why he's putting it under his jumper right now. He's still marked.
Right out. He's got the the journey quite comfortably here. Can he kick it straight? He's a good kick.
1 goal, 1 for the night, Logan Morris. From 55, it comes off the side of the boot. It's going to be lucky to squeeze in for a point. It doesn't. It's out of bounds on the full. Still the Cats by 12 points. A minute gone, third term.
Now, are they those leather shoes that you need in the wet night,
No,
Jace?
he's just not warmed up. You know, you just need a little bit of time just to get everything rolling.
De Koning long kick in on the head of, well, a 2-on-2 pack. Andrews is playing rover there, Harris Andrews. I don't think that's a magnet move. That's just Harris getting to the feet of the pack. He's wrapped up immediately. And we'll see a ball up. Draper tries to push young Edwards out of the way. Fletcher comes through, farms it out the back with a hand pass to Dunkley. Rushed entry for Brisbane. In the pocket, O'Sullivan, should I say, did a really good job. Hands it on to Broon. Now through Guthrie to Smith. Smith lost it. Stolen by Neal of Brisbane. Hooks it to the corridor and Morris gets to the drop to take a chest mark.
Now he's warmed up.
Just a case of a little fumble from the Cats at left half back and Lockie Neal hits the hot spot and Logan Morris gets there.
This is where his running patterns are so good, Akka, because he went into the, O'Sullivan's actually coming from where Dunkley kicked it from. So he goes in the contest, but then he'll spit back towards his goals. He's just so clever.
And this one here, he was really searching for his range. He's just not ready, but this one is a much easier kick.
Young man Logan Morris on the brink of a mini milestone in his career. He hits the post on the right side. He was going for his 100th goal in the AFL, but that's a miss.
Gee, that's been quick.
And the rain returns. 2.5 minutes, third term. Cats lead it by 11 points.
Brought it back in very quickly. They get it up to right half back very quickly. It's McNash Holmes, kicks it just beyond centre wing. It's a nice mark taken out there by Blitzarves. The rain tumbles now here at the Gabba. He gets onto the left foot, inside 50 for the Cats. Over the back, couldn't be reeled in there by Jack Henry. Now it is really teaming down. Slippery yellow Sharon kicked off the ground towards Draper in defence for Brisbane against Jeremy Cameron. Off hands, Neal. It's going to be a free kick, and I think it's going to go... I thought it was going to go to Jack Martin. It's actually going to Draper in the right back pocket. He flicks it forward into the path of Darcy Wilmot. He's racking up the stats. His 18th touch is a beauty. He kicks it into the path of Connor McKenna.
Goes to his back and slides as he hugs the Sharon to his chest. Kicks it to the wing for Charlie Cameron. Takes the mark.
On him. He's working him wide.
Tom Stewart playing on me. Yeah. Cameron kicks infield to Kitty Coleman, who helped design the Lions jersey tonight. Coleman with a kick to left half forward. Leicester's gotten some space. You'd think that the Frog would like this weather. Leicester with a kick inside 50 through the hands of Bailey, who was spoiled off it. And the Cats come away. Quick little kick from O'Connor to right half back. Manor takes the mark. Plays on. Kicks to the wing. He's got Jack Henry. Takes the mark. Turns and goes. They're swarming forward. The Cats. Kick inside 50 is good. Jeremy Cameron marks 40 from goal. Doesn't kick for goal. Hits Mullen in the goal mouth. Marks, plays on, goals, and that is brilliant transition football from the Geelong Football Club.
Outstanding. At the run.
Geelong lead now by 17 points at 9-9, 63 to 7-4, 46.
Mullins was in the centre circle when they got the ball on the far wing and just took off. And that's I love that offensive running. If he doesn't get it, someone else behind comes. So that offensive running is just elite.
Just that real quick play on from Sean Manor off half-back, and that just opened up everything, the corridor. And to Jez's credit, he just kicked it over to him. The amount of run that they had to do out the back, he was made to earn it there. Kitty made sure he got a nice tackle in, but that's an outstanding goal.
There's a text here from Halifax. Luke says, I'm walking my dog. It's raining here too. Might miss the finals, taking 9-month-old son to... sorry. Go Cats, he says. That took too long then. Sorry, Michael,
Halifax,
that was poor discipline from me.
Back into the middle, free kick Geelong. It's going to Bailey Smith. Handball off to Tanner Bruin. Inside 50. Big contest, fisted forward by Kitty Coleman. Fletcher worried off it. Manor from heaven. Off the deck.
Oh, yeah.
From 30, he just flung his right boot at it. It went straight through the middle. He's got a couple. 10-9-69 to 7-4-46. 23 points the margin now.
He knew it as soon as he kicked it in midair. That's the skill of the man. He was doing that ever since he's been a kid. If he gets half a chance, he'll do stuff like that. Amazing finish in the wet. They are dominating here, and the Lions have got a lot of trouble. They are in trouble. They've got to get their hands on the ball.
That was just a pure volley strike from about 30 metres out.
And it went like a check side, perfect.
Like he actually kicked it.
Yeah.
Like from his hands, amazing, great kick. Super player.
Sean Manor with 2 goals. And now back out to, 23 points. This is a game-high lead for Geelong. Centre stoppage. No one really emerges from the first scrimmage. Bailey Smith kicks it off the ground to half forward for Geelong. Manor toes it forward again on D50 for Brisbane, though. Gardner picks up, slung by the tackle of Jeremy Cameron. Rush kick. And free kick goes against Myers, who pushed young Marshall out of the contest. So free kick for Marshall, first game of the year, first game since the grand final in the AFL. He chips it around the boundary and Bailey takes the mark. Zach Bailey with his right boot, kicks it long towards left half forward. Morris presents, couldn't mark. Rayner Roves, 60 from goal, kicks towards Curtin, has it punched away from him though by De Koning, and then O'Connor got taken high in the pocket. Free kick for Geelong. He plays on quickly. Kicks to centre half back. Shannon Neal marks. Hands to Bruin. Shrugs a tackle. Hands to Smith in the middle of the Gabba. Bailey Smith. Another deep entry for the Cats. Brett Lester with a great spoil not to give away the free kick. Front on against Jack Henry. Brings it to Dak. Cameron swoops on it near the boundary line. Can't keep it in. And Jezza will give it to the boundary up for a throw in left forward pocket for the Cats. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, the rain has stopped for the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm coming back down. Guys, geez, I'm courageous, aren't I?
Throw in left forward pocket for Geelong, leading by 23 points. Early in the third term, Harris Andrews fisted forward. There's a Geelong player on the deck. Cut off by Ollie Dempsey. He wheels around onto the right foot. Kicks it long towards the goal square. Spoiled. Goes to Myers. Myers. Handball to Manor. Manor again. He's got 3. The kid can play, Acker. Don't worry about that. 29 points, a game-high margin. The Cats lead 11-9-75 to 7-4-46. 8 gone, third term, ABC Sport.
I love his positioning there at the 10-2. Aka, you taught that to get the face, getting the vision of your teammate coming towards you. Back to the play. Manor just came back a little bit, just treaded water. Thank you. Bang, goal.
Like that Crowman.
Yeah.
He doesn't need much time. He only needs a step here and there. Really good, smart. They're both those two small forwards you talked about in the pre-game. If they're playing well, Graham Myers has had an injury-interrupted season as far as his form, but this guy's back in form.
Makes a big difference.
Who bought a coffee today when you two caught up, Jace?
He actually did. They must get paid well, these AFL players, fair dinkum.
So he bought Jason a coffee earlier today, his old coach in the O&M, and now he's kicked 3 goals. And Atkins gets the clearance for the Cats from the centre stoppage. High kick inside, attacking 50 off the hands of the pack. Boundary side, Close was there, couldn't pick up. Manners there again, tackled without it by Lester. And in a manner of speaking, he's put the Cats 35 in front.
Oh, yeah.
What was in the coffee?
That's 3 goals in a row for Sean Manor. He's kicked 4 in all. And that is 35 points the lead to Geelong at 12-9-81 to 7-4-46. He got to the back of the pack. All those slippery, wet training sessions under Jason Ackermanis when he played in the O&M. Oh, they're on display tonight at the Gabba.
He's got a little bit of blood, I think, coming from his nose, probably from going so fast. But anyway, what a player. I mean, this is the thing. Brisbane, so many players up, no one down, just forward footy, chaos footy, kept it going, rolling. He just did everything he needed to do. Little tap, goal off the ground.
Close, Myers, Manor. You know, they're the 3 small forwards. It's so dangerous for Geelong.
Free kick.
So we're back into the middle. It's going to be a free kick, Geelong, against Darcy Fort. It'll go to Mitch Edwards. He goes long, straight down the middle. Why wouldn't you? Fletcher couldn't quite take it for Brisbane. It drops back into his arms. He's tackled by Brad Close. It's going to be a ball up about 45 metres out from the Geelong goal, directly in front. They are under siege here, Brisbane. Fort gets in front of Neal, taps it down. Dangerfield tackled off it. Fort got down and dirty. Then Dangerfield dragged it in. He should get pinged. No, the umpire said it spilled out. We'll do it all again. Throw
up from about 45 metres out, similar spot.
And a nervous hum around the Gabba as Myers with a hand past the Bruin, hands it out the back. Bailey Smith accosted, couldn't get possession. Still on the deck, 50 from Geelong's goal. Bailey's there, Smith tackles him. Tackle, Lingard, no, holding the ball. Free kick to Bailey Smith. Man on the mark, 51 out. Wet ball, Kenny.
Wet ball, yeah.
Wet ball, Kenny Jeff.
Right
Plays on immediately, Bailey Smith. Great purchase on the right boot, right to the line. Off the line, punched into the field of play to the waiting Ollie Henry, and he snaps truly from the top of the goal mouth, and Geelong keep pummeling the Lions here. That's 5 in a row to start the third quarter, and the Cats lead by 41 points. There are 8 blokes in that pack on the line, 1 guy out the front. Ollie Henry kicks the goal. Geelong 13-9-87 to Brisbane 7-4-46.
That's when you talk about balance, Aka. You know, when things are not going your way, you feel like you all have to contribute where you don't have any balance, and all the Brisbane Lions defenders all went. Harris Andrews went back. Kitty Coleman went back. Lester went back. They're all back there and fought, and the only one left there was Henry.
There, and he was 20 metres by himself. You hardly see that in Aussie rules footy at this level. That is another easy goal. Great sort of. This is the best you'll see them play at the moment.
8 inside 50s for 5 goals, Geelong so far this third term. They get a clearance here, but it's towed backwards. Tunstall for Brisbane got in front of Edwards. He dragged the ball in. Well, Edwards made it look like he is. Yep, the umpire says.
I'll come out.
Oh, no. It did come out. One umpire was about to ping him.
They've got
the other one wasn't. So thrown
winning the ball, Brisbane.
Just beside the centre circles. Edwards slaps it forward. Dunkley off the ground. Cut off by Lawson Henry. That's gone 5 metres. Dead set, 5 metres. I kid you not. There's no hyperbole in that, Aka.
No.
Humphreys plays on, goes to the left, and nicely delivered to Max Holmes, who hardly had to change stride forward to the centre wing. He's about 70 metres from goal at left half forward for the Catters.
2-time best and fairest winner for the Cats. Kicks them into attack yet again. Big pack in the pocket. Dangerfield roving, tries to shrug the tackle. Tunstall dropped it. Play on. Leicester brought it away for Brisbane. High rush clearing kick to a pack, which is fisted there by De Koning. Rode by Curtin, knocked off the ball. De Koning picks up for Geelong. Hands it to O'Connor. High tackle from Lohman. No holding the ball, says the umpire.
Oh, you should.
Holding the ball, free kick to Lohman, who plays on quickly.
Ready.
Tips it to McCluggage, drops the mark though, Jason. Now he's accosted by De Koning, and he did well to nudge it there through Holmes to Atkins. Atkins has got it on left half back, gives it off to Guthrie by hand, chip to the wing, pitches and bounces away from Manor. Fletcher had it, tackled by Dempsey, play on, ball comes free, Dempsey ropes, gives it to Manor, a long ball, rush kick inside 50, half volleyed by Andrews, tried to punch it to the boundary line, reveals there to get it for Brisbane, closest with him, keeps it in just, Manor tries to keep it in but can't, and eventually it's out for a boundary throw in the left forward pocket. Geelong 13-9-87, Brisbane 7-4-46. The Cats have kicked 5 straight to 1 behind in this third term.
The Cats just have all the answers, don't they? Whenever Brisbane tries to go short chip mark, they're right on them.
They're dropping easy marks. They're just not playing like they need to. They need the composure.
Crowded forward 50 for Geelong. Thrown in. Bailey got there first. Handball backwards. Dangerfield pings one across the face of goal. It rolls out of bounds in the right forward pocket. And it's going to be another throw in. Every player except for Tom Stewart forward of the centre circles, he's just running around by himself, monitoring the other half of the ground, waiting for another intercept.
He's not had to do too much. He hasn't been down there for the Lions.
The throw in, Neal versus Fort. Fort got it down. Bailey gets onto it. Outside of the left boot, straight down the middle, off the hands of the contest. Brisbane have a chance. It's towed off the deck towards Kai Lohman. He gets away from Edwards.
Right.
Chips it forward. Finds Logan Morris. That should be 50. No. Tom Stewart knocked it out of his hands. The crowd goes feral. Handball forward from Morris to Bruce Reville. Tackled by Bailey Smith. Holding the ball. They're irrepressible, the Cats. The crowd don't like it, but I'm sure Chris Scott does.
Kick to the outer wing. Manor gets a free kick held by Fletcher before the ball arrived. And the Gabatoir is not happy with proceedings in this third term. Those in maroon at least. Manor's kick brilliantly half volleyed by Ollie Henry on attacking 50. Hands it to Atkins, hands to Bailey Smith. Given to Lawson Humphreys in a jump that he designed. He launches on goal with his left but kicks it across the face.
kicked out 50.
And it's a point. Cats by 42. Zane among the booing hordes.
Oh, geez, these umpires might not make it back over the tweed queue. They want a kill here in the outer, can I say? Also, what about the reverse of the grand final last year? It's all the Geelong in this third quarter.
Meanwhile, Zach Bailey kicked it to centre half back. Another aggressive kick, but it provided a contest. And off hands, the umpire's going to come in and throw it up quickly. Darcy Fort got it down against Neil. It landed in the arms of Wilmot. Wilmot straight up the middle. It's a 2-on-1. Well spoiled. O'Connor against Rayner, who's been ineffectual so far tonight. Max Holmes gathers, tackled into the ground by Levi Ashcroft. No prior opportunity forward to centre wing on the outer side. There will be another ball up. It's Blitzarves this time. No opponent. Double hands it onto Jeremy Cameron, who just came off the bench. Evades a tackler. Got the left foot inside 50. Dangerfield flew. Couldn't quite take it. Bounced off his chest at ground level. Danger goes for it again. Slapped out there. Sean Manor. He couldn't possibly. Handballs it. Well, he missed the target. Lester picked it up. He extracts it from defensive 50. Will Ashcroft got it into the path of Bailey, but he's held up, tackled by Atkins. The Cats are all over him at the moment here at the Gabba. They're leading by a game-high 42 points.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Wilmot roves the tap for Brisbane and hacks them from left half back. A high ball to a 2-on-2 in the wing. Draper the target, got a hand, but, well, Stewart came away for Geelong, then dropped it, got it back, but hand passed it straight to Will Ashcroft. Chips it to half forward. Morris paid the mark. Had it slapped out of his hands, no 50. Plays on quickly, kicks it to Draper, who's all alone in the forward pocket. Plays on, and the big fella kicks a much-needed Brisbane goal. Sam Draper finally breaks the drought. So that was 7 goals in a row for Geelong, either side of half-time. The last 2 of the second quarter and the first 5 of this term. And, well, scores will level at that point late in the second quarter. Now, that's one back and a heady chase ahead of them for the Lions. Geelong 13-10, 88 to Brisbane's 8-4-52. Cats by 36 points.
They had to score then. They had players out. That said, that is... Geelong are doing everything so well. They're holding on. They're doing just everything to annoy you. And that's why they are just frustrating Brisbane into errors after errors. That's it. Good goal. They'll need more now.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Grime Myers is taking some deep breaths here on the bench. He's getting some treatment to his shoulder. He's bleeding there a bit, but he'll be sweet to keep going.
So Draper, fresh after kicking that goal, takes it out of the ruck as Shannon Neal slipped over. He grabbed it, kicked it towards half forward. McKenna worried off the ball. Stewart got there first, handball to close, semi-smothered as it dribbles up towards commentary wing. Bailey Smith in front of Zach Bailey, a pair of Baileys, and it bounces off the pair of them, taken there by Will Ashcroft, and the umpire will come in and ball it up as he's held up. Just forward of the wing here on Vulture Street side, Brisbane's favour. Off the ground, Neal, picked up by Neal, off Lockie to Shannon. Shannon kicks it into the middle of the ground. Big contest. Jack Martin was monstered at ground level. Darcy Wilmot and Blitzarves with his athleticism toes it towards the outer wing. Manor got there first, flipped a handball over, but it only went into the path of Wilmot for the Lions. He takes it over the boundary. There will be a throw-in on the Stanley Street wing.
Michael Price and Quentin Hull calling the action with Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White. Zane Bozak on the boundary. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 22 at quarter time, by 12 at three-quarter time, now lead by 6 goals. Boundary throw in on the outer side. Reveal for Brisbane gets the clearance, picks up defensive side of the pack, hands it to Coleman in the bullseye, kicks to half forward, it pitches in front of McKenna, who's wrestled off it and beaten by Stewart, who toes it once, twice and thrice to his advantage to the wing. Now he'll get it on half forward. Rolls the bump of Andrews. 2 big men come together and the peel falls free. Play on inside 50. Jeremy Cameron dispossessed. Dangerfield gives away a free kick for diving at the legs of Ashcroft.
Sure, they needed to win that one.
That contest between Harris Andrews and Tom Stewart, they both picked each other up.
And we just had a close-up of Tom Stewart with a massive smile.
That was mutual respect. That was a massive clash.
And they picked each other up and then patted each other on the back.
So competitive. They both had smiles after that. Amazing. Ashcroft to right half back. He's not 100% Will Ashcroft. It came off the hands. Darcy Fort roving. Handball to Rayner. Inboard to McKenna. McKenna. Hit too low. He was looking for Lohman, but Zach Guthrie read it best. Took the mark and fled to the right to Atkins.
Just had a look at Will after that. You're right. That elbow that he spoke to us about a couple of weeks ago, heavily strapped, and he's hurting with it tonight.
Yeah,
holding that, isn't it? Yeah.
So it's that left elbow. Now, did he hurt that against...
I think he hurt it in that tackle. It's just been...
No, but I think it was the Adelaide game he hurt it. It wasn't against Carlton last week, so he's been carrying it for a couple of weeks.
Umpires are having a stinker here.
Free kick to Shannon Neal on the outer wing.
Just soft.
Neal plays on. Forward Geelong with a long right foot kick to attacking 50. Beautiful sticky hands from Jack Martin in a pack of 6. It was a 3-on-3 and Martin... Clean clunk in the slippery conditions. That is a great sticky-fingered effort. 50 from goal.
It's got the range. He was doing this in the warm-up too. He's belting them from out there. Whether he's got the distance with this fatigue.
So he was the sub in the grand final last year.
They're just showing the replay of...
His arm got caught up in that.
Got caught, yeah.
Yeah, and when Danger dived at his legs, his arm got caught up in it. Jack Martin, right foot drop punt from 52. Doesn't have the distance. Comes down in the goal square. Hasn't been pushed through for a point. Kept alive by the Cats. Manor hands it to Cameron. Jezza on his right boot with the snap. And it's another goal for Geelong. There's Sean Manor fingerprints on that one as well. But Jeremy Cameron's kicked it. He's got 2. And Geelong back to that 7-goal lead at 14-10-94 to Brisbane's 8-4-52.
Just keeping the ball alive. I mean, the kick didn't have the distance, but they kept it in and they're awake, they're ready, and they're just everything that they can do at the moment. Geelong is coming off, and it is chaos footy, but it's working.
That was the pocket where he hit the man on the mark with a set shot in the first quarter. So collective Cameron's moves to 4. Who had that before the game?
4,
you had 4, so 2 to Jeremy, 2 to Charlie in our game of collective Camerons, as the Cats lead it by 7 goals, 22 minutes third term.
Manners had 11 this quarter, kick 3.
Unbelievable quarter from Sean Manor. 11 disposal, 3 goals. Jeremy Cameron with 2 goals, 3. They win another clearance here, Geelong. Bailey Smith sweeping handball at the back of the circles. Gets it to Tom Atkins. He flicks it forward. O'Sullivan's up there from the back line. Handball back to Edwards. His speculating handball cut off by McCluggage. Back inboard by hand to Rayner. Inside 50, Draper in the front position. Spoiled by DeConing. At ground level, the Cats are just hammering away. Bailey can't pick it up for Brisbane. O'Sullivan did pick it up and he's hammered into the ground. So it's going to be a ball up, and it's only 30 metres out from the Brisbane goal. They're trailing by that game high 42 points. 23 gone third term. Off hands, Zach Bailey. He's hardly troubled the score as he gathers away. He gets away from 2 and 3 and hooks it across the face of goal. Charlie Cameron fortuitously is there. It floated. He's in the right forward pocket, about 10 metres away from the behind post.
Yeah, Zach Bailey kicks that. It's one of the goals of the year.
He went through about 4 different would-be tacklers.
And he ran 25 metres and he just couldn't get it on his foot in time to get the spin.
Charlie Cameron with a couple. He's facing inboard from the right forward pocket. Using the left foot to curl it around. That's brilliant, Charlie. 3 goals for Charlie Cameron. And they reduce the lead to 36 points. 14-10-94 to 9-4-58. 24 gone third term.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Grindmeyer's is about to go back on, but you wait till you see how big the slash is across his right shoulder, guys. It's a gash, I reckon, at least like 15, 20 centimetres long.
So he's copped a boot or something?
Must be.
From the sounds of it.
I think the boot's gone across and it's sliced him, but he's got some tape over the top of it and some hemorrhoid cream, I'm assuming.
Thank you, Zane. So collective Cameron's up to 5 and Charlie's got 3.
Yeah, we're going closest to the pin on the closest, but the default person who didn't come up with it is him, and I reckon he's a big chance.
So you, Acker's 4's gone. What did you have?
I had 5.
So you're on the mark at the moment.
Yep.
I had 6 and Pricey came in with 7 at the end.
Yeah.
I'll pay him if it gets to that. Centre bounce, Draper or tap down. Draper got it down to Ashcroft. That's Will. Hand it to McCluggage, kick to half forward. They're singing for Charlie. Charlie's near the footy. Bounces in front of him and out of play.
He's up and about after.
Well, if there is to be something to be done from the Premiers here, they've got 4 minutes left in this third quarter. Thursday sing-along is done. for the time being. Throw in, forward pocket for Brisbane. Clean possession, Curtin hands it to Lohman. Lohman under pressure, snaps off hands out of play on the bounce. Another throw in the right forward pocket. G'day to Joseph, who's texted from Nettuno in Italy. I'm here visiting my in-laws. Forza Cats. Forza. Come on, Cats from Joseph.
Oh, you love it. Throw in, right forward pocket, shallow throw in off the hands of Curtin. Lohman went through the traffic, sky ball towards the pocket. Dempsey got there, spoiled by Marshall over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in the left forward pocket just beside the point post. Oh boy, 36 points the margin. We've 26 gone, third term, still just less than 4 minutes left in this third term. Lions need to get a wriggle on. Throw in. Edwards got it down. Atkins couldn't quite pick it up. Flicked up there by Cody Curtin. It's going to be held up, and another ball up about 35 metres out, slight angle to the left inside the Brisbane forward 50.
You won't be happy with this, folks. They have coughed up a lot of balls. They're not being strong enough in the tackle to get it to their teammates. Got blood rule at the moment. I think it's
Cam Rayner.
Cam Rayner's off, but all quarter they have been outworked, out-hustled, but it's just simply getting the ball, breaking the tackle, giving it to a teammate. They have been horrible at that. Geelong have been awesome.
Jason Ackerman is with you as there's just a trickle near the left ear of Cam Rayner, so he's off to be attended to. And it allows Logan Morris to run back onto the field. Stoppage in the forward line for the Lions. Cats lead it by 6 goals. Curtin against Edwards. Oh, brilliantly rode. McCluggage coming by. Has a snap. Didn't get the right curl on it. Comes down in the pocket in front of O'Connor and Charlie Cameron. Bounces in front of them. Goes over the line. Boundary throw in.
There's a snap. Just kick, drop, punch, man. So much more accurate.
So the ball to be tossed in. Left back pocket for Geelong. Right forward pocket for Brisbane. Locals trying to get behind the Premiers here. Off the head of the ruckman, Levi Ashcroft Rose, hand pass straight to Edwards of Geelong. His hand pass doesn't clear the congestion. McCluggage for Brisbane gets it, gives to Curtin, hands to Will Ashcroft. Rushed snap. Was he pushed in the back? No. He was pushed in the side as he kicked. It's out on the full. Free kick to Geelong in the left back pocket. Geelong 14-10-94. Brisbane 9-4-58.
A little editorial. I reckon I've been watching the Lions for a while. This is the most frustrated I've seen them for a while. They're doing a lot of appealing to the umpires.
Well, they're not paying it to the umpires. They have been horribly unprofessional.
The Cats bring it up now. Tanner Bruin comes past right half back. It's a long kick beyond centre wing. There's going to be a free kick.
They're the ones they should be paying.
It's Harris Andrews.
Easy ones.
And it's going to be 50 because he just didn't throw it back quickly enough, Ollie Henry. He just held on to it. The umpire said, give it to him, give it to him. And Harris Andrews threw the arms out and said, what about me? So the man on the mark comes up to the 40-metre mark. Harris Andrews, who hasn't kicked a goal so far this year. He's only kicked 11 in his 245 games.
Never need a captain's goal. It's right now.
Well,
last goal 2023 for Harris.
It will be a rarity. But Harris Andrews will have to kick it from the paint of 50. He hasn't struck it all that well. Oh, it's marked on the goal line by Logan Morris. He dribbles it through. That's 2 goals for him. And his mini milestone comes up. That's his 100th goal in AFL footy. That brings the Lions back within 30 points, 14-10-94 to 10-4-64, 29 goal in third term. Sorry, Acca.
Oh, assist from Harris Andrews.
For Harris Andrews,
he can kick the ball a mile. And he didn't even get the distance, but it worked out all right. But
how about good teams and good players? Still the football is beast to the honeypot. We saw at the other end, it was 8 around the ball.
Yep.
Couldn't spoil it. Geelong got a goal. Now, at the other end, same scenario, Whitey.
Geelong go up, but Logan Morris, it just continues to amaze me where he puts himself in those positions.
This has got a twist left in it. I thought it was all over with Cats leading by 7 goals.
Another one here.
But Brisbane's kicked 3 of the last 4. 2 minutes left, third quarter. Centre clearance. The big fella, Edwards, gets his own ball for Geelong. Kicks it inside 50. Henry got to the drop. Ollie, his hands couldn't cradle the mark. And he spilt over the line.
That was sensational there. They always set up a defensive triangle, the Cats. And so they were always on the backside. And then he's hit it forward and there was no one there. It's a sweeper for Brisbane. And that's why he was able to get the clearance. So well done from the big fella.
Boundary throw in, left forward pocket for Geelong. Draper taps down. But Myers-Rove spins out of the tackle, and McCluggage tries the banana with the right boot, kicks it across the face of goal. Dempsey, decoding a chance, picks it up, got it to his toe, kicked a point. Well, no, it was Dempsey.
It was, yes, one of the other blondes.
Blinded by the blondes in the forward pocket. A point. Geelong by 31. Zane on the boundary.
Jack Martin's really been struggling with his cramp, but he's gone to the pickle juice and he's doing lots of running around the boundary trying to get himself set.
So Levi Ashcroft receives the ball at right half back for Brisbane. He's had a reasonably good night. Disposal number 19. Promotes it forward to Lachie Neale. Kicks it in the Draper direction. Good strong mark in front of Tom Stewart. Stewart's gone over the mark by a metre. That is 50 in the new vernacular. Watch that one, Greg Swan. Nice kick from Draper inside to the right forward pocket. Roving Lohman. Lohman dribbles it. Oh, he hasn't kicked that. It's touched on the line. Diving effort on the line there. Magnificent. It was going through, and that was... Was that Dempsey again? It was. He saved it at the other end.
And a bullet inbound to right half back. Manor takes the mark, plays on. The Cats slingshot it to the wing. His kick favours Jeremy Cameron. Did he run out? No. Plays on, hands it to Bailey Smith. Hands it on to Bruin. Bounces on 50. Goes on goal from 40 off the side of the boot and out of bounds on the full.
That's what it normally is from that pocket.
It's the only one that's missed today.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, this is quick footy. Quick inbound from the lines. Levi Ashcroft marked in the right back pocket. Kicks it to Wilmot, has a bounce, runs to defensive 50. It's the Cats leading by 5 goals. Kick to the wing. Blitzarves punches it away from Charlie Cameron over the boundary line for a throw-in, Whitey.
He had to round up metres on Charlie Cameron. And for 6'7", he did, and not only did that, punched it out of bounds.
But how's about the backup player? Charlie was 2-on-1 with Blitzarves and Tom Stewart. Amazing. Thrown in on the Vulture Street wing. Commentary side. Draper got it down to Neale beautifully. Handball forward to McCluggage. Did well to tap it forward to Will Ashcroft. He needs to handball it. He does. But it wasn't great. It got to the feet of McCluggage, who made it look better. Back to Ashcroft. Inside 50. The big fly from Lohman. Double grabber. Has he pushed in the back?
Free kick.
There is a free kick. It is going to be a push in the back. It will be Connor McKenna receiving it. Lohman went the double grabbing mark.
Stewart just a push in the back. He's been getting away with it all night, can I say, and he is a master at it. That said, he can't play on here.
So Connor McKenna.
I don't know if he's lying either.
Now, if he knows his rules, he can step back a metre or two and then hit the line. So he's facing inboard, Connor McKenna. He's 30 metres out on a tight angle. Right forward pocket. The left foot. Oh, it's great. No, it scraped the post. One behind. It was a really good effort. It drags the lead at three-quarter time back to 29 points. 14-11-95 the Cats. The Lions 10-6-66. That was an amazing quarter. Plenty of goals scored. I'll go through the Geelong goal scorers. You've got Manners got 4. Jeremy Cameron with 2. Ollie Henry's got 2. Bailey Smith with 2. Then you've got Mullen, Close, Dangerfield, Shannon Neale, all with 1 goal. For the Brisbane Lions, you've got the multiples with Charlie Cameron's got 3. Logan Morris with 2. Singles to Draper, Rayner, Levi Ashcroft and Cody Curtin and Zach Bailey.
So the story of the night, Geelong by 22 at quarter time. Scores were level 3 times in the second quarter. Cats kicked the last 2 goals of the half to lead by 12 points at halftime. That was a part of what turned out to be a 5-goal run for the Cats. They kicked the next 5 in the game, got out by 42, so that was a run of 7 in a row either side of halftime for Geelong. But then Brisbane has kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game, and it's Geelong by 29 points at three-quarter time at 14-11-95 to Brisbane's 10-6-66. New South Wales has held on to the Women's State of Origin Shield. Game 2 at Lang Park across town is over, and the Blues have won the series 2-0. They've got a game to play tonight. New South Wales defeating Queensland by 14 points to 10. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Guy Montgomery is back with a new assistant.
Sam Campbell. I'll take the job. What is the job?
The new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Inside 50, big contest, fisted forward by Kitty Coleman. Fletcher worried off it. Oh, Manna from heaven. Off the deck.
Oh, yeah.
From 30, he just flung his right boot at it. It went straight through the middle. Cut off by Ollie Dempsey. He wheels around onto the right foot, kicks it long towards the goal square. Spoiled. Goes to Myers. Handball to Manna. Manna again. He's got 3. The kid can play, Acker. Don't worry about that.
Off the hands of the pack. Boundary side. Close was there. Couldn't pick up. Manna's there again. Tackled without it by Leicester. And in a manner of speaking, he's put the Cats 35 in front. Chips it to half forward. Morris paid the mark. Had it slapped out of his hands. No 50. Plays on quickly. Kicks it to Draper, who's all alone in the forward pocket. Plays on, and the big fella kicks a much-needed Brisbane goal.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
High-octane AFL 2026 style, even among the slippery conditions of the showers at the Gabba. The Cats and the Lions are putting on a show, but most importantly for Geelong fans, they've got the whip hand with a 29-point lead at three-quarter time. My name is Quentin Hull. I hope you're enjoying Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Michael Price is calling the action with me. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis trying to make head and tail of this one, which has had plenty of stories throughout it. Zane Bojack down on the boundary. Geelong 14 goals, 11, 95. Brisbane 10, 6, 66. Gentlemen, it's been fun to hear. What's left in it? What have we got? Is there a twist? Can the Premiers on their home deck try and reel in the best part of a 5-goal deficit at three-quarter time?
Be unlikely. They don't have enough winners across the ground. The Lions, they got out-hustled, out-beaten in every facet of the game. Hardball gets, just look at that. One stat you want to see, they got whooped around the contest. They could not get their hands on the ball. And when they did, they're complaining that they're getting jumper grab and all those kind of dark arts that we love. And they were just too classy. They worked harder and they deserved the lead they got. They made the most of those opportunities to the Geelong, but the Lions have got some work to do. It starts in the middle.
Yeah, the Lions, I just think they've got to use the ball so many times during that quarter. And the ball went forward for Geelong, it was so open. And that's why they got the slingshot footy. We spoke about this at the start of the broadcast. Their half forwards close, Myers, Manna, they come up, they get involved in the contest and slingshot back. Wilmot's had 23 possessions, and a part of that is because of the half forwards going up. So they're using him behind, but they've got to be really strategic going forward. They've got to lower their eyes. I know it's slippery conditions, but Geelong's able to do it. Geelong's able to kick at the space.
Hit targets.
There's one where McKenna was going inside forward 50. He just needed to lob it over, trying to, pierce it. Just be a bit smarter. I think they can still get back in this contest, Brisbane, but they've been shown how to use the ball and have the poise. You mentioned it halfway through that third quarter there, Acker, where Lions got it, will bomb it. Geelong will get it, use their hands, even though the wet conditions, still very skillful. We're out of here, bang, down forward, open forward line, scoreboard pressure.
Yep, easy. And great footy too. Don't get me wrong. This is a very good quarter that Geelong played. They'll have to keep doing it. Brisbane aren't going to go away, and they may have an even bigger win. But Brisbane, the club they are with the talent they are, they simply just got to get and be a bit more aggressive. One, win the ball. Two, be better when you're getting tackled to give it to your teammate. And with the forward thrust from any part of the field, be a little bit more instinctual and courageous.
Holmes 25, Smith and Manna 23 lead the way for the Cats. Wilmot 23, Will Ashcroft and Neal 21 for the Lions.
Edwards gets over the top of Fort, but it's intercepted by Lockie Neal for Brisbane. He kicks it immediately inside 50. Big contest there was De Koning versus Draper. Draper got it down, rode by Bailey. He's tackled off it by Max Holmes. Well, the umpire's going to come in and say he didn't have any prior opportunity. So at right half forward for Brisbane, right on the arc of 50, close to the boundary line. Fort beaten forward by Edwards into the path of Tanner Bruin. He gives it off now to Oisin Mullen. The Irishman gets it beyond centre wing looking for Jeremy Cameron. He floats away from Darcy Gardner. So it's just forward to centre wing right in front of the Brisbane Lions bench. Jeremy Cameron, who's kicked 2-3 tonight.
Gets onto the left foot, gets around Darcy Gardner on the mark and promotes it another 5 metres forward. Gets it inside 50. What a grab. That is a really good mark. He's a big unit, isn't he, Shannon Neal?
It's hard. He walked past me today when we were having a coffee and I thought, someone's let this guy like out of the zoo. He's that big.
He is 30 metres out from goal. He's on a tight angle to the left and he was too big, too tall for Froggy Lester there.
And this is what I'm talking about with development. You know, we're talking about Nigel Lappin. This is a prime example. Shannon Neal.
Shannon Neal, he's kicked one beautiful goal tonight. He is a great user of the footy. Oh, he's hit the post 2/3 of the way up, the left goal post. So Geelong start the final quarter scoring with a behind. They lead by 30 points.
Neat 5-goal lead. Quick kick in for Brisbane. Reveal takes it at centre-half back. Chips it laterally to Andrews. Marks hands it back to Reveal. There's a bit of a half volley under pressure. Not the best service from the skipper. Reveal makes good. Hands it to Fort. Rush kick to the wing over the head of McCluggage. Oh, coming out, winning the ball brilliantly. Young O'Sullivan found some space. Runs to the wing. Kick not that good though. Oh, Andrews dropped the mark. He went two hands. Manor nudged him off it. Wins the ball. Hands to Shannon Neal. Hands it to the top of the goal square. Not the best service, but Cameron makes good. Jeremy Cameron picks up the crumbs. Snaps from the top of the goal mouth. That's 3 for Jezza. Collective Camerons are split at 3 apiece. 6 in all at either end for the two sharp shooters, but most importantly, it's a 6-goal lead now for Geelong at 15-12, 102 to 10-6, 66. A rare fumble from Captain Harris at the back, and the Lions pay dearly.
You know you're in trouble when your captain is just getting a bit of pressure from a guy half the size and worries him off it. Gets the ball. It's just amazing footy. Lions couldn't play any worse at the moment, and Geelong just everything going well.
This is the poise we're talking about. Darcy Fort gets it, could have given the hand pass off and they're working the chain. He just kicks it, and Bushko goes down for a goal.
Great point.
The crowd's just been informed that there will be no kick-to-kick due to the slippery conditions. That was the boo that you heard. Back into the middle. Fort wins this clearance. Tapped it to his own advantage. Kicks it inside 50. Neal. Handball Lohman to Bailey. Tackled from behind. From the other Bailey. Bailey Smith. Sorry. That's Blitzarves. Boy, the white headbands and the blonde hair. I see what you're saying. There's at least 3 of them out there. And boy, did he move quickly, Blitzarves. It was a beautiful tackle. He kicks it just beyond centre wing or just short of centre wing, and it's a nice contested mark by Fort. Sweeping handball. Back out to Bailey, puts it inside to Lester. Lester inside the forward 50 to Rayner. Rayner, a long left foot kick. Wide of the goals, one behind. 102 plays 67, so it's 35 points the margin.
Early stages, final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport as Tom Stewart, who's had a great night, missed the last time these two teams played. He kicks long to a contest beyond half-back, off the hands. Rayner does the roving, rides the Atkins tackle to get a hand free, and hand pass to Ford, 60 from goal, whacks it back to full forward, gets to the ground. Charlie Cameron toe poke, overrun by McCluggage. Cameron went in to pick it up anyway, has a shot, doesn't get much on it. It rolls out of play next to the point post in the right forward pocket. And there's no ifs, buts and maybes, but Tom Stewart just missed the grand final with that concussion. 21 disposals tonight with 6 marks, and I think 4 of them at least intercept marks before half-time. Boundary throw in. Blitzarve's got a tap despite the nudge of Draper, then plays tackler on Lohman, who roved. So it's locked up, and we'll do it again. Brisbane need to get going if they want to keep this one alive. Draper, brilliant service out the back to McCluggage. Great smother, though. I think the Blitz got his hands on that as well to smother. Locked up underneath Zach Guthrie. Ruckman tapping and then smothering.
Great second effort.
Really, really quickly. Blitzarves slaps it down. Lohman flicked it out, looking for Rayner. Bailey Smith enters the fray. Tapped it in front of Dempsey. Beautiful work. Off to Mona again. It's flicked back now. Myers chipping ball down on commentary wing. It's Ollie Henry who gathers. It's Bruce Reville standing the mark. Aggressive kick. Good contest provided there by Marshall. Spoiled Tanner Bruin at ground level. Darcy Wilmot tried hard all night. Couldn't pick it up. Into Ollie Henry. Went to Edwards. Edwards to Bailey Smith. His handball cut off by Darcy Wilmot. Bit scrappy now. The Cats are still leading it though. It was with Myers. Gets to Sean Manor from the arc of 50. Impossible angle. Long shot. It drops to the line. Big contest. Here's a chance for the Cats at the top of the goal square. It was farmed out. Snapping ball went to Oisin Mullen. He puts it across the face. 1 point. 103 plays 67. Back to 36 points the margin.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Logan Morris, he came off and went down the race. He came back just now with the physio. He's trying to run. He's got his right knees tightly
McKenna
strapped.
kicks it to half forward. Charlie Cameron in space, 45 from goal. Hit it on the head of Lohman, but he caught behind and gives away a needless. No, hold on, it's downfield.
Yeah, pushing the back.
Sorry to catch off Zano, but Charlie Cameron they moved that so quickly to right half forward. What were you saying there?
Logan Morris has got his right knee strapped and he's really struggling running around the boundary line, Q.
Oh, that's bad news. That's not what you want from your young stars.
And for a moment we thought Charlie was going to give us a repeat of that amazing goal from the first half. Now Cameron hard on the boundary at right half forward, 50 from goal. Brisbane needs something. Cameron's kick is across the face, off the hands of the pack. It's alive in the opposite pocket and eventually it's taken over the line as Fort tackles Edwards for a boundary throw in. 7 minutes, final term. Geelong lead by 6 goals.
Frenetic game of football for a Thursday night here at the Gabba. Slippery night. Throw in left forward pocket. Off hands. It was with Ollie Dempsey. Back to Dangerfield. Dangerfield now gets it back to Lawson Humphries, who's just taken off the ball without the ball. It's going to be a free kick. Crowd don't like it, but Lohman just grabbed him. Ball was a metre away from him. He's in the right back pocket for the Cats. He immediately goes laterally to the left. Dangerous kick to Holmes with Charlie Cameron closing in, but Holmes did well. He gathered, shot it out there. It went to O'Connor. O'Connor put it forward. Now they're just taking it through hands down the outer side. Went with Atkins to Guthrie. He chips it forward to find Ollie Henry. He wheels around from 55. Now kicks it to a 3-on-1. Shannon Neal, who was blocked out of it. Now you see that was completely unnecessary and showed you the panic the Lions were in. Why do you explain that?
Just holding his arm. He was trying to. He checked his opponent, then went to run for it, and he just held his arm.
Didn't need to do it.
Didn't need to do it.
So Darcy's Wilmot and Fort, and then Harris Andrews coming back, but it's going to be a free kick.
And Brisbane was 3-on-1 there too. And
Shannon Neal, 1 goal, 1 from 20 metres out, inflicts more pain on the locals. The Cats with their 16th goal. He's got 2, Shannon Neal. 16-13, 109. Plays 10-7, 67. It's back to that 42-point margin. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Logan Morris is struggling to run, but he is going to come back on and see what he can do.
Yeah.
So where's that injury again, Zane?
He's got his right knee strapped to you, and he's not running real free, but he's going out there to have a go.
Okay, thank you.
Just having a look, and he doesn't look terribly impeded. They do hurt, and when you're warm, you can get through the game. That said, Brisbane have got that. You don't want that either. He's a star, and his injury never helps. But the Lions have got serious problems. They're not winning the ball. They're not doing anything that a good side can do. And at the moment, Geelong are just so good.
A 7-goal lead. It equals the game high for the Cats. Ball thrown up in the middle. It's Shannon Neal against Darcy Ford at ruck time. Won by Atkins of Geelong. Picks it up the deck. Hands it to Bailey Smith. High kick to half forward. Wilmot got to the drop for Brisbane. Couldn't mark. Shunted out to Dunkley. Kick semi-smothered. But Fletcher emerges for the Lions. Hands it to Levi Ashcroft. Hands it to Wilmot in the middle of the Gabba. High towering kick to attacking 50. Humphries presents himself for Geelong and takes the mark.
Been great tonight.
At centre half back. Kicks it wide to the wing. Myers marks. Plays on. Kicks infield. Dangerfield to Manor. Marks and chips it wide to Bailey Smith. Cats runners everywhere. It rolls along the deck. Smith picks up, kicks inside 50. Andrew spoils the sliding Humphrey. Then Dangerfield jumps all over the back of Wilmot. Gives away a push in the back. Free kick. Advantage taken. Levi Ashcroft bounces through half back. Kicks Brisbane to the wing. It's out in front of Cody Curtin, who now has to battle on hands and knees with De Koning. Picked up though by Tunstall coming by for Brisbane. Left foot kick to attacking 50. A floater. Morris with that knee strapped. He's making a contest of it, but O'Connor arrives. Numbers with the Cats, and he kicks it clear to the wing.
De Koning has time to pick it up around his ankles, flick it to Bailey Smith. He kicks it forward to Manor. He goes past for the handball received. Bailey Smith had a fine game. Inside 50 through the hands of Dangerfield. At the back, Jack Henry flicks it into the corridor. It's going to be deemed as more than a flick. It's a throw. So the Lions will receive the ball. They've paid the advantage. It's Will Ashcroft. Flares it out to right half back onto the arc to find Sam Marshall.
His kicks inside 50 are rubbish too for the Lions. They've got no connection at the moment. They are not the team that they were 35 minutes ago, let me tell you.
That's for sure. That's the Cats' pressure as well. It's kicked forward. The Lions off hands. Lohman gets it to Will Ashcroft. He's belted off the ball. Great tackle. It's with Atkins. He gets it into Shannon Neal just beside the centre circles. In the corridor. He goes long. Inside 50. Cats with the contest. It was Fort who got back there. The hands now off to Wilmot, to Marshall. He puts it forward to Bruce Reville, and he chips it forward to find a teammate in Cam Rayner. With the headband, well, it's more bandage than headband.
There's a bit of time to now roll off right half back. Kicks Brisbane long towards half forward. Targets in the pack are Curtin, Morris for the Lions. Brought away by O'Connell, and again, it is Geelong at the fall as Humphreys hands it backwards through Stewart to De Koning. Hand pass intercepted by opposite 16 Rayner. Knocks it out of play. We'll see a stoppage throw in between wing and right half forward for Brisbane.
They've just controlled the tempo of the second half, Geelong. The ability to get the ball, be able to have poise, be able to use their teammates and run support from behind.
7 goals the lead to the Cats. Shallow throw in. Bailey picks up for Brisbane. Hands it to Fort. Rush kick inside 50. Intercept mark number 5 or 6 for Tom Stewart. Mind you, it'll go as an intercept, but he kicked it straight to him. Still, stats a stat, Pricey. Another mark for Stewart.
Yep, and the Cats are bringing it out, well, basically too easily. It's with Zach Guthrie now. He's at right half back.
4 metres. These umpires.
Officially 7 intercept marks for Tom Stewart. Just saw a stat.
About an 8-metre kick, Acker. I'm with you there. He gets it back into Humphreys. Humphreys straight down the corridor to Atkins. It's a little bit of training drill stuff now for the Cats. They have dominated this game from the word go. Bailey Smith now long inside 50, close, spoiled by Gardner. At ground level, Danger looking like a young colt. Gathers handball into the path of Blitzard. He gives it back to Danger. Inside 50 to Close. His left foot to a dangerous spot, top of the square. Neal. Oh, it bounced off his big chest and into the arms. No, it wasn't Manor again, was it? It was. He's got a handful. 1 for the thumb for Sean Manor. 5 goals and the Cats have 17. 17-13, 115 to 10-7, 67. 48-point margin game high. They will not ever get that grand final back. But, boy, they're making a statement tonight.
I don't know what the stats are, Pricey, but I want you to dive into kicking efficiency for Geelong tonight, because the way they've kicked the ball tonight is the best I've seen. Just been able to slice the defence apart. That kick from Humphreys back inside and then out to just great play.
And your boy Sean Manor, Acker, that's a career best 5 goals now. Surpasses his previous best of 4, which he kicked against North Melbourne around 10 of last season.
No answers to him tonight, but it's been up the field that's been doing most of the heavy lifting.
Manor with 5 goals, Cats by 8 goals now.
Geelong play Sydney in Geelong next week. You'll be down there for a coffee?
I think he'll want a coffee after his performance tonight. He'll be flying me down.
This is a 5-day break too from the Cats.
Oh, this is incredible.
It's been some performance. Levi Ashcroft at half-back got a free kick for Brisbane. Chips it to Wilmot in the bullseye.
This is the kick.
Marks and kicks it to Leicester. Hands it on to Coleman. Kitty Coleman decides to go long from 60. All the way to the goal mouth, out the back. Oh, Morris had a free grow at the mark. Dropped it, rode by Draper. Hands to McKenna. McKenna snaps the goal. Does he? Yeah. Goal umpire and boundary umpire had a look at each other. Goal for Connor McKenna. Cats by 7 goals again at 17-13 to 11-7. 15 minutes. Final term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
They're still just under half a quarter. Now, sometimes teams got to be careful not just to take the foot off the gas. Geelong will want to just keep at it. That said, Brisbane have got a lot to improve on. A little bit more adventurous, but again, that kick from Coleman was so deep it shouldn't have ever been able to be brought back in, and they got a shot at goal. That's a poor kick in. That's been like that the whole second half, that kick inside 50.
Yeah, it should have been, you're right. It should be, if he's not going to make it, put the top, 30 metres out, dangerous. That's where it puts the defenders under a little bit of heat.
Draper versus Edwards. Draper tapped it to himself, then the volley inside 50. It tumbles over the back of the pack, getting there first to Koning. He eventually picks it up. Shot a handball out. It's intercepted there by Logan Morris. Free kick. It's going to be Tom Stewart who will receive the free kick. He was grabbed without the ball in the left back pocket. The intercept specialist. He has had a monumental game tonight.
That's not even a free kick. Anyway, you just don't need that when you're having a game and you're getting a bit of momentum, and just a soft free kick goes against you.
So Tom Stewart, disposal number 24 as well. Kicks it out to the outer wing or just short thereof. The base of the pack. Close. Basically tracked it to the boundary line. And again, the Lions doing a lot of throwing the hands up, asking the umpire, not getting to the ball first. It's going to be a throw in between wing and right half forward for the Lions on the other side.
There's no momentum.
Geelong has led all the way. 42 points, the current lead. Although scores were level 3 times late in the second quarter, as Holmes was wrapped up at the stoppage by a Bailey tackle. No clearance and another ball up. Right half forward for Brisbane, tossed in the air. Draper doing the ruck work with Blitzarves. Underneath, Manor with a little hand pass to Atkins. Can't break the Wilmot tackle. Got a hand pass free, though, to Close, who rumbles it to the wing. Handed it to Mullen. His hand pass ineffective. Levi Ashcroft on hands and knees. Does well for Brisbane. Wins the ball. Hands it to Reville. His hand pass is not very creative. Coleman tries to help out. Pushed off it by Shannon Neal on attacking 50 for Geelong. He tapped it forward. Fletcher picks up for Brisbane. Immediately tackled.
They've just hunted the Lions tonight, haven't they, Geelong? They've just
destroyed them.
And they've nailed every tackle.
Tossed in the air. Punched forward by Edwards at ruck time for Geelong, but rode by Lester of Brisbane. Hands to Will Ashcroft. Hands it to Charlie Cameron, who's running off half back. Kicks it around the edge of the centre square. Under the feet of Morris. Picked up by Edwards of Geelong. Gave to Humphreys. Now back to Edwards. Rush kick from the middle inside 50 for the Cats. Wilmot flew and almost marked over the top of Ollie Henry there. Play on as Coleman roves and is tackled immediately by the Cats. And we'll see a ball up with Geelong in attack.
So off the hands of Draper. Dunkley, well held tonight, gets it away into the path of Charlie Cameron, who's at right half back. Puts it into the corridor to McKenna. He wants to go quickly and does. Kicks it long towards the lead of Logan Morris. Takes it on the arc. He's standing inside the centre square. And as he went to kick it, he dropped it. He recovered. Handball back to Fletcher. Fletcher from 50 pushes it left, one behind. Sort of indicative of the way it's gone for the Lions tonight. 115 versus 74. So it's back to 41 points the margin. Cats lead.
So Geelong will go to 7 wins and 3 losses. And the Lions 6 and 4. It was always the scenario, barring a draw for one and the other this evening. Again, Geelong get it to half back. Marked by O'Sullivan. Hand passes to Broon. Runs to the wing. Tanner Broon's kick towards half forward. Dangerfield has to play spoiler. As the veterans of 35, Leicester and Dangerfield.
Tell me how he tried to keep that in. That's the dumbest rule. These guys think that they're good at changing rules. That is the easiest rule in the world to change. Play a free kick against that rubbish.
Well, he punched it away from a player trying to mark it. So it's a boundary throw in. Shannon Neal with a double-handed tap, but Will Ashcroft picks it up at right half-back for Brisbane. Rush kick to halfway. Morris in front of De Koning. Takes a chest mark, Logan Morris. That right knee strap, but he's moving okay there. Kicks it to the bullseye. Fletcher roves and hands it to Marshall. Marshall to Lockie Neal. Tackled from behind. Run down by Mullen. Play on. Cats have got it close there at right half-back. Swoops on the ball, chips it short, and Ollie Henry takes the grab. And the Cats now, doesn't look like they're slowing down. Pricey leading by 41.
Now the handball there from Ollie Henry over to Lawson Humphreys. Time for a bounce. Gets to the wing, kicks it inside 50 and uncontested. Shannon Neal, 45 from goal, and it's an angle to the right, but it's reasonably close to the middle.
Well, Shannon Neal was in the ruck then. He just went hard forward and then able to come at the ball. So turning Draper inside out, go to his strengths. Great smart running from Shannon Neal.
It's too easy, this. He launched one from around about this spot earlier in the game. 2 goals, 1 for the night. Kicks it from 50, strikes it reasonably well, but he's pulled it a little left, so 2 goals, 2 for the night. Another behind to the Cats total, 116, plays 74, so it's back to 42 points the margin.
Doesn't get any easier for Geelong. Sydney at home next week. Well, perhaps a little easier in that they don't have to travel. Brisbane go to the showground to play the Giants. As Reville's in the left back pocket, kicks it on the head of Rayner. Late arriving ball from De Koning, gets it to Deck, and it's rowed by another of those blondies. It's Dempsey with a hand pass to Blitzarves. Hands it infield to Atkins, back to Bailey Smith on to Blitzarves. Tackled by Curtin, lost it. That's holding the ball. Umpire doesn't pay it. No, he doesn't. Play on. Curtin over it, couldn't pick up. Charlie Cameron tries to fumble it to the advantage of Coleman, who fumbled it back to Cameron. Now he gives it to Rayner. Rayner bangs it from 60 metres out to full forward. Out the back of the packet, McKenna couldn't nudge Jeremy Cameron underneath it. Cameron's gone back, as we've seen it on a few times.
What was that?
It's gone through for a point.
Yeah, I know it's
Geelong by 41 at 116 to 75.
Yeah, he's kicked the talk where he's got Will Ashcroft running beside him, give it hands, go inside open goal.
Just about to say that you don't see that often from the Lions where they play as selfishly. You don't want to use that word, but Rayner had launching a talk from 55.
Yep.
He had players on his inside. And Bailey Smith, who's had a cracker of a game, takes the mark at right half back. Disposal number 32 coming up. Launches a long kick to the commentary wing. Draper edges his way to the front of the pack. Nicely roved there by Neal. Controlled it eventually. Handball to Marshall. Back to Lockie Neal. He puts it into the corridor at the feet of Fletcher, who did well to pick it up on the half volley. Got it backwards to Bailey by hand. Back to Fletcher. Now to Harris Andrews. He's retreating. It back inside 50. He puts pressure on the bounce to Levi Ashcroft, who did well to get away from close. Handball backwards to Zach Bailey. He launches a kick beyond Darcy Gardner. It's picked up there by Mullen. Mullen spots somebody inside. I was going to say give it to Manor, but Danger pulled seniority on him and said, my mark, 40 metres out directly in front.
There's an aspect of the decision making and also delivery and execution. Their kicking tonight has been outstanding from Geelong.
75% accuracy on a wet night.
And that's what without knowing the stats you've just said, being wet, but decision and poise and execution has been outstanding.
The evergreen, Patrick Dangerfield, has 1 goal for the night. Comes in from 45 and pulls it dramatically to the left. 117 plays 75. Once again, we're back at that 42-point margin with 23 gone to the final quarter.
This is their best win of the year, Q? Geelong?
Without having a long time to think about it, you'd have to think so. They were dynamic. I mean, Collingwood at the G, probably not as good as beating. This is better than that.
And Brisbane challenged them in the second quarter.
Yeah, Geelong off the kick in. They've got it again on half forward. Atkins hands it to Dempsey, gives it back to Atkins, chip to the pocket. Choice of 3. Tanner Brunn's the one to take the mark.
It's embarrassing. That's what it is.
Well,
you're a Lions player. You're going to have to have a look at this and take ownership of it.
They beat the Bulldogs by 75 points at Cardinia Park. I suppose any result away from Cardinia Park carries more weight, but this is the reigning premier.
Yeah. On their deck.
In
the wet.
Shorter break.
Slightly wet.
They got a lot of work to do.
So Tanner Brunn in his 4th year at Geelong, from beyond the boundary, kicks it to the top of the goal square on the head of Shannon Neal. Couldn't really get to it, bumped off it by the contending Draper. It goes beyond them and over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Should it be like, in baseball, you can have the mercy rule, just fly the bloody flag and say, I'm out. Can I go home, please?
Well, they don't have that in AFL, Jason.
They should. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I reckon there's a fair few of the Gabba crowd that have cleared out of the deck.
They've had enough.
Yep. At the back of the pack, Dangerfield. Rope checks, the ageing body couldn't cash. He was tackled by Bailey. Now the line slingshot. Bruce Reville
Chased down by Oisin Mullen, spilled the ball. Edwards now. Nice handball back inboard to O'Sullivan. He's on the logo commentary side. Under pressure, he kicks it towards the arc, and Lockie Neal with the defensive mark.
2 minutes left in the game, and Oisin Mullen just does that.
He's just had a great night, I reckon. Lockie Neal's had 26 touches. He kicks it just beyond the wing. Stewart at the back of the pack, as he does, mops up. Handball forward to Dempsey, to Myers, back to Dempsey. 70 from goal to the boundary line. Tanner Bruin gets onto his left foot, goes across the arc. Bruce Reville versus Atkins. Skimmed off the knuckles of Reville, and then it was picked up by Manor. Back to Atkins. He flares it across to Tanner Bruin. He's 55 from goal at right half forward. He's confronted, and then it's a 9-9, a sand wedge to Patrick Dangerfield. Floats it to the top of the square. Harris Andrews in front of Neal. He gathers. Handball to Bailey. Back to Darcy Gardner. Back to Harris. They're being harassed. Back to Darcy Gardner on the goal line. He kicks it out towards Levi Ashcroft. Sweeping handball out to Darcy Fort.
Eventually got out of there. Fort gives it back to Levi Ashcroft. Has a bounce on right half back. Kicks it towards the middle of the ground. Stewart presents to get in the way of McKenna. Couldn't mark, but McKenna rose for Brisbane. He's pushed off his little toe poker. Indiscriminate kick to the bullseye. McCluggage meets it, but he's wrapped up immediately in another Geelong tackle. It's Atkins this time. Yeah, they look like a lot, but they know that they can't get back the last game of last year, but they'll give them a bit of comeuppance while I've got them down. The Cats have been terrific tonight, leading by 42 points. Lions win the stoppage, though, from the ball up. Rayner bursts a tackle, runs to 50. Has a shot in his right, misses right. And the Cats fans, they're still here, and they'll make themselves heard. A Bronx cheer for Cam Rayner among the 29,221 that's been semaphore at the Gabba. Geelong by 41 points.
Jeremy Cameron receives at right half back, gets onto the left foot. A beautiful measured kick to the logo. Brad Close dropped it though. Picked up by Darcy Wilmot, tried hard all night. Handball backwards to Lockneil. McLuggage chased down by Close though. They haven't stopped the Cats. They've been doing it all night. Ball floats in front of Bailey Smith, and there's the siren. It'll never make up for the heartache of the grand final last year. But the Cats have absolutely demolished Brisbane on their home deck to the tune of 41 points.
And they did it from go to woe. The Cats never relinquished the lead. They were 22 points in front at quarter time. Scores were level 3 occasions in the second quarter. They kicked the last 2 goals of that term to lead by 2 goals at half time. 29 points was the lead at 3-quarter time. And in the end, Geelong win it by 41 points. The Cats with a big scalp at the Gabba.
Stand up and fight. Remember our tradition. Stand up and fight. It's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might. Because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Geelong 17-15, 117. To Brisbane's 11-10, 76. And there were stars all over the park for Geelong, but on the score sheet, none shone brighter than Sean Manor. Career best 5 goals for the mature age gem. 3 goals for Jeremy Cameron. He could have had a few more as well. He kicked 3-3, missed a couple that he generally would have kicked. 2 goals to Bailey Smith, 2 goals to Shannon Neal, 2 to Oliver Henry, and single goals for Oisin Mullen, Pat Dangerfield and Brad Close. While for Brisbane, Charlie Cameron kicked 3 goals, so the collective Cameron's 6 was the winner. Woohoo!
There you go. You won the pool.
1 for me in the commentary sweep, 3 for Jeremy, 3 for Charlie. Charles Cameron with 3 tonight. 2 goals for Logan Morris, who had to get his right knee strapped during the game, but he did finish the game, albeit a little hampered. Single goals for Sam Draper, Levi Ashcroft, Cam Rayner, Connor McKenna, Zach Bailey and Cody Curtin kicked his first goal in league footy tonight. So the Cats are 7 wins and 3 losses. The Lions are 6 wins and 4 losses. The next couple of weeks for Geelong, they've got Sydney at Cardinia Park, followed by Carlton at the MCG. While for Brisbane, they go to Sydney to play the Giants at the Showground next week before their next home game is a tantalising prospect. They take on Fremantle here next up. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis will take you through it. Whitey, we'll start with you. Boy, talk about entertainment. We got that.
Yeah.
But what about the winning and the losing of the game?
Yeah, look at that. As you pointed out, it was a draw. Twice they drew level in that. Three times in that second quarter, and then Geelong just put the foot down in that second half. They were just quality to watch, across the board. There was not one weak link. Even I think Close probably had the lowest possessions, but still in that, he was tackling ferocious right to the death, and so was Ocean Mullen. It was just an outstanding performance. They're running, they're coming off a 5-day break, and it was just unbelievable to watch. You go through them. Manners he's kicked 5 career. Is that a career?
Yeah, career high for Sean Manor. Previous best was 4, which he kicked against North in the first half of last season.
And then Stewart down back, and then all the magnets they threw around in the first quarter. I wonder if that was a bit of I don't know.
It's like a red herring. Here you go. Look at this. Look over here. Just distract.
Look at this. Distract and then whack.
The performance was.
Yeah, there's a bit in that because
consistent.
Like I said, I've never seen 4 different rucks in the centre baller in the first quarter. In one quarter.
Chris Scott and Chris Fagan have done this before, haven't they, Whitey and Acker? Remember when the Lions played the keepings off game here? It was wet and it was the most boring game because Fags refused to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Remember that one? It was a very low-scoring game. So we have seen bits and pieces of different stuff in the coach's box from these two guys across the journey of, 2 powerhouse clubs, just trying to work out every little part of each other's armoury.
Just means they win this little one. Who's going to win the war? What are they going to learn? There's a lot of embarrassed performances from the Lions. They got a lot of work to do, but that's okay. It's just one loss, a big loss, a bad loss, but they will learn as they do against good opposition.
74 turnovers for Brisbane versus Geelong 6.
No composure, pressure, unbelievable.
That's a high number. I haven't seen
no
that
intensity
number
for the Lions. No running with. Look at those tackles made deep in the last quarter with like a minute to go. You know that. Look, I understand you can play. It's another game, but when your opponents come and do that for 4 quarters, you don't need to wonder who wants it more. Yeah, just saw Chris Scott just talking to the Ashcroft boys, both of them. They obviously family friends, very close.
Yeah.
And Jace, we'll take a moment because you were a part of the path for this extraordinary story of Sean Manor, who was in his mid-20s before he gets a chance
26,
at AFL footy. So to see him out there tonight and to think of the little part that you play, what's his? How's he done it? How do you go from being a good guy that who's sort of playing O&M, playing the VFL, but we've seen plenty of them who get to this level and can't step up again.
Yeah.
How's he done it?
He's done it because I can't even tell you the belief you need to have in yourself and the just consistency of I'm just going to keep showing up. He's been an amazing footballer for ages. He is much bigger than he used to be. He has gotten and developed. He was not going to make it. He just wasn't going to be strong enough. 19, 20, 21, 22. Got himself going, got in a good program with Werribee and played against men and showed them that he was ready to play at the next level because he's one of those players, and I don't know if what you say, Whitey, when you look at a player, at the standard that's below, when it's a slower, he is already gone. What I'm saying is they're not quick enough to get it to him. By the time it gets to him, he's been out for 5-6 seconds and they close him down. He doesn't get rewarded. The faster the game, the higher the level, the better he goes. And it was only a matter of time if you could get into the higher levels and the higher standards, he was always going to stand out at some point because he's too quick and so smart for the game. And that's probably the thing that no one can see and know about him, but when he got his chance, as he did, and got picked up, he was always going to make it. I never had any issues, barring a Greek tragedy. He was always going to be a great player.
I was going to say what's in the water at Werribee, but we don't really want to know that.
No one was.
You just don't want a westerly happening, Pricey. But what I will say in this, Geelong's been able to identify the strengths of a player. Dempsey, we're going to have you in the wing. You go. You've got great power. You look at the half forwards, and they put Mano in exactly what Aka's saying. You put him in the half forward, run him up, and his ability to slingshot forward, be able to be creative, to use the ball, plays to his strengths. This is exactly what Geelong do. They identify your strengths and play to it.
We'll get more from Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. We'd love to hear from you on 0437 774 774. Send us a text. What are your thoughts? 0437 774 774. Geelong has beaten Brisbane by 41 points. Now, Zane Bojak's in the Geelong rooms. There's still 3 players out here. They're sort of doing their TV commitments. So, Zane, into you. They're just waiting for Mullen, Cameron and Bailey Smith to come in. But already, I reckon there's a cacophony of cats in there at the Gabba.
Oh, geez, Q, that's a good grouping. I like that. Getting high fives from both Nathan Buckley and Chris Scott. He's a very happy Chris Scott down here, and you're right, everyone's in a huddle in their white Indigenous jerseys. They're very happy with their efforts, and certainly there's a lot of dirty jerseys too. They've done the dirty work tonight to get this result. Jeremy Cameron makes his way into the huddle now. They're just getting set. Here comes Mullen. Just waiting. Here's Bailey Smith. We're about to get underway here. They're very happy cats here in the Gabba, Q.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. It's flying high from doors and up.
So there you go. They got Sydney next week. But I tell you what, 7-3 they are flying, Q, and we are hoping to catch up with the man who got 5 goals and 30 disposals and used to be coached by Jason Ackermanis. He does have some TV commitments, but then he's coming to us. I'm talking about Shawnee Manor.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to hear an extension of that coffee conversation from earlier today. G'day to Phil on the text. He says this game's indicative of last week's Lions. Me attitude. They got lost in tonight's game. Yeah, maybe, what were you saying about Lee Matthews, and you start next week the way you finished the week before? And
it's amazing how it happens.
Yeah. Richard, again from Geelong Tex, he reckons this might be Tanner Bruin's best game yet.
I reckon he had a cracker and strong. He attacked the ball with pure ferocity. 29 disposals for Tanner Bruin and 8 score involvements as well.
The thing I did like about Tanner's game tonight is the ability to get leg drive. And get through, because he uses the ball well. But there's a couple of times tonight where he stood up, broke the tackle, pushed through.
Yeah, he
leg drive.
They all had energy. I don't know where Brisbane went wrong. They just looked like they just had nothing. They had no go. They had no one to stand up and take anything on.
Dare I surmise your mood, Jace, because we know each other pretty well, but I think you replicate the feeling of Lions fans tonight in that do you think that they probably just weren't up for the effort required tonight at certain times? I mean, you can talk about being beaten by the better team and all that, but the way that you're sort of going about your thoughts, I reckon Lions fans are unhappy because that was a kind of performance where it's like, hold on, they realise they're not good enough tonight and they've turned it up a bit.
Yeah. Okay. I will just say this. They are a good side, a great side, Brisbane. They have shown up for a title fight, got punched in the face, and just went to water. In the end, you can't play one good quarter of footy. You only played a half last week. You got Carlton, who are you can say whatever you want about Carlton, who just took you to town. And then that was a training drill half the time. That's a shameful performance from a group that has a 6-day break, that have got talent to burn. I know you don't have your best team, no one does. You got to still show up. At your house, you want to be ferocious, you want to make it a fortress. That was insipid.
Is it an inevitability of the demands of professional football and being constantly the hunted? I'm asking this, you've been there, Jace. I saw you blokes in 03 and 04 turn in a couple of shockers. What did Lee tell you after that?
Yeah. You move on pretty quick, and they will.
So that's the bigger
Tonight
picture is
we're
that they'll move on.
They win a good battle.
But you have the unique position. There aren't many footballers around that know what it's like to be two-time reigning premiers and to get your pants pulled down and to set such a high standard. That's plain for everyone to see tonight that they didn't give 100% of their best footy tonight.
But when that happened, I can guarantee you, if they're anything like us, and I'm sure they are, you go, can't wait till next time, Geelong. I'll see you next time.
So, but do you look at your mates in the rooms? Has that got more to say than what the coach says, or the reviews, or you just know it in your guts that you haven't done the right thing by your teammates on the night?
This is one of those times that you really do care what the coach says, and it's tricky. He has to be spot on with what he says. He might not say anything after the game, Fags. I doubt that he would do much, but during the week, it's about this is what we did. Look what we did. How can we get better? Because that is unacceptable.
And I think a lot of that also too a true reflection of the individuals. You've got to own each your positions, where you were, and what you did.
Meanwhile, a great story for Geelong. They've won by 41 points. Let's get back to Zane Bojak in the Cats' rooms.
Well, Q, I've got to explain to you what's going on down here. Every media partner is looking around at each other saying, where are the Cats? You talk about Chris Scott with their siege mentality. As soon as they had their song, they were ushered out of the room. He and Nathan Buckley said, right, we're going off to a meeting. And there's no one. It's the quietest winning dressing room I've ever seen in my entire life. In fact, Brian Taylor from Channel 7 is looking around going, who do I chat to? So it's an interesting situation. We are waiting for them to come back, but literally not a person in here.
Roaming Brian.
Watch out, Zane. You might get on the TV coverage if there's no one from Brian to talk to. Yeah, interesting. So why would Scotty be doing that?
Put the lid on. We've played well. This is us.
Don't give any fuel in your interviews.
We're halfway through the year, boys. This is the message we want to give out.
Mm-hmm. We showed up. We played some good footy. Let's get on the next week. Everything that could go right. You know those games. You have them. Everything that goes right.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Everything you do as a coach goes right. Everything you do as a player. They came to play. They were fantastic.
Could have won by more if Jeremy Cameron put his kicking boots on.
They should have. Yes. They had way more shots.
G'day to Yundi Ron, who says, great call team. When's the AFL going to come clean about players now being able to throw the ball?
Oh yeah.
I had a moment blowing up about that a couple of weeks ago, and
there's a few tonight, both sides.
The chorus is getting louder. We do want handballs. You know, we go. If I'll paint the picture of going into the media room at the MCG, the mighty MCG. You're going through Gate 3 and you go up the escalators, and it's got the original rules of Australian football in this massive mural. You know, the ball under any circumstances shall not be thrown.
What about flicked?
The ball under any circumstances shall not be thrown.
There's a lot of offloads happening.
It's got all those old, the original rules of the game. You know, first VFL season, what was it, 97, but even before that, when they were playing Australian rules football, and
it's hard.
It's a hard game to umpire. We know that, but at the same time, it is a fundamental of the game. The integrity of the disposal among the freneticism of modern Australian football must be sacrosanct. You got to get rid of it the right way.
Yeah, it's being sacrificed?
You can't see it sometimes. It's too far.
But at the same time, if there's a hold in the ball that they get wrong, if there's a push in the back that they get wrong, they still pay the ones that are there. We don't expect perfection from the umpires, but we expect the game to be officiated to the best of their ability. If they think someone's chucked it, just blow the whistle. And if it's wrong, so be it. But I reckon they'll get more right than wrong because there's 4 of them now and you've got to back yourself. And it's, you can talk about the stand rule, you can talk about all this other stuff in the game of football, but it is what makes Australian football different? The ball under no circumstances shall be thrown.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you, Q. But have we sacrificed those nuances for speed?
Well, it's just gotten quicker. The handballs have got
everything
quicker.
has got to be quicker.
They're very strong to do those handballs, can I say? As the rain comes down, I can see the fellas. There's 2 Geelong players.
Is that Warple out there?
Warple's out there.
Yeah. The emergencies are actually doing laps of the Gabba.
Colin Chesney's running in the rain.
I don't know who that guy is in the black, but he looks like he's 100 years old. He's like, get me out of here. You can hardly get over there.
wandering across to the Geelong room. So we'll stay close to Zane, and hopefully we'll hear from Sean Manor in a moment.
They're out.
Steve from Perth says, I know Brisbane may have had their pants pulled down, but I think Geelong deserve a lot of credit. 5-day break, did their homework, setting themselves up again. Great call, love the EBC, go Cats. Thank you from Steve in Perth.
Yep. Well summed up.
Well summed up.
Yep. And off the back of, it was tight against Collingwood, but they surged in the back half back on Saturday night.
Good game.
And then
one of the things that
travel, 5-day break, premiers on their own deck, and then, the competition pace setters in Sydney next week at home.
One of the things they look at, think about round 1 against the Dockers, where they were well behind. Dockers kicked
at
8
home
on
at
them in the
Cardinia
first
Park.
quarter, and they flew home. They've done that a few times this year. The one they sort of fell short was the Hawthorn game. Hawthorn run over them. But as a club, and Acker will back me up on this, is that you always love to finish off a game, don't you?
Yeah.
And put scoreboard. And not only finish, you could finish off really well. You feel like you're running over the ground, but there's no scoreboard pressure. They're doing that right now, and the clubs in the competition that can do that are the ones that are up the pointy end at the moment. So they just finished off strong tonight, Geelong, and they were Brisbane were coming at them towards half time, and they just ran away with it.
Can I ask you guys? And we've called this particular team in the Lions a lot. The Geelong pressure was absolutely outstanding, but have you ever seen the Lions as frustrated over the last couple of years, the last 2 or 3? I thought it was the most frustrated I've seen individual players. After contest, they were exasperated.
Yeah,
it
wasn't just bad umpiring; it was they were getting beaten at the contest.
But there was also frustration at each other by not actually adhering to where to kick it, or where to hand pass it.
Can I make a point?
Please.
I reckon, there's some really good young footy players in this Brisbane team, but they're still young players. And they're not used to losing or not having things on their term. Now, I'm not saying that they've thrown the toys out of the cot, but at the same time, these are young guys that are frustrated because things weren't going their way. And that's, you guys have been through it, Whitey and Acker. It takes you a while to just, know it's another week in footy, but, and they are good players. The Ashcroft boys, Jasper Fletcher, Logan Morris is a young player. Kai Lohman. That's part of the scary part of Brisbane. They're scary good because those guys are young and have got a lot of footy in them, and a lot of them are already 2-time premiership players. But
what I'll say is these conditions, I said it at the start, that is purpose for this side. They are just a bigger-bodied side. If it's ever like this, if a grand final was able to play in these conditions, they are the best in the comp and they will win it.
You mentioned that
when it's dry, different story. You can break those tackles and they get found out, and some of the way that they play, not saying it's going to be this year, but that is the thing. They are the best at this weather that I've in this comp at the moment.
Akadamas, I'll back him up because
he did mention that.
He rang me today and said, Q, I'm just doing a little talk at the pub down the road, so don't get nervous. I'll be right on time. And then he's like, oh, yep. Gee, big-bodied team Geelong. We're not allowed to have a bet on game day, but if I would, tell you what.
This is the team. They're very...
You got it again, Akadamas.
Yeah, I know. I should have backed it.
And you tipped Geelong and you got off.
Yeah, I know. I just... Well, in the end, I was correct 2 out of 3 times.
You can always be correct if you contradict yourself, Jason. The thing is, you'll be wrong half the time as well.
But to their credit, they are a wonderfully big-bodied, pressured side that play great footy, and they're wonderful in these conditions.
We are going to go into the Geelong rooms when they let us. Chris Scott's taken the team behind closed doors for a meeting. Zane Bojak's down there. 17-15, 117 to 11-10. 76, the final score here. 5 goals for Sean Manor and a 41-point victory for the Cats. Mick texts, I heard a couple of people in the media say Geelong can't win the premiership this season before this match. As a neutral, I reckon that's a big call. It is almost the narrative of Chris Scott's tenure. No one really takes Geelong seriously until the last 6 weeks, and they're just nestled inside the top 4, ready to have another crack. They just, don't they?
They're always...
It's a good point, Mick.
It happens
But it's not sexy to tip Geelong.
No.
Unless you live in Geelong, and then no one takes any notice of anyone tipping Geelong because everyone in Geelong tips Geelong.
They're just amazing.
What was their last loss? It wasn't it Adelaide? Was it against Port or?
Yeah, they lost. Port beat them by 5 goals.
Yeah. So and then the media during the week was like, "Oh, did we write?"
Well, because they'd sort of, they beat the Bulldogs in Gather Round, who were injured. Then, they beat the West Coast to Gather Round. Then they beat the Dogs at home. Didn't give much credit for that 12-goal shellacking because
injuries.
Dogs had a few out. Yep. Lost to Port and Adelaide. Oh, are they going all right? And then, with no disrespect to North Melbourne, who continued to build, Geelong beating North Melbourne by 49 points at Cardinia Park is not a needle mover of opinion, is it?
And that was a great game. And once again, they ran over top of them.
And
in the second half,
interesting that everyone preferred to say that, here we go. Where do the opinions turn to when you've got Geelong versus Collingwood at the MCG? Not, Geelong, how good was their second half? Collingwood's too old, they're not up to it, the needles passed them, and 9 goals was the result to Geelong. Everyone talked about Collingwood's sort of ageing list not being up to it, rather than, boy, how good was Geelong?
And that's why their win tonight was the best win of the year for them.
Yeah.
So,
the round one, come back, that was great, but this one
I'm going to tempt fate here.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to ask for the votes before we go into the rooms.
Ooh. I know who's got 1, 2 and 3.
That's easy. We've got telepathy. It's that easy. Don't even bother.
Got all of them.
So
just write them down.
You're doing the votes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Jeff's got his arms crossed. Acker's sort of got a fun. So who's? And I love that I never actually delegate the votes. As experts for the ABC, they know that it's a part of the brief. Turn up, eat Pricey's lollies, give them 3, 2 and 1 at the end of the game. And then I love getting to the end of the game. It's like, okay, who's doing it tonight?
Yep. We've already sorted
really
it.
Okay.
3 votes, Tanner Bruin.
You're giving Tanner Bruin 3 votes?
Sorry. 1 vote, Tanner Bruin.
1 vote to Tanner Bruin.
2 votes, Bailey Smith. 3 votes, Sean Manor.
You could have taken a bit longer.
He's only the second cat in 27 years to have 30-plus and kick 5 goals.
Whoa.
So Manor 3.
Wow.
He had 30 disposals, 2 clearances, 7 inside 50s, 14 score involvements for 5 goals straight. Bailey Smith, just a lazy 34, should I say, for Bailey Smith.
Kick 2.
7 clearances, 12 score involvements, 2 goals. And Tanner Bruin had a really good night. 29 disposals.
And we wanted to give special mentions to Tom Stewart.
We did.
How did Tom Stewart not get a vote?
Well, no. Well,
can I ask
he
that?
does this every week. He's so good. It's almost a shame he's that good because he deserved to at least get in the.
And I thought Humphreys is good as well on the half-back line.
And that's what happens when you win.
A
lot of good players.
Look, I love and respect everyone's opinion, but I reckon that you've doubted Tom Stewart tonight.
Look, I'm happy to change. Look, I am, as I did.
No, I don't want you to change.
He probably deserved at least 1 vote. The other 2 were. He was fantastic. I mean, they're all fantastic.
Look, by the way, Stewart had 28 disposals in the end, 7 marks, and I think they were all statistically credited as intercept marks.
6 and 1 contested. Yeah, that's what he had. So intercepts. But
okay. 6 intercepts. One contested mark.
Well, do you claim that as... Yeah.
I'm going to have a chat to Whitey because he's really stiff, Stuart. He deserved a vote, I think.
G'day to Maggie from Werribee who texts, Bailey Smith had plenty of disposals, but it's a pity his disposal efficiency isn't better. Commentators seem to ignore these things. The same with Nick Dacos when you look at the stats.
Yeah, that's true.
There's players that do much better than the flashy players but don't get the credit.
Yeah, we use it.
Check out the difference between the brothers and who is the better footballer. Oh, Maggie from Werribee is obviously a big Josh fan.
She knows what she's talking about.
Yeah,
she's right because Tom Stewart was better than 2 of those.
But they're talking about Bailey Smith here.
Oh, yeah, Bailey. Yeah, he can get some junk spinners going.
Oh, and now, the roaming Brian is a disconsolate, desolate figure.
Have a look at him.
Walking across the Gabba with his satchel under his arm.
It's been sent
I know
home.
it's Thursday night footy, and he generally the roaming on Channel 7's for Friday, isn't it? But he's gone to the room. Zano said he was there. Yeah. He might have been given roaming duties on this Thursday night.
Nothing to roam to.
Well,
they're gone.
one of the Geelong assistant coaches works for the streaming network.
That's right.
So you never know.
He's too
just
smart.
saying.
I'll have to wait until Monday to get his opinions. By the way, what we pad here, Akka, have you heard from the big fella? Jonathan Brown, did you watch the special during the week? I did watch it. Gary Lyon went to his place and had a chat with Jonathan. If you missed the guts of it, basically Brownie's wife Kylie hassled him to go for a checkup just because he hadn't been for a checkup for a while. And there's a facility through the AFL where past players can go and basically get a set of tests that they do for cognitive stuff.
That's true.
And then, sort of matter of fact, at the end of it, you go and have a scan. So all of the cognitive stuff was fine, and then the scan revealed a brain tumour.
Yeah, some lesions, and then
and quite luckily for him, they went and did the surgery. Brownie was able to get through it okay, and then they take the tumour away to do the testing of the tumour, and it's come back as the most low level of seriousness. So looks like you'll make a good recovery. But there's been a few of your old premiership teammates in the news for different reasons during the week.
Not all good, but unfortunately, it's a bit close to home. My mum passed away from a brain tumour, but she was having, not like Brownie though, it's different, completely different scenario. She was having headaches and then ended up having seizures. But it always scares me when anyone gets like that, and especially a premiership mate as well.
They're moving in the Cats' rooms. Zane, what have you got for us?
Look, we haven't got a TV to give him like the host broadcaster might have done for his best on ground effort. We can give you 3 votes in the ABC Player of the Year award. Sean Manor, what a performance! 30 disposals and 5 goals. Have you ever hit him sweeter than that?
Thanks, Zane. Not at the AFL level. It was a good night, wasn't it? We spoke about all week how tough the task is coming up here at the Gabba against the Lions. They're obviously reigning premiers for a reason. So, it was nice to get the job done, but they made us work for it all the way to the end, didn't they?
Well, I want to ask you, I know you can't get the premiership flag back, but was there a little bit of we owe you one after what happened in the 3rd and 4th quarters of that grand final?
Nah. Hamish McLaughlin's just into me right now. No, we don't. We move on pretty quickly. Obviously, last year was really disappointing, and we can't do anything about the past. As you said, we can't get the flag, so all we can do is focus on tonight and going forward. So we didn't speak about that at all. Even coming into the season, we haven't spoke about it. So disappointing, but it's a nice win tonight. But you got to do it at the right time of the year as well, don't you?
Well, upstairs we've got Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Jeff White, and a bloke who said you bought him a coffee today, so I'm sure he's ready to go, Jason Ackermanis.
It was a delicious coffee.
It actually was. I think it's the 8th best coffee in the world, Jace, I've seen after.
Well, it took us a while. We both couldn't find the joint. Yeah. That was the funniest bit. It's like, you got to go to this place. It gives me the address. And I couldn't for the life of me find it.
We were both struggling, standing out the front. No idea where we're going. But we got there and it's a beautiful coffee. It was lovely to see.
Can I? Someone's yelling at you in there too.
Hamish McLaughlin. He's being a nuisance down here. He's a great presenter, but I don't know. He might not be so good on radio.
They're trying to move this table. It's unbelievable. They're cold.
Well,
sorry, boys.
Dare I ask the straight-up football question? Where did you get on top of them, Sean? What was the message from Scotty before the game? How did you get it on your terms?
Probably in that second quarter we got it on our terms, didn't we? But you never feel that confident with Brisbane and the best teams. You're always wrestling to and fro, and actually probably the third quarter we finally got on top. But I think it's just that momentum, isn't it? When you've got it on your side, you need to make the most of it and put your goals through, and we did that. And I think probably in the second half they were missing theirs. In the first 2 quarters they were unbelievable kicking. I think they kicked 4 or 5 from the pockets, and Jace's pocket actually, Acker's pocket. So they were kicking them from everywhere, and I think when that happens, sometimes it's a little bit deflating. But we were able to respond each time, which was nice. And when you're making the team work really hard to kick their goals, you know a little bit of on top. And it was second half was nice. We're lucky.
And just before you continue your coffee catch-up, what did Scotty say to you behind the closed doors there? Because that's a bit different. We don't often see that you go and have a meeting before you do the rest of your radio interviews and such.
Yeah, no, spot on. It's not a normal thing, but I think it's just times when, that was a really great win against Brisbane. I've said that just before, but you just acknowledge that, but then acknowledge the next moment as well. We've got a 8-9 day break going into Sydney Swans.
I'm tipping something is going on in the background.
Hayes making me sign. We've got
30 disposals, 5 goals, and he's got it signed there. Well done, Hamish.
With the worst signature of all time. Sorry, Ham. Yeah, we spoke about the next 8 day break coming up. We haven't, in the past, been great off them, and then off the 5 days, we're actually pretty good. So, if we play a 5 again, we'll be happy. But no, it's just about making the next moment, the next couple of days. We're not going to do anything different now. What we've done for a long time's worked. It's just, being a bit smarter of what we do. So we'll have the next few days, travel back tomorrow, and a couple of days off, and then get into training next week.
With all due respect, Zana, next time Channel 7's doing an interview, go and ask their talent for an interview, for an autograph mid-interview, and see how they cop it.
I agree. Sorry, boys. I'm really sorry.
No, not your fault at all.
Unprofessional.
No, we're not your fault at all, Sean. You've done very well to keep your end of the bargain. No, exactly. We wouldn't do it the other way. Bit of respect both ways from media colleagues. Jace?
Yes. Now take a deep breath. That is the game of games, my friend. We talked about it today, but the ability for you and the team, of course, they're playing well, but you've found and turned what was a couple of just crap weeks where it's just not going your way.
Yep.
Everything you were doing with intensity and purpose, it's a much better footballer, and your mind is in a good spot, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely, Jay. Yeah, you spoke about it this morning, and I probably wish I had that chat a couple of weeks ago, as I said to you. But
I know.
No, I think it's I thought I started the year okay in the first couple of rounds, and as you said, that little dip there, and you don't. If you have a bad week, you don't want to make it 2 or 3, and unfortunately I did. But last couple of weeks has been nice. Obviously, it's nice to get on the scoreboard, but it's not the be-all and end-all, as we spoke about today. There's different ways to get into the game, and getting back to bodies, tackling, defending. I think tonight I had 0 tackles, so I'm pretty flat about that. And Rails got into me. I think I've copped a fine from the forwards, but I think my defensive pressure was still there. I was chasing out and stuff like that, so that gets you into the game. And you were the best exponent of that, and you taught me that when I was younger. So it was really nice to catch up today. And as I said a couple of times before in a couple of interviews, I'll credit this performance to you. And I think Hayne told me before, there's only 2 blokes that have 30 and 5 here, and Acker was one of them, and Brady Hart might have been the other. So it's nice to join an exclusive group with them.
You're only the second Geelong player to ever do that too, 30 plus and 5 goals.
And how long? What was
the other one?
Who was the other one, Pricey?
That's a good point.
Or was
All
it
I
Pat?
know
Might
that
have
he's
been
the
Danger.
second one since 1999.
1999, 26, 7 years.
They probably had a tackle though, so...
Hey, Sean, it's Jeff White here. Acker just wants to know if you're flying him down for next week's game for a coffee.
Mate, he's coming every week, don't you worry about that.
No golf for you next week, Acker.
I'll be to catch up with him a lot more. He's a great man, and I have a lot of respect for Jason. He's got a lot of time for me, which is really nice. And anytime we've catch up in the past, it's I take a lot from it. And I was very lucky to have him as coach for a couple of years and play alongside him, which was amazing. And to do that Sally for him last week was really nice. Been holding that for a long time, and I can't do handstands though, so I can't promise any of that. But as I said, I take a lot out of it, and I appreciate him muchly.
Next thing you know, you'll be dyeing your hair blonde and getting stacks of Brownlow votes.
Funny to say, Bailey Smith had a little rinse this week, and asked him what he thought about me getting one, and it's probably not the best thing, so I won't be doing it, but cover the greys up maybe.
Can I ask a quick one of Sean?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, Michael Price here, Sean. A magnificent game.
Pricey.
I just wanted to ask you if you had any advice for somebody who is a late starter that, just... basically got in a few years later than other people and just made every post a winner since. What advice would you give somebody in the position that they're thinking, do I keep going? Do I keep going?
Yeah, get someone like Acker in your corner is a good thing.
That's a fair start.
I've been very lucky in my whole time. A lot of great coaches, a lot of great people around me. I think that's the main thing, is just having good people around you that are locked in on your goal. I've always wished and dreamed of playing AFL, and I never let that go. And if you have like-minded people around you that can put you in that direction to go towards your goal, that certainly helps. And as I said, Acker was really early in my career. He actually got us down to Richmond for a week. Me, Don Brew, and Lockie Taylor Nugent, just the VFL. And he treated us like AFL players for a week, and we were only young at the time. It was, we still talk about it this day. Acker taught us a lot of things that trip, and it was really nice. But so it's funny to look back on things like that. But even from then on, I learned a lot at Richmond in my time there. Werribee, same kind of thing. You just got people working for the similar goal. Obviously, you always want team success, and that's what we always chase. And then good things happen off the back of that.
You probably just wanted company for a road trip to catch up with Fly. You know that.
Yeah, I actually got Fly a couple of weeks back. And played Collingwood, so it was nice to see him as well. But yeah, it's, have good people around you and never lose sight of it. I think that's the main two things.
Yeah, you've spoken so well and you've had such a game. Thanks for your time, Sean. Good luck against the Swans.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much for that.
Get some rest.
Thanks, Acker. Great to see you, mate. See you next week.
Yeah, that's
the flight's direct.
There was a lot happening in that interview. We had to wait for it, but, gee, we got a fair bit out of it in the end.
Yes, he was talking much quicker. When you're up and about, aren't you? You just want to... There's so much to say. He probably, too, he's always like, though. We always have great chats, but, what a game. And what he say, everyone wants him. You go and enjoy it. And for him, I'm so pleased because he is he's a wonderful man too. Don't forget it. And can I say, Jeffrey, he won't be mad at me because it's open, as in this particular information. But he's about to have his second child, so he's very excited.
How long have they got to go?
28 weeks along, something like that.
So 3 months still. Yeah.
So, yes,
thereabouts.
It's been not an easy road, can I say? And he's very excited.
29,221 in the house. Geelong 17-15, 117 beat Brisbane 11-10, 76. And that man you heard from there, Sean Manor, a career best 5 goals, got the 3 votes. 3 goals for Jeremy Cameron, and for the Lions, Charlie Cameron led the way with 3 goals. So just repeating the next couple of weeks of the fixtures for both teams. Sydney at Gadinia Park for the Cats. Then they play Carlton at the MCG, and then it's a trip to Adelaide to play the Crows. So Sydney at home, Carlton at the G, and Adelaide away, the next 3 for Geelong. Brisbane go to the showground to play GWS, come home to play Freo, and then play Q Clash down... And that's the... Is it?
Yeah, that's the...
That one's down the road at Carrara. Yeah, so Giants away, Fremantle home, and Suns on the coast. The next 3 for Brisbane, who are now 6 and 4, and Geelong 7 and 3. In other sport tonight, New South Wales claimed the Women's State of Origin series, winning Game 2 at Lang Park, 14 points to 10. And, we've got a couple of minutes to sort of chuck around a bit of the fixture as well, which was also released today. A really busy day, which, the headlines expected that, 3 of the 6 clubs that are at the heart of the free-to-air demands of the fixture, they've been forgotten in Thursday and Friday night footy. So I often call the big 6 when it comes to TV decisions are Collingwood, Carlton, Essendon, Richmond, Adelaide and West Coast.
Ooh.
When it comes to TV, they're the 6 that get more thought than the others because of the size of their supporter base. So no Carlton, no Essendon, no Richmond in Thursday or Friday night footy from round 16s onwards. Asterisk, there are still 2 rounds to be fixtured.
Yeah, 2 rounds. Yeah.
Still 2 rounds left. But the Cats have got 4 Thursdays and Fridays. Sydney have got 4 Thursdays and Fridays, 3 for Brisbane, 3 for the Bulldogs, 3 for Collingwood, 3 for Adelaide, 3 for Fremantle. And of note too, the historical rivalries that rarely get behind the paywall, you will have to have subscription television or go out to find somewhere that does to see Carlton and Collingwood play in round 19, because as was the case for the Essendon-Carlton game last year that went behind the paywall, now Carlton-Collingwood goes behind the paywall, which just shows you, well, how far the Blues have sunk in... you'd even think the power of Collingwood with them still being expected to be around the fight by that stage, but...
Yeah, you hope so.
Yeah.
But everyone wants the Magpies at their house. That'll never change. They're the best travelling group. Yeah. It's loud. You sell it out. It's a wonderful experience if you're not Collingwood.
Can I quickly ask you two guys about, just as footy fans, the Friday night double-headers? We've got a few more in the fixture. So round 17, Sydney v Bulldogs SCG, along with Crows v Eagles. And then round 20, Melbourne v Geelong MCG, and a derby, Freo v West Coast, at the same time.
I don't mind, like I'm like you, I don't mind the double headers, but I reckon the derby, the Battle of the Bridge, the Q Clash, the Showdown should be standalones.
Yeah, and of course we've got that.
In my opinion, if you're going to do them on a Friday night like that, they should be standalones.
We've got that tomorrow night as well, with Sydney and Collingwood and Gold Coast and Port.
Yeah, well,
it's
yeah, but it's not a.
Well, one's on live and one's on the pay TV, right?
Yeah,
they're not both on.
Yeah,
Channel 7 or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but I think we just. The thought was, well, we got to live with double ups on Saturday night, but we always just thought that Friday night was sacrosanct and you should just leave it as the one game because it always is seen as the feature game of the round. And I think, we've just got to get used to this fixture that we've got now. We're not,
Yeah, so I guess the AFL's it's instead of the Friday night always being the standalone, it's the Thursday night.
Yeah, but you were correct in what you said, which was, Q, that the NRL games are shorter and they can run and you can get both in.
Yeah.
Aussie Rules games are much longer.
Longer, yeah.
So that's a much harder.
I'm all for the double ups on Friday night, but leave the Showdown, leave the, if it turns out
the derbies.
I don't think the Q Clash will ever be on a Friday night standalone, but
change it.
You could, but depending on the rivalry. But I they had the double up when they had the Showdown, and it happened to be that it actually rolled into the start of the last quarter, and it turned out that way.
There's always going to be a couple of overlaps on the week, but I think
imagine a Q Clash here on Friday night by itself. Ooh, that's saying something.
And then
it won't happen. Though.
I know it won't happen.
I know,
which is a shame because they're all about footy and all this rubbish. Footy in Queensland, second biggest state in Australia, participants, Friday night.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure to share Thursday night at the football with you, Jason.
It was a pleasure. The result was not a pleasure, but I'm so happy for Sean. He played amazing.
It'll be interesting to see if what we saw tonight gets transformed later in the season in a bigger stakes game between these two.
Well, that's different.
Yeah. Thanks, Whitey. Thanks, Pricey.
Thanks, Q.
Thanks to Branko on the faders. Thanks to Zane and Pepper down in the rooms and to Jules back in the studio. So Geelong with a 41-point victory. Cats 17-15, 117 to Brisbane's 11-10, 76. Of course, Friday night footy times 2 tomorrow with Sydney taking on Collingwood at the SCG and Gold Coast looking to make it 10 wins in a row in Darwin when they take on Port Adelaide. Bit of a wet old night here at the Gabba, but the Cats fans leave happy. Thank you for your company as round 10 is underway here on ABC Sport.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
It was picked up there and given by Logan Morris for the run of Rayner. Rayner got to half forward, chipped it to Cody Curtin, runs in, kicks it from the goal square. His first goal in AFL footy in his third game. Gets the Lions on the board. Gets it outside of danger, but nicely taken by Bailey Smith. He runs to the arc, launches one from 50. Has that gone through? That is a magnificent kick. Almost impossible angle, Bailey Smith. Quality football at the Gabba and the Cats on fire.
Picked up by Draper of the Lions from the wing. Kicks to an open 50. Cameron v. Humphreys in Indigenous round. Charlie gets there first. Dribbles a miracle from the pocket. And forever that they replay highlights of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Charles Cameron has guaranteed immortality with that brilliant goal.
Gathered by Fletcher. He's tackled into the ground by Close. Got the handball away. Yeah. Now it's with Levi Ashcroft from that pocket again. You're kidding me.
What is over at that pocket?
From the right forward pocket, there have been some monumental goals scored this evening. That is the fourth. And it's 44 apiece. This is a cracking game of football on a Thursday night. Inside 50. Big contest fisted forward by Kitty Coleman. Fletcher worried off it. Oh, Manna from heaven. Off the deck.
Oh, yeah.
From 30, he just flung his right boot at it. It went straight through the middle. He's got a couple. Cut off by Ollie Dempsey. He wheels around onto the right foot, kicks it long towards the goal square. Spoiled. Goes to Myers. Myers. Handball to Manor. Manor again. He's got 3. The kid can play, Acker. Don't worry about that.
Off the hands of the pack. Boundary side. Close was there. Couldn't pick up. Manor's there again. Tackled without it by Leicester. And in a manner of speaking, he's put the Cats 35 in front. Andrews dropped the mark. He went 2 hands. Manor nudged him off it. Wins the ball. Hands to Shannon Neal. Hands it to the top of the goal square. Not the best service, but Cameron makes good. Jeremy Cameron picks up the crumbs. Snaps from the top of the goal mouth. That's 3 for Jezza. Collective Camerons are split at 3 apiece. 6 in all at either end for the 2 sharpshooters, but most importantly, it's a 6-goal lead now for Geelong.
Ball floats in front of Bailey Smith, and there's the siren. It'll never make up for the heartache of the grand final last year, but the Cats have absolutely demolished Brisbane on their home deck.